There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter.
Like a canopy, been a villain and I'm glad to be. It's the biggest feeling cause I had to be. It's been a minute since I seen the enemy and stay on that. I know they be it after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision that they clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Too much on the line to give it up, yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up, yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up, yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up, yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feel the pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Ay, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Yeah, they don't know what it take to get this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little Woody just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to get mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle
they being after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision that they clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. They say gorillas, I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. Remember me as a big hill.
A new day of FISSURE Universe Episode 4 brought to you officially by FISSURE Studios and a new patch of Dota 2. My name is Bo3 and I'm joined by 343 and we are on day 2 of the playoffs. Day 1 delivered on every single front. All 4 of the series, banger after banger. Even that last series, I thought from game number 1, Liquid versus Gaimin, it was going to be a Liquid one-sided affair. Gaimin gets a new patch, able to sort of come back in a big way. 2-1 reverse sweeping their opponents. Kind of same situation that we managed to cast yesterday with Tundra and Falcons, but as you can see, this is how the playoffs has erupted so far. We have Tidebound and BetBoom moving on in the upper bracket, along with Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators. I think that's a bit of a surprise for everyone, given how the group stage went. And for us today, at least in the first few matches, we are going to be covering round 1 of the lower bracket, starting off with Paravision versus Team Spirit. But yeah, I think most people were probably expecting a little bit of a switcheroo, right? The teams that have ended up in the lower bracket are probably the ones everyone expected to be in the semifinals right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. The Tundra versus Liquid, Spirit, Paravision. These are names we see constantly in the top 3 in the finals, right? But
yeah,
starting off all 4 in the lower bracket this time around, and Falcon and Gaimin's in the upper bracket. Dude, what's happening? Are we back to 2023 or what?
Yeah, it's feeling a bit lopsided. Things are going a little bit crazy, but that's how we like our Dota here. And here's the schedule for today in case it wasn't clear. Paravision versus Team Spirit will be our first match of the day. Tundra Esports versus Team Liquid. That's gonna be a banger. Tidebound and BetBoom as well. I feel like BetBoom yesterday, the amount of, you know, resilience and discipline that they showed, very different from the BetBoom that we saw in the group stage. And that's what's so scary about that team. Of course, Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators gonna round out our day. Of course, all these timings are in CET, so you want to throw them into a little converter. A pro tip, you know, every match will not start 3.5 hours earlier than the next. So if you're done with the first, if this series goes quickly for some reason, you're gonna have to sort of wait for a little bit because the teams need time to get ready and make sure that they are ready to try and play the new patch, because that is the big sort of discussion point right now. The patch dropped in the middle of the Gaimin Liquid series, and right as it dropped, Gaimin were able to reverse sweep. I would say that there are some major nerfs in the patch, but overall it didn't really change much about the flow of the game. There are still some things that were left untouched.
Magnus is dead.
Yeah.
Oh, Magnus carry and power reduced by 20%. But I'm looking at this, the biggest and most significant one here. I'm reading it right now.
Yeah.
A tree near the Radiant safe lane hard cam has been removed.
Oh my goodness. Do you even know which tree it is?
I don't know. I really want to find out. Someone please tweet.
Yeah, like take
Find
a
the
photo
tree,
of that
guys.
tree and let us know. I think a couple of movements in terms of where things are placed on the map as well. Just a couple of trees being adjusted. I think the big story for me is going to be this Helm of the Dominator, right? We look at Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord. All those creeps that you dominate are now upgraded to creep hero. That's basically nature's prophet status. And we don't, you know, DM, he can play that Beastmaster. He likes to go for more of a team-centric style, so that Helm of Dom, Helm of Overlord might fit him. Speaking of DM though, there's Perivision on our screen so far. Here are some of the most notable stats for them. Their Radiant win rate is looking amazing, so we can only assume that that's something that they are going to prioritize. This is a team that has had amazing results ever since their nice finish at ESL 1 Bangkok, winning the whole tournament. But since then, of course, things have changed a little bit. They've brought in the young gun Satanic, and especially on this new patch, it feels like they're still trying to get back into that flow of things.
Yeah, I mean, a bit more of an experimental team, right? We talked about how 9 class is probably the experimental on the post forward role with the Night Stalker, with the Ember, before it kind of got cool. But I want to talk about the patch a bit more. Like, I wonder how these teams are affected. And I feel like there's always this ripple effect from the patch, right? Like, if you read last patch, how is PA first pick, you know? You look at items like the Corrosion and stuff like that. And all these items, they got a little tweak, you know? Corrosion's nerfed by 1 armor. Mage Slayer nerfed by 5 damage. Is Ember just a dead hero because of this? I'm not sure. It's kind of just everything in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, it is. We're not entirely sure just yet. But what we are sure about is Team Spirit. The win rate might actually tell a incorrect story, because if you look back at Spirit, they're basically the first team to qualify through to the playoffs. They went 3-0, defeating Aurora, Boom, and Gaimin. But as we know, Aurora and Boom no longer in the tournament. They did not necessarily look the hottest during their time here. And for Gaimin Gladiators, they've kind of turned things around in a big way, right? I think the Gaimin of the group stage, it's looking a little different now, at least the heat that they brought out in that last series yesterday. So we'll see the coin toss. It's been decided. Paravision will go for first pick, and Team Spirit will settle themselves on the Radiant. So pretty interesting for Team Spirit to deny that from Paravision, given that that is very clearly their side of comfort.
They saw the stats.
They saw the stats. They saw the stats.
Like, nah, fuck the pick. We pick it.
Nah, that's ours. That's ours. We ain't gonna let you get that one. So, okay. Right before the patch dropped, we had a whole set of heroes. It was all these Abbas, all these Dazzles. People were even bringing out the Faceless Void. That is dead now because they just removed the leash from time zone. So that's not going to be a consideration. What are the heroes that you think are going to be significant now that there are some changes?
I don't know. I feel like the patch is... I feel that heroes that teams play are probably going to be the same. I can't imagine they've had too much time to experiment. These are also like really little number tweaks more than... straight up patch, right? Other than the creep hero and maybe some terrain changes, I don't think anything is gonna change too much. I'm not sure where Dazzle stands on the ranking. I feel like he got touched quite a bit, and that and just yesterday Dazzle didn't look very convincing. I feel like I only saw this Dazzle be like, wow, so strong when you kind of draft around it. I think Falcons, when they play as a 5 yesterday, they had a really nice draft around the Dazzle. I think Spirit, especially when they played on Laurel 2 in the mid lane, they have like this tiny Sanking DK kind of heroes, you know. You have like big tanky front lines that do damage, and Dazzle's just able to stand behind and play. But I feel like when I saw Falcons run it yesterday in this offlane, it didn't feel as strong as I usually think of when I think of Dazzle.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It was a bit awkward to make work, very susceptible the second the poison touch came out. Speaking of coming out, we will have the draft available for you on screen very shortly. We are into the hero picks and bans already. And yeah, I think the big hero for me that I'm looking at least for this series, is the Lycan. It's something that Satanic plays a lot on the carry. There was that whole period where he was busting out these Helm Dom heroes. He made it look pretty solid. And Lycan got a pretty significant buff. Damage at level 1 increased by just kind of 2 points across the board, which is pretty meaningful for last hitting, along with the wolves, and base strength increased by 28. So it's, you know, marginal numbers, but then you kind of add that on to the fact that Helm Dom is now a creep unit. It's not so easy to counter now. You're going to get a lot more action happening on the map. Wonder whether that's within Paravision's considerations. Of course, there's still that Night Stalker, still that 9-class Venomancer that they might be thinking about. But let's see how both teams adjust, as we'll have the draft for you very shortly.
I think the interesting things I look at with patches is like, how do skills like transition? Like I look at this 1 armor or 2 damage. I feel like you feel it just a little, you know, it's not enough. But I'm looking at this, like for example, Earth Spirit, Boulder Smash damage rescale, and he has plus 20 damage on level 4 Boulder Smash. So this might be the difference between him clearing a wave or not.
Sure.
And I think those are the changes that actually make it super significant.
Now we might see the Bat Rider come out as well, because Bat Rider has been riddled with awkwardness for what feels like the longest time, because it just felt like there were so many things that would randomly cancel Lasso. It was kind of hard to make it work. Of course, there were still specialists like Say from BetBoom trying their best to run that hero to some limited success. But yeah, I mean, Rue and 9-class both play that hero, so we'll see how it pans out here. No surprise that we see that Beastmaster snapped away in the first pick, but you can already see how this new patch has affected the draft. Abaddon completely missing, Dazzle completely missing, and they're not, because of those heals, because of those heals being out of the pool, you are maybe valuing the AA a little bit less as well.
I wonder why they go for Beast here. I think it's also just a bit of a flex and a deny pick from Paravision too. I mean, Collapse obviously super comfortable on this hero, and with this Helm of Dom buff, I can't imagine that Beast just... That's why you see, right? When you see this Helm of Dom buff, what's the first hero you think of? It's just Beastmaster.
Yeah, literally.
You look at Deso, like, what do you think of? You only think of like PA. What other hero realistically buys Deso? You know, maybe
Clings.
Is smiling a bit. He's like, oh yeah, I can buy Deso again. Nice. But other than that, like, these item changes, they do affect certain heroes in certain ways, right?
Mm-hmm. Maybe a Monkey King as well could be a... I mean, before Mage Slayer was all the rage, everybody was getting... People like to get that Deso on the Monkey King. Maybe suddenly start seeing Deso back on the Ember Spirit. Wouldn't mind it too much. Minus armor has been quite a big strategy a lot of these teams go for. High physical damage can never really go wrong with that. All right. Paravision. I think this is going to be the true test of the new matchmaking changes as well. This is literally between the patch and now. There has been less than... like what, 8 to 10 hours for teams to really test things out. They must have, if they wanted a good night's rest, probably got 1 or 2, at most 4 or 5 pubs in if they're true degenerates. So, you know, maybe you've been able to hide something that you feel a bit good about, that you tried a bit in your pubs through this draft. We'll see how it reflects though.
Hero ban, nothing too surprising. Spirit, they can go for the AA ban into the Dazzle if they want. Not sure if they will ban out the A just because they have Beast, obviously something very good. Looking at Warlock for Paravision, I think this PA Warlock is something we see pretty commonly. I also can't imagine Paravision don't anticipate this like Helm coming out, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see here the return of some like Enchantress kind of hero.
Yeah, but
even still in the pool.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't enchant it anymore, brother. That's the change, right?
That's true.
What are you there? What are you talking about? That's what we were. That's the whole point of the change. You can't mess around with that creep anymore. So I saw someone test it. You can still dig on it, but it doesn't instant kill. It does damage. That's it. So this Helm Dom creep is gonna be a menace to deal with, and I wonder whether you want to pick Warlock here. You might still do so just because it's actually Team Spirit that pick up the Warlock. I like this combination with the Beastmaster, but my concern with the Paravision supports now is you need to make sure that you're not a hero that just insta-dies the creeps.
Crystal Maiden.
True.
A little good old Frostbite. It's good for...
Talk about maybe something like the Dark Willow that can go into Shadow Realm, just to hide away for a little bit. Not too bad.
What else can Paravision go for? So they go for the Bounty Hunter. Something we don't really see from 9 class too much. Ru did play it yesterday for Team Spirit. He had some super cool kill. I don't know if you saw the Shrieken stack on the NC camp into killing Pure.
Oh, I must have missed that one.
So basically Pure was farming on like 500 health, and he lined himself up behind Pure, and he tracked him and he tossed the creep. So Shrieker actually bounced to the creep and then bounced to the hero, doing double damage.
Oh, because it goes through and through, right?
Yeah. It was quite sick.
Damn. Okay, well, that's the CM. Nice little call out there, Adam. Deny. I mean, this Warlock kind of serves a bit like a deny pick as well, right? It just threatens the Beastmaster in lane as much as it might be a bit weaker in game.
Look at Tiny right now. Are there any big changes? Most damage reduced very slightly. I feel like Tiny's still a pretty good pick for Spirit here. His wall Tiny lane is pretty nice. Morph already removed. Something they played against the PA too. There's not much damage on Paravision right now. I know it's weird to say because they have PA, but Tiny is naturally super tanky.
The PA did get touched a little bit. Phantom Strike cast range has just been decreased across the board. So, you know, it can kind of get you almost across the screen, but you need level 4 for that now, and it's not even up. So 1000 cast range base to scaling from 650, 750, 850, 950. So the PA's mobility hampered a little bit in the early laning stage. See whether that actually comes into play.
I think it's not too significant because honestly you max Blink Strike on PA anyway, right? Phantom Strike.
Sure.
There's no really level in blur. Oh yes, I was hoping for this hero Hurwing. We back.
I don't know if we're back yet. Okay, they've only won one game, right? Gaimin picked it. It looked okay, but that was also like a bristleback thing. So I don't know whether you can really chalk that up to Hoodwing being back.
No. Hoodwing's back. Bonus damage increase. Everything is buffed. He just does more damage.
I mean, he needs it. He
Hoodwing's
lost. He lost so much. That was tough.
He's back. He's
so.
back, Mike.
Okay.
I love this hero. Ooh. Probably this is the Laurel Monkey King. Bit of a, I want to say, block pick against Paravision. I think I love No One's heroes and the heroes that are probably good against the Beast here. The Storm, the Ember. Don't fare the best against Monkey King.
Yeah, I wonder what No One's choice will be up against Monkey King. We saw a little bit of a stat there that his main heroes that he's gone for are the Sniper, Pango, and the Puck. Both, I mean, Sniper can do fine in the lane. I just worry that later on in the game he'll be very easy to collapse upon, especially since you don't really have any saves.
Especially since you're playing against Collapse. Ha 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 ha.
Okay, well, yeah,
I don't like the Sniper with their heroes too much. I think it's like for lane and then they're going to just play with like cheap spells from there. But if you look at the team's fight from Spirit, it looks very hard to protect this Sniper. It's a cool No One hero. You'll go for a Storm anywhere. No Kara's counter pick. It is still a pretty good Storm game, right? You're playing against Beast, Warlock, Hoodwink. No, realistically, no catch. They even banned the Puck, so saying like, okay, if you want to play Monkey mid, we will challenge you. No One does not care.
I mean, is it really that much of a counter pick though? Because I do feel like Storm can, you know, maybe that level 4 to 6 period could be a bit tough if Team Spirit bring the numbers to mid. But other than that, No One has proven that he's very, very good at just getting back into the jungle, farming up, and finding his timing anyway.
It's definitely a good lane. I think that's like the main point, right? Like it's a good lane most of the time for Monkey King. And then your support is able to come in and just kind of pressure with you. Well, so if you look in this game for Paravision, Storm's the one that kind of wants to move on the map, right? They don't have an offlane area. DM usually ends up playing some Enigma, some Lycan even. Just the enabler. No One's just the enabler of this team, I feel.
So the funny thing about the Helm Dom is you could still realistically counter it with your own Helm Dom, right? So you see the Beastmaster creep running over. If you have your own Helm, you could just take possession of that. Not sure whether we'll see Paravision try to deal with it that way. They don't presently have a great way of bursting down the Beastmaster. It's going to have to involve both the Storm and the PA jumping in, and that could lead them to a very tough situation into the Warlock team fight, Wukong's command ring.
Alright, Mike, a bit out of topic right now, but I need to address this. You remember we had this conversation about does kill shot kill through Shallow Grave?
It doesn't anymore. right?
Yeah,
like
but we didn't even know if it did or not.
No. So the weird thing is I tested it out in demo and it didn't seem to, but maybe I was just executing it wrongly. I was like, I put the grave on the dazzle, I wound up the power shot, I shot through, but he would just kind of still stand there. So I was like, what the hell? Literally at 5 HP, like how are you still alive? It was a bit weird. I thought it would execute as well, but now it's clear, right? Now it's clear. There's no mistake about it. I don't really know whether there's room in Spirit's draft for a Wind Ranger though.
Nah, no way. It was a totally out of topic. Drop the stats. Prevision, DM's hero. What's it gonna be?
10 seconds remaining.
The tanky boys taken out so far. I also think there's probably a mid Monkey King, even though Prevision doubling down and just want to protect the Storm. I think they understand the pace that can come out of this Monkey Beastmaster right now.
Yeah.
Pretty strong silence on Spirit. But I think this pick is pretty hard right now.
What are you looking for? What kind of gap do you need to fill on Paravision? My immediate thought is they need some sort of frontline,
right?
someone to give them vision, a bit of team fight, yeah. Because right now Paravision's lineup looks so catered to just picking off, right? You're trying to run into the bounty, set up for the Storm to come in, but then what's next? Who's going to...
Shove. I wonder if they're thinking of the TB here, because TB looks pretty sick for Spirit as well. Alright, they go Bristle. How can we forget? The best hero in Dota right now.
You really think so?
I mean, I think it's one of those heroes that you need a lot to address. And if it's picked late in the draft, most of the time you will enable your team quite a bit.
Yeah, so
it is
what...
into Hoodwing though, so Spirit... They have a very well-covered draft, right? Like, you can't pick Enigma, they have Roar and Golem. You can't really pick Illusions, because...
I mean, Enigma's also banned.
Beast eggs. That's true, that is a good counter. Alright, Spirit, what's the pick here? Hit me with that Slark.
It's gonna be pause one. Troll Warlord. Okay. Out of nowhere. Troll Warlord out of left field. I didn't really see anything in the patch that made me think, oh, it's a Troll Warlord patch. Break this down for me, Adam. What are we thinking?
Do you know why?
What?
You didn't see anything, because there's really no changes to
Yeah,
Troll.
there's no changes to Troll. Troll doesn't necessarily buy Deso. You know, the Orb of Corrosion being down, if anything, might actually hurt him a bit. Just because he would probably like to buy that item as well. I don't think Troll necessarily builds Deso. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly this hero provides that... I guess it's just lane pressure, right? The Warlock Troll is going to be pretty solid into the Bristleback and Bounty Hunter. Maybe they're hoping to bully out DM early on.
Okay, I think the reason for a troll pick is mainly the lane. Eggs is pretty nice this game. You get to remove CM spells, you get to remove track from yourself. Other than that, I think it just fits the pace that they want to play, right? They need this hero that kind of plays inside lane. So they're going to play towards Yatoro's winning lane, enable Lau to kind of come over and then let collapse farm. I think that's just the formula of the early game. I think that's how most of the teams are drafting right now. You need a lane to play towards, and Yatoro says, I want to play troll this game. I will kill PA. If I catch Storm, I can kill Storm too. So I can kind of see a pick, really strong Aegis carrier, able to force as well. Like if you look at their lineup, they have a lot of team fight right now, and Paravision doesn't really have a way to de-push or to kind of straight up fight them. And troll with Aegis mowing down your buildings, it's not something you can like really run away or split push from, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he can really ramp up that attack speed quickly. Now, about this troll as well, I guess it's also an amazing matchup into the PA, right? Not just because you can kill her, but now you suddenly need to buy MKB on the PA, which feels so awkward. Doesn't really look like there's anyone on Paravision that can threaten the troll, especially with the you know, looming Monkey King, but perhaps in the tree line, a bushwhack waiting to come out. The counter initiation is pretty strong from Spirit. I don't know about you, but I'm liking what Spirit have on the table just a little bit more.
Me too. I'm not a fan of this CM Bounty Hunter, although I do think Paravision can be enabled. Like this, PA has a pretty good lane. We've seen the power of PA compared to his other carries, right? I think we've seen some level 5 PA, TP mid, you know, they just get a kill. We might see something like that to help Noah in this game as well. Just the PA is the one who gets active to kind of enable his team before his team takes their turn to enable him back while he farms. We also have Break this game, which is pretty nice against the Monkey. PA obviously a lot of damage when he jumps in. Deso buff, maybe we'll see a bit of Deso coming back too. I'm not really sure if it's better than the SNY build. SNY just feels so OP most of the time, especially with the HP you get from it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm favoring Team Spirit a little more as well. I feel like they have everything's very well rounded. They have pace, they have Roche, they have building damage, they have everything. It's almost like they have tight TA, Mike.
Oh, A bit of a callback there. If you know, you know. Don't know how many people watch True Sight at this point, but Team Spirit's former carry, or at least stand-in carry while Yatoro is taking a break, gonna be facing up against his parent team. It feels like that Satanic was under the Team Spirit / Yellow Submarine wing for what feels like forever, and they finally sort of let the little bird go free, right, onto another stack where he could fully explore his potential. Let's see whether he's able to do just that. I mean, I really think Spirit can play at such a scary pace. I'm kind of quivering for Paravision, I'm not gonna lie.
It's father versus son right now.
Father?
See?
Father? Isn't Yatoro
Yatoro's
like
left.
in his early 20s?
No. We use Dota years.
Okay.
We don't use real age.
Okay, if we had to convert Dota years into real age years, how much do you think the conversion would be? How old are you in real years, Ed?
About 85 right
Oh
now.
my goodness. All right. A little grandpa situation.
It is what it is, man.
Yeah, we made it. We made it. You've seen all the patches go by. I mean, you're a veteran at this point. You've seen so many different Dota patches. What kind of outcome does this type of patch usually bring? Because it just kind of feels a little bit of tweaks here, a little bit of tweaks there. Doesn't really feel like there's anything major. What's your read on it?
I feel like it's very hard to decipher. I think most patches, the way they normally work is there's a ripple effect, right? Like you see this Mage Slayer being nerfed, so maybe Lash became stronger, you know, in a way.
Sure.
Or there are some patches where Pipe becomes more expensive, and then suddenly this Sand King or this Coddle goes up in stocks, you know, just because people don't buy these items anymore. I feel like the previous, or the patch from yesterday, at least Corrosion buyers looked like all the hype. But now without Corrosion, what's the new Corrosion? Do people buy Falcon Blade again? It's now gonna come back, you know, what's the item? Do people go Corrosion anyway? I wanna see what's up, you know. Show me pro players. Oh, bless you. Show me what the pro players are doing. What do they think of the patch? Because obviously they are way better than any of us here. So hopefully we get some Dota soon.
Yeah, we're in the game. We're in the game. People just fixing up their mouses, which is why you have to witness me sneeze here. For everybody complaining about how there's no sneezes on camera, there you have it. Okay, it's gonna happen one way or another. But Paravision versus Spirit, both teams that I think nobody really is expecting to start out here in the lower bracket, especially if the profile of these players, especially if how well they've been doing in the past season. But we will have it ready for you. Game number 1 of Paravision versus Spirit. We'll be hopping into it right now.
Oh, I feel better already. I'm squealing now.
Quick look at the facets. I guess Go Nuts is really the only one you can opt for now on the Hoodwink. They went for the Bad Influence. So no attack speed limit, and grants his allies attack speed as well. So that's really gonna help out the Beastmaster as well as the Monkey King.
And just attack speed for the boys. Get a drums on your Warlock maybe.
Yeah.
So this like upheaval grants attack speed for talent or something, right? Does Warlock still have that?
Yeah, he does.
Alright, so attack speed for days.
Yeah, but I guess the question is, Spirit, it looks like their timing is a lot earlier. Do you still, I guess you still have to build Battle Fury on the Troll, right? Or do you think we'll see a bit more of a mix-up? Maybe something like a Mjolnir coming out early for Radan?
I assume Radan's gonna go Battle Fury, but I wouldn't hate the Mjolnir this game. Like just having 2 Mjolnirs, him and Laurel, looks pretty nice. I wonder how they'll itemize, because there's also a world where Monkey just buys something else, right? Like again, we talked about the Deso. It's pretty good this game against Storm, against CM, against Bounty. It's really low armor heroes.
Yeah.
Again, their heroes so much attack speed, so much physical damage. Hoodwink Beast, Troll, 9 class. Good die 9 class.
Must have spotted him out with some body blocking. Kind of made the read that he was there, and they'll give the first blood over to Radan. Nicely done by the side of Team Spirit. Put themselves on the board. And I do want to bring everyone's attention. Oh no, the ward.
It's intentional.
I know, but I don't know how much of an impact it's going to have, because it feels like Radan cancelled out whatever effect that would have by getting the first blood. Now Miposhka's going to be in position to just kind of block as well. Doesn't manage to get that creep. Unfortunately, it's under the tower. But things should even out. Not too bad. Okay, I think the big change on the map, we'll see it once we glance up to the top lane there. It's the hard camp that has been just kind of changed up in terms of terrain, right? We see Collapse taking a bit of an early beating, 9 class. Coming back up here, post respawn, I guess they just, with that ward delaying the creep wave, think that Bristleback can handle himself and put on some pressure onto the Beastmaster instead.
I like this. I think it's important to get Satanic a good start. It's also just Pierre as a hero, once he gets this, let's say, advantage in the first 2 minutes or first 3 waves, his kill threat just goes up exponentially, especially with CM, right? Imagine this level 2 PA with Corrosion versus this beast with like no wave, no CS in the first wave. They also get a pull. 9 class does return back down here though, so just a little start off. You don't like the other hoodwink facet, Mike?
It's
The
not
hip
that.
shot.
It's not that I don't like it. It just kind of feels a bit tacky. You know what I mean? Doesn't. Why wouldn't you want the bonus attack and cast range? Just get that bushwhack from like in the middle of fog or something like that.
But you get a faster sharpshooter. It's called the hip shot, man.
No, I get.
It's
Look,
the
I
hip
get it. But if he's just kind of blasting that out to try and break the bristleback, I'm sure he's just gonna wind it up and instantly fire that out anyway. I think the damage is not really a problem for his team. He just wants to break, right?
Fine.
Yeah.
I will accept your argument.
Yeah. Ain't coming at me for no reason. Hip shot, please listen to yourself.
What do you mean? You're a hip shot.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but it sounded offensive.
Yeah, it sounded really rude actually. You need to watch it. Oh my goodness. Started things off contentious. Both these teams very peaceful with each other. You gotta stir some shit yourself, eh?
Yeah. Where's my Amar?
Yeah, true. Spicy all chat.
Battle.
I will say yesterday the all chat from Falcons a lot more tame than usual, and honestly a lot more PMA, a lot more friendly. You know, I feel like
Because of cream rate,
in
right?
other situations they'd be like smiley facing and like just kind of tipping aggressively. Sorry guys.
Nice.
Dude, this is
Who says my bad bug? As if it's my fault that I had a bug. G from Collapse. I like that.
it's so funny because Miposhka without even thinking said it's okay.
They're just wholesome little people, man.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
Says
that's
the
kind of new
players
patch
are
things, right?
nice.
You probably a lot of new little spaghetti code that Paravision are not used to. Maybe something not quite working like it used to before. They'll be back
What
though.
the bug is. Tell me they'll have this Monkey King tree. You know the Monkey King bug when you watch a replay and there's this huge ass tree on your screen.
Yeah, that was fun.
I should make that a facet.
What's the facet that he's just perpetually a tree, or the tree is
You
like
block half
ginormous?
your screen.
What do you
He
say?
boundless strikes you, half your screen gets a tree.
What?
Just can't see.
Why
the left
would
side
that-
of your screen?
Why would you? That sounds so broken. That sounds like Mars Arena with Bloodsport.
Oh, you only block half.
Half a screen?
Yeah.
I'm so
the
glad
tree,
you're
you
not
need
on
the
the
tree.
design team for Dota 2. There's nothing but awful suggestions. First hip shot, now this. My
Let's
goodness.
start from somewhere, man.
That's true. Well, Paravision.
Suggestion.
I mean, Spirit and Paravision for both of these teams, they're gonna have to start their journey back to the top right here, right? Like you said, these are teams that you kind of expect to end up in maybe top 3 of the tournament. I still turn around. Zukal is taking a lot of damage from this hoodwink. Rue will be able to get himself that kill. A Satanic forced to run. Yeah, the Hawk is doing way too much.
Oh,
Radiant structures.
nicely done. Just a nice turn there. CM a little too weak. So the advantage that Satanic had kind of getting counteracted by the kill from Collapse there. Mid lane. Talk about this monkey being good against the Storm, but no one just doing a really good job here.
Before we talk a bit about the mid lane, I wanted to address the whole Beastmaster, Helm Dom, Helm Overlord conundrum, because I feel like most of the times when we see Beastmasters go for that Helm Dom, they choose the other facet, the Wild Hunt, right? More attack speed for your units around you. Collapse has still gone for the Beast mode, which indicates that he might still go for that Axe build-up. I wonder whether you're still rushing the Axe and just getting the Dom later on, or whether it changes anything, because even before that Helm Dom change, it's not like Beastmaster was a weak hero.
You're right. I also feel there's no like necessity for Helm in this game, right? Like Pierre kind of kills it pretty fast. Bristle doesn't care about Helm very much either.
Sure.
I definitely can see him just going for the eggs. It gives them more team fight, more skilling, especially with Fatal Bonds right in the drum beat.
The amount of damage that can come out in a short time, very crazy. And you combo Fatal Bonds with any sort of AoE damage, of which you have quite a bit, right? You got the axes coming through. You know, if you get the Monkey King Wukongs on top of Fatal Bonds, that's going to be really painful stuff for Paravision.
9 class being super annoying, doubling the wave here. But Spirit, that's a catapult double wave that's gonna come in. I wonder if Rue's gonna make a move down here too. Kinda abuse. I guess he can't really leave his Beastmaster. It's a bit too early into the game.
Yeah, I also wonder whether they can actually threaten DM, right? Like he's pretty tanky, he can just kind of walk away. Don't really have the best stuns other than the initial bushwhack, and then that's about it.
So that has Arcane, so you're probably right. We will just see the Eggs build coming out.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
That lane is a clown fest, man.
Yeah, what is happening?
Stick charge. Thank you. Stick charge. Stick charge. I can hear his voice as he hits Bristleback. It's like, thank you, I have 20 now.
There's not much you can do with it though.
Man, we take free stick charges.
Oh, did you see that cool little interaction? I'm not sure whether that's how it worked or whether my eyes deceived me, but Radan launched a ranged auto attack on the courier and then switched to melee and it instant killed it.
Yeah, people used to do it with Calling Blade to last hit. It was so stupid. Showing us why he picked the Troll Warlock.
Yep, specifically to kill that one courier. Very cool.
You never know, man. I've worked with a lot of pro players. You don't understand the reasons behind it, but sometimes it's not about knowing the right reasons.
Collapse in the top lane, gonna get focused down. Nice rotation there from 9 class. Realistically speaking, he wasn't even needed. It was Ducalis and Satanic with the setup. Looking for the hoodwink in the tree line now, but scurrying away a bit too quick. Kind of trying to maybe set up for the 7-minute Wisdom Shrines here. Lau will mirror that rotation to the bot lane.
It's really just here. You're gonna try and trade. No one's coming top. Spirit probably just gonna go to their side of the map. I said, but Collapse is tipping, so is Lau.
Okay, want to try and contest. Rue is gonna come in. Just kind of put his body there. They now know that 9 class is on the shrine itself. They don't have any form of detection, so it's just gonna be a little bit of a standoff here.
The dust is flying out.
Alright, it's on its way.
9 class, how long can you wait here?
I mean, he's level 2. He has nowhere more important to be, right? Like, he's just kind of trying to waste as much time as possible. Gonna now step up. Dust doesn't clip him. Very, very nice timing. A lot of just kind of precious time Lau wastes just being on the side lanes, trying to gank. He does secure double shrine for his team though, so that's very valuable.
Dude, that's so huge. 9 class is level 2. Rue is level 5. You also have Warlock who gets extra levels. This is... Yeah, this is looking bad. It's also because Lau made the movement to bot super early, right? So he got Jingle stacks off hitting the Bristleback too. So the TV top had extra value. No one wanted nothing to do with that.
Setup in the mid lane shouldn't be something that Storm cannot just zip away from though. Some pressure being put on as the 8-minute rune comes up. Gonna spawn in the top lane, and that's where Paravision have the priority. Lau just gonna jump in and snag it from right under Ducalis' nose. No one, he doesn't dare to commit because look at who's here, Collapse. On the prowl, beautiful Fatal Bonds. They'll just get the kill onto 9 class easily. No one again just has to zip away, and Lau still chasing under the tower. Might be a bit too far forward though, not respecting Ducalis and the damage. And Satanic's now joined the fray. Slicing up Miposhka way too deep from the Monkey King, baiting in his team. They pay the big price for it.
Yeah, I don't know about that dive. Was a bit overzealous, maybe mischief on cooldown, maybe a little bit of a misplay, but Satanic comes in and cleans up Miposhka too, which is pretty nice. That's a level 5 Warlock. The only sad part for Paravision is probably 9 class not getting EXP from that. Goes down super early in the fight.
Yeah. A small silver lining is the fact that Radan and Collapse were just farming it up on their respective side lanes, but some losses incurred by Spirit. Not part of the plan there. The nice haste rune grab, but giving that kill over back to no one is going to help him out a lot. Now, they will still rotate up here. Beat down Ducalis, look for Satanic. He is in big trouble. Raw available, but they can't close the distance. The Blink Strike, despite the nerf, still enough to get him away. They'll just have to settle for the tier 1.
Son of Yotaro will make it out to live another day. This does open up the top tower though. Paravision, we talked about them not really having team fight, right? And DM is kind of in recovery mode right now, so any map for Team Spirit, especially to help Collapse, kind of take over this top ancient side is pretty significant. Taking the offlane tower with Beast. I've seen the replays, 33 just kind of lives in the area. Probably see the same for Collapse here.
We've seen a lot of carries this patch. They like to farm in those outer banks area in the top part of the river or the bottom part of the river, and now taking that space away, Satanic's gonna be a little bit lacking in terms of resources. No one again in a good spot for the rune. A regen is gonna help him with his next move if he chooses to try and rotate bot and find Radahn.
Spirit's just so strong right now because of the levels. Look at his CM and bounties, level 3. Who can even give up the lane? I guess PA can jungle, but even in jungle he's being hunted. Golem dropped.
Raw dropped. Everything. Ripper's Lash slapped around, broken up and abused. Satanic gets killed and Radahn makes it through the twin gate just in time. They're gonna try and chase him. Do they spot him? Nice chase down from no one. Had the ward there on the twin gate and Radahn does not escape. So what looked like a great move from Spirit, they end up trading even. Lau will try and contest 9cast in the mid lane, but again, this Monkey King way too deep by himself. We'll get the Jingle off, but Boundless already used and Lau will drop again. No one kind of outdoing his counterpart here with some of the moves and opening up space for his team on the map.
And this is just no one show. Storm kind of cooking right now. The regen rune coming in clutch, letting him chase down Radahn and even TP to the mid lane. Vision gonna put some pressure of their own.
And there's no raw. Yeah, no raw, no ultimates. What? How do they even walk up to this?
Halberd on DM too, so we talked about the troll counter. Look at his business hour. It's like a brown boots counter. He looks so weird, man.
He knows.
It's really good, right? We talked about the physical damage on Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Super high value item here.
Still is the break this game so that it's not like DM is completely unkillable, but
We need to do a better job of looking at the runes here. I think not allowing this storm to get runes or even getting runes for Lau can be super important because Lau will get the rune.
It was at the cost of his life though. It's an easy pickup, last minute one there. Very, very nice. It must have been a Lotus fed to him. No one very low on the mana, but they don't have vision up on that high ground. They don't want to overdive again.
The level 3 heal. Level's coming into play again. No one almost gets the kill. Wukong is used, but Team Spirit will be happy to just deny the Storm the rune. I think no one with these runes has been super annoying.
Yeah.
Deep 80 rune on Miposhka. Chunking into the tower.
My goodness, this Warlock is laying in heavy. Unfortunately, can't get the tower though. Very sad. But yeah, it hasn't really changed. Like the slight nerf on Orb of Corrosion hasn't really stopped this Monkey King from still building into it. But he has switched gears a bit. So instead of going for that Mage Slayer, he's now looking at that Diffusal instead. Hot lane.
Right against Bristol and Storm.
Onto Miposhka. Poor little Warlock gets spotted out, and that gives 9 class his level 6. So some track kills perhaps on the menu coming up for Paravision.
Finally, baby. He is no one's goal source, right? He's the investment fund that no one wants.
Yeah.
Having such a good game on this Storm now. With track kills, Poshkar and Ru have to be a little bit more careful. They're super susceptible to the Storm kills. Lau even are pretty easy kills for Storm, CM, Bounty. Especially early on in this game.
Yeah. Bounty Hunter's kind of the sugar daddy right now, right? Like, as long as you roll up with him, you play with him, he's gonna reward you with a ton of money. Of course, you're going to be rewarded with a lot of behind-the-scenes content and all the updates you need about Fissure Studios and their tournaments. You follow us on our socials. Follow Fissure socials by typing !F in chat. You'll get a link to all of it. So be sure to subscribe. Follow Fissure there. Another contest, 9 class. Looking for an avenue, you gotta get in here to contest in time, and Collapse will at least deny it. Pop the raw, 9 class, he's not getting out of this one. One more X. Not even needed. The drum beats will knock him down, but ends up being a bit of a trade out because DM gets some free time in the mid lane to just punch that tower down.
One again with the rune. No track here though. See what we find.
We'll try and contest DM. The break just causes him to melt. Easy setup there. DM wandering a bit too far away from where Storm Spirit was positioned.
This is a kill. This chance.
Enough one charges to get himself up towards mana for the battle trance as well, so Wanting to risk it. 9 class is nowhere nearby. It's just no one in Ducalis down here, and they have to try and back all the way out Ducalis. But run into range. Yeah, this is a very slow CM.
Commander fight.
And they're not even going to make it there if they lose this CM. Out of the contest. Dropping low now, though. Maybe a bit too far forward. Again on this monkey. He needs to watch himself. Miposhka had that golem to drop, and he's tracked up so low on the monkey. Gonna turn around the Bowlers with the setup. It's zipping forward to try and kill him. Miposhka looking for an avenue to drop the rock, but can't find it onto no one. As the Storm again. Big playmaker for the side of Paravision. Can he play his way out of this one? Starting to get hunted down. Root not even needed, but he has that TP. Needs a bit of mana. Bushwhack gonna find him, and Radan all over him. Still trying to zip, still trying to play no one on a sliver of HP, a hope and a dream, but with the axes coming through, he's gonna get cut down. Radan finds that dominating kill streak, and Spirit take big wins in the bot side of the map.
No space for them, but this is Team Spirit's timing. Maybe not so much, but collapse with the Axe complete. Miposhka, so much discipline to not drop the golem there. He understood Lara was dead, and he was looking at the Storm the whole time. I see them get this for free right now. The pace ramps up. We talked about Spirit being fast, and you see how strong they are right now before the items come out on this Bristle, on this PA. Just the outright team fight and spells they have. Enters Boomerang too for Rue. Super nice. Little bit of a spell damage amp with the Beastmaster, with the Fatal Bonds.
You imagine you get that with a Fatal Bonds. You get that on like 2 or 3 heroes, amp up the spell damage. In comes a bunch of axes.
On Lara. Kind of worried for his Monkey King though. I know they have a lot of strong team fight, but he kind of needs BKB to cast spells. Speaking of cast spells.
Nice little tree cut there from Satanic. Very cute play, but it might not bail him out of this sticky situation. Link striking away. Teammates are trying to stream over, but it's way too late for that. Rue and Collapse get it done. They had more than enough damage, but now Paravision looking to punish. Throw a couple of spells out. All they find is some balls for now. Miposhka is in fact around Collapse, maybe baiting a little bit. There is a golem. Drop the fatal, drop the rock. It's a lot of damage onto no one. He's dropping so low in the trees again. If they can find this Storm, that will be worth it. They trade out, and it's Radan who gets the kill again. Oh, no one was the big playmaker for them in this early stage of the game, but now he's starting to drop. He's trying to find these opportunities, but it's just coming at a cost. And Spirit, like you said, they're a bit too strong right now. Look at Ducalis. He's just gonna get shot down. Rue with another beautiful sharpshooter. These kills, the gold, it's starting to flow into the pockets of Team Spirit. Getting advantages across the map and playing at a pace that Paravision, they just can't keep up.
Team Spirit, right place, right time. It's so hard for no one. You see his kills, they take some time, and once the golem drops any chain stun, he just kind of goes down. Has to exhaust so much of his mana to just kind of keep up. His Bristle, so not really having the impact we thought he would. He's doing okay in net worth, but DM, without the Sting Red facet, going for Snot Rocket, which honestly is probably the more common facet, right?
Yeah,
not really able to have a huge impact running into their heroes.
Track out on the Monkey King is so annoying because he just can't get that freedom in the tree line. Always scared about the Storm just zipping through and cutting you down, but hasn't really been the case so far. A couple of overextensions in the early game from Lal, but still has led to Spirit being at a 5k gold lead. In a very good position with most of their items. You gotta imagine that Spirit will be looking for a small teamfight win, maybe 1 or 2 major pickoffs, and just head on into that Roche.
Spirit, they're kind of grouping for mid tower now. Collapse has his first dagger.
He absolutely knows. Reads 9 class like a book. Free tower. It'd just be a free Roche. 28 seconds without your bounty, but Team Spirit, you're gonna head on over there.
And that's just the thought process playing against 9 class, right? It's like, where is the most annoying place he can be? Oh, right here. Dust.
It's worked out for them twice now, even in that level 1 sort of situation where he was right next to them trying to contest that bounty.
No one's gonna go for a steal. It's super hard though. What the hell? I thought Roshan respawned.
Yeah.
With the scam.
Yeah, this caught me off guard a little bit here at FISSURE Universe Episode 4. Watching the official stream from FISSURE Studios.
They have a pretty nice observer here. They know some heroes are on the high ground. Who's hunting?
This Roche is bugging me out, man. Like, the fact that he's just gotta... I keep thinking he's gonna randomly toss Miposhka, like, aside.
Another rune deny. Prevision, they want to use their timing though. BKB on Satanic, Arcane Rune on no one. They can take a good fight here if they find the right target. Maybe Laurel or even Miposhka. I feel like Miposhka is probably the biggest kill they can find.
I mean, Miposhka needs to die. So far, these Fatal Bonds and the Golems, they've just been such high impact. Feels like Paravision's draft not very forgiving. They need to try and jump in, burst the hero, but if they aren't able to do so before that Golem comes out, can be very painful. Speaking of pain, broken up in the mid lane. Again, DM is just an easy kill for Team Spirit to pick up. Goes on the wave and gets punished for it.
Yeah, he kind of had to, but it's just Bristle into Hoodwing, right? We know. Oh my god, again. That was so close. Bristle into Hoodwing, the break. Lau with the Jingle does not care about the kill spray damage. Collapse has his own lifesteal from the eggs. And Team Spirit, they're looking super dominant right now. Just need to be careful of positioning, maybe not give away a fight where Satanic cleans up. And I think the game is looking pretty much in their favor right now.
Yeah, this game just feels so free. As long as you're not getting caught out on Ru on Miposhka to start the fight, the setup is easy. Again, Paravision, with that last pick Bristleback, it has seemed like such a strong hero in this current patch, but you pick it confidently into the, you know, the break of the Hoodwing. Is that like just lack of respect there? I mean, maybe it's a matchup that I'm sure DM, he's played tons of games of Bristleback. He's played against breaks before, but it's really proving to bite him in the butt here.
I think it's just the formula they play with, right? DM's usually the wave push, Satanic's the kind of 1v5 carry, no one's the enabler, but I felt like they like the team fight, you know? I feel like Spirit has too much team fight with their first 4 picks.
Yeah, the Atos from Ru has been such high value. He's been getting himself involved in so many of the kills and a lot of net worth on this Hoodwink. Atos complete as well as the Glimmer. 7-0 and 7 scoreline. Hoodwink, we back?
Hoodwink, we back. Hip shot for what?
Yeah, hip shot for what indeed?
I don't think it would have made a difference though. I feel like Scurry has not had that much impact yet, but...
What do you mean? He scurried and he got that long-range Atos, man.
Fair. But if Atos is cast from further away, it's easier to dodge.
I guess so. Not if you're boundless struck. Take that.
If you're boundless struck, you don't need to be Atos anyway.
Yeah, you do. How did they kill no one right there?
Alright. I will lose 0-2 right now.
Yeah, 0-2. You're not
best
doing
of
too hot
15.
today. A best of 15? Okay, I guess we have 2 games.
Got 2 series.
We'll get to 15. We'll get to 15. A full day, by the way, in case you guys missed it. This is not the only series happening today. We got Spirit Paravision, lower bracket. Andra Liquid, lower bracket. What is happening? It just kind of feels like this tournament has been a bit of a tailspin. Like, I don't even really understand the power levels fluctuating in real time.
Alright. Let me go back to my point about this Bristleback, right? I feel like it fits in their formula of Paravision where they want to farm, but I feel like they like teamfight. You know, when you ask me what they want to pick, I think even from Spirit's ban, they removed like Centaur and Brew, right? Like, hey, what can this guy actually play that is gonna enable them? And right now, they have 3 cores that don't really help each other. They have Bounty that gives vision, and CM's not really a kill combo with any of these heroes.
Maybe in the earlier stages of the game, but at this point, not so much. 4-star away, still caught by the Bushwhack. Radan wants to pop the BKB on the front lines. Team Spirit just kind of feels like they're baiting a fight here. They're not scared of DM at all. Radan will just chop him into little pieces and looking at Ducalis now. But Radan, maybe he's a bit too deep. A bit too far away for the rest of the Team Spirit to help him, but now no one's jumping in. He has to be so careful of Aurora. That's the setup and that's the kill. Lau with a boundless strike on the back line of Paravision and a huge wrong form and Fatal Bonds. Can you still try and fight in this situation? Collab's gonna run in, start banging on the drums, and that lingering damage is gonna get 9 class. That's the DM buyback as well. Paravision tried to stand their ground. It costs them Radan on Team Spirit. But they're still the ones with the advantage. It's the Beastmaster with the Aegis.
Radan going a bit too deep, feeling strong with the BKB. A little hungry, but gets punished. I think that was a pretty nice fight for Paravision, honestly. They used Golem. Again, this failed once is a problem. Until Satanic gets this Manta, maybe? I don't know why he's going for SMR Manta. And this Lotus on DM. This failed Warlock is always going to be a problem because there's no like insta-kill, right? Their kill right now, the only way they kill Warlock is that if Satanic goes in, crits, and no one jumps on him, that's like their stun. There's no way to actually stop this Warlock from casting spells.
Oh, Rue knows exactly where Satanic is. Nice little dodge away with the blur, but still can't get out of that point blank. Atos boundless. Blink strike away, dead. Lau gets the kill. Spirit, despite losing cause a little bit here and there, it still hasn't really changed the game state of it being drastically in their favor. 11k gold lead now at the 24-minute mark.
You want to kill a carry, nowhere to find him. This feels like the only place carries die nowadays. It's either there or they're in mid lane because they can't be there.
Yeah. You kill them once there, they're just like, okay, I'll adjust, I'll go farm mid, and then you set up on the mid wave.
It's also the typical SOP, right? You die once there, then there's the Radiant has Observer Ward here ping. Double Glimmer coming out for Spirit. So they understand these fights are just about kiting. Look at Ru, he's owning, but his items are Glimmer, Ghost Scepter. He understands that any fight dragging out is just super favorable for Team Spirit right now. You see Bounty Hunter making a move to the Lotus here. Boschka finds him. Buy 9 class.
Yeah, 9 class. You know, he's a ton of signature heroes throughout this tournament, throughout the past few months. Bounty doesn't really strike me as one of them. And I mean, even though I'm sure he's very good on the hero, it feels like Team Spirit know exactly where to find him. They have not been tricked by his moves at any point in this game.
It just feels like there's no one to really help him, right? And when I say no one, it's literally no one. It's just the Storm that can really kill anyone with how the game's been going. Had a pretty nice early game, but it felt like after it was 1 or 2 deaths, the game just kind of felt really hard. Paravision not as far ahead as they would like to be with this Bounty CM Bristle. It's
one of those things where you probably, I mean, it looks like, okay, you need the Storm Spirit to play, but you can't even really blame him with how fast Team Spirit were playing. He had to kind of throw his body in the mix to get 1 or 2 of these kills, and by the time he did so, suffered as a result. Still making good headway towards the BKB for himself, though. That could be a timing for Paravision.
Redan's chilling away from his team. Team Spirit in farm mode right now. Probably gonna wait for the next Aegis. I think Troll feels like he does need the Aegis to play the game. Also very happy with the game state. Pick up another free Tormentor right now. I wonder what's Paravision's comeback point in this game. I feel like it's really just Satanic go kill, you know? Get to that point. Maybe no one with his BKB. The Atos has been a pain in his ass so far. Ru obviously having a really great game. This early Atos, just this boundless Wukong and lockdown combo. Right? It's been no one's bane so far. No one to able to really help him. No force stuff, nothing.
And again, 9 class. It just feels like everywhere he goes, there's a sentry or a dust waiting for him, and he's not had the time of day. 0, 8, and 6, a very uncharacteristic scoreline from an otherwise extremely talented player. You were saying, Adam, that he feels like the next gen, like the leading next generation of Phosphors coming out in this current season of pro players, and it's rare to see him have such a difficult game.
I think they're all having a difficult game. He really only can scout, right? Yeah. Running into these sentries. That's why I say, like, I used to play this Bounty Riki like almost every game, right? And I feel like every time I played against the more veteran players, it always felt harder because they understood how to control the map a bit more. Like, I'm sure players like 9 class and all, they understand this as well as a concept, but we went through this patch like in, I would say 2014, 2015, where Bounty was just a first pick hero and everyone kind of learned how to play in areas with Op Sentry, you know?
Yeah.
We see Miposhka's experience setting it up, right? Just the wards from them, the War Sentry, twice getting 9 class.
I mean, one thing about Spirit, even during the TI wins, everybody was talking it up to Miposhka and how amazing his vision control was. Clearly not a skill that has been lost in recent times. Been very sharp about making sure they have control of key areas on the map. Leaving Paravision with not much room to work with. But still, the theme this tournament, in a funny way, has been, regardless of the net worth, somehow losing teams still find an angle. And I'm not saying that net worth doesn't matter. All I'm saying is that the game isn't so easy to just stomp and smoke your opponents anymore. We'll look for DM here. Roche has respawned. DM in trouble. Nice 4-star away. He's broken up. Gets the Lotus to dispel that. Crystal Clone holding the side of Team Spirit at bay as the rest of Paravision are able to escape. That's the Wukong's command used. Could be an opening for Paravision to try and find a fight.
I wonder what they're gonna do here. There's still a Golem and Fatal Bonds for the pit. Again, no burst for this Warlock. It's super scary to commit. Maybe just leave Satanic in the pit alone. Some boost from DM. And definitely solo it.
And this is good info for Paravision as well. They have a bunch of tracks out on the Spirit Hero, so no potential for a surprise setup. Spirit really just gonna give this one up?
It's so slow.
It is very slow, but the Goo starting to stack up. Lal is still tracked. They see the Monkey King coming. They have 20 more seconds until Roche starts moving. They're gonna try. No one jumping forward, but Collapse beats him to the punch. Up there, but the Beastmaster just goes down. They fully collapse. Satanic focuses down the Beastmaster and Rune now with his defensive items, gets back up to the high ground. Bushwhacks away, but surely he's gonna drop next. Cracked up. This could be the fight that the side of Paravision were waiting for. They've been patient long enough. And the Fatal Bonds rock only got to clip one. Damage starting to pour out though, but Lal just goes down. Satanic, he's a bit too strong. Radan, he has to do it all, but he's starting to rip them into shreds. The Fatal Bonds damage, it's doing way too much.
Oh my god, Team Spirit. Pulling a rabbit out of a hat there. It looks so good for Paravision, right? It's the start onto Collapse, not getting off the Roar, not getting off the BKB dice. I told you the only way Paravision will fight is Satanic go kill, and you can't just murder the Collapse to start it off.
Satanic's reaching that point. Very high levels on the PA. Level 21. Almost finishing up the Satanic. That would have allowed him to commit a bit deeper, but for now, Radan still a force to be reckoned with. Especially once all your ultimates and spells are used. Oh, he's in a very annoying spot. Just out of vision. 9 class. Trust him to know all these little nooks and crannies. Radan forced to retreat. The rest of Spirit coming back in though. Now it's complicated for Paravision. They still have the Raw, still have the Wukongs available. How's he? Okay. What is this spot?
No fucking way.
Wait, do they legit not see him?
I don't know, but the patch needs to be patched again. He sees Roche too.
Oh my goodness. Ducalis trying to get the steal, but Radan pops the BKB like you said. All the sneaky moves aside, it's not gonna matter. They beat him to a pulp. They see him now.
That would have been so illegal. Almost gets the Aegis, but Radan a bit too fast on the fingers. The years of experience.
I mean, you kind of also
with army.
maybe expect a Storm Zip come in Hail Mary play to try and contest, right? Not like you see any of Paravision, so definitely something in the back of your mind. But Spirit, 73% win probability now. They've done a good job getting themselves ahead in this game. Now it's about whether they can close it. Team Paravision, if they can connect on the right hero, specifically get Collapse, get Rue out of the picture, the control is rather lacking from the side of Team Spirit. Allows Paravision to dance around the fight a lot easier.
Yeah, but Lao is close to his nullifier, and that's gonna stop the 4-star counterplays, which is kind of the only counterplay they have against this Wukong right now, right? It's the only one we saw earlier. Radan has the MKB complete too, so Satanic can't really blink in. I'm sure Radan, as soon as he sees PA, he's gonna turn. Go Scepter onto DM too. Not gonna be the most useful. Lao already able to remove it. Parasma onto no one. This team fight still is just, I feel like it's all Miposhka, man. Every fight, even that 2v4 fight, just Fatal Bonds, Golem. It's so cheating when you face one hero and like whole win conditions, like I need to press 2 buttons.
He didn't even press the second button that well, right? Like he literally got a Golem on one Bristleback.
Bristleback, yeah.
Like literally it only connected on DM. But he still managed to get the Fatal Bonds onto 4 thanks to that daytime vision and the high ground advantage. Spirit, what do they want to do here? It's still quite a bit until, you know, this Aegis expires, so they're biding their time, maybe waiting to regroup, fix up some of these lanes.
Just hunting a little. Looks like they still want to get more items. They understand that they're ahead, but they're not like brain dead, we're gonna win level. You be careful of positioning, especially on Miposhka, right? He's just the most important hero. Start out here.
Ru tries to get a setup, but Lal, he was the one setting up on the mid lane. Satanic gets found! Satanic needs to get out! BKB Pop trying to blur! Gets the Blink Strike away onto DM, but Radan, hard on his heels, doesn't want to give this one up. Another Blink Strike, meanwhile, no one on the back line. They get 9 class. They tried to set up on the Hoodwink, but they pay the price for it. And the stun! The stun on the last bit of BKB! Oh, that did not work out the way that Paravision wanted. I can tell you that for free. You can
BKB.
You can tell
Mike.
the panic kind of setting in a little bit there for Paravision. They're desperately trying to find whatever they can on the map. They spot a glimpse of the Hoodwing, try to set up, but suddenly they see the Monkey King all over their PA, and they have no choice but to try and commit to distract the side of Team Spirit. Comes at such a cost though. 35 seconds without your Storm Spirit. No one. He's been the big playmaker for Paravision so far. Now Radan on your high ground. Just turn around on 9 class. Hey, how dare you show yourself? Such an easy kill. And more seconds until the storm is up. They have to respect the zip from the fountain, but it's an easy tower to get with the troll beating on your doorstep. Adam, you talked about this. You can't just ignore Radan, and he is scaling up big time.
Team Spirit feeling giga strong right now. These fights again, they're just too easy, it feels like. Do you see Satanic there? Once Radan got on top of him, he just had to run. This is your 4-slot PA. He has Night Fire queued up. But there's just so much control. Even if he pops BKB, there's Golem, there's Roar. Where's the damage supposed to come in from? It's definitely not coming from DM. No one's trying his best, but these items on the supports, the net worth on both Ru and Warlock, the Glimmers, the Ghost Scepters, how do you really stick onto them? It's so hard, man.
Look at Miposhka's items. Solar Crest, Vlad, and Glimmer. He's full-on Aura man right now. He knows exactly what he needs to do as long as he can survive to drop that rock and the Fatal Bonds. Even if it's onto 2 cores, it's gonna be very meaningful. And it feels like Team Spirit.
No.
They are... It almost feels like cheating a little bit with this Warlock. Paravision, they only have one opportunity in these fights, the initial jump. And if they can't make that work, they just slowly but surely fall apart.
Team Spirit trying to sweep. Don't really want to hit high ground, looking for a pick off. They have good wards in the mid lane. You see no one. They might TPs to the outpost as well. You know where Paravision is.
Process of elimination there. Both carries pretty nearby each other, but they have no idea. Seems like Paravision have some semblance of an inkling. No one, forced to pop the BKB and just zip out. That's a defensive BKB pop.
Do you see his talent on Radan? He has the Whirling Axis Pierce's magic immunity, so even more man fight power against Satanic.
Oh,
There's
yikes.
no way this PA fights you. It's
Yeah.
actually just no way.
That's so annoying.
I feel like we so commonly see the left one. I didn't even know what the right one was till I took a look.
Yeah, that's true. It's always the Battletron Strong Dispel just because it's such a reset button in the fight.
Nothing to reset this time.
I mean, what do you care about, right? Just a little bit of goo, just a little track or whatnot. Who cares? They're literally the raid boss right now.
Literally is going for a Silver Edge next. They'll break off his own. Really nice against the PA and the Bristleback. Also gonna give them like more map kill. Vision, they're smoking out though. They know this is a losing game. The longer they wait, the harder it gets.
Oh, if they can find Miposhka or Ru, that'll be huge. Wrapping around, they have to go onto Radan first, but take a look at the counter-initiate turn. It's just waiting to happen. It looks like a disaster. Boundless strike, and they only find 9 class. Haven't really used much else yet. Paravision, they can buy back on this bounty hunter. I thought for sure Miposhka would just come in and drop a rock on all 4 of their heads, but the Warlock a little bit too slow this time round. Doesn't really matter. They don't lose anything on Spirit.
They're just saving spells. Miposhka knows, Collapse knows. He tried to Raw Storm, didn't get it. He's like, okay, I won't press this button. Same with Poshka. Do I really need to use Golem if Satanic or Noah isn't committing onto someone? The answer is no.
Yeah. Very, very straightforward state of affairs here. Like you mentioned, Spirit, this game feels easy for them. It's almost like just checking things off a checkbox. If you don't see Satanic come in, no point dropping the rock, no point dropping the roll. Wait until no one commits, and then you start pressing your spells. Everything else doesn't matter. This Bounty Hunter's just nothing but a very weak meat shield at this point. And now you look at the draft of Paravision. In isolation, if you just look at the heroes, you can kind of understand what they were trying to go for, right? They wanted to play around no one. Like you said, the main enabler of the team. DM, that last pick, Bristleback, obviously was meant to be a front line to give information for the Storm, for the PA, but I don't think they anticipated just how much they would lose out in this early game. DM barely had any game to start with. Radan basically got free farm. Thing can be said for Collapse, and they just ran a truck over the map.
Yeah, Radan goes for a Butterfly. Doesn't feel the need for the Silver Edge. More unkillable. There's like no way anyone gets any true strike. Just poking at each other a little. Satanic.
Set up in the mid lane. Drop the rock, drop the nullifier. BKB pop Satanic. We'll try and turn around. Commit onto Ru with his own nullifier. Getting him very low, and the hoodwink goes down. Wukong's command dropped onto him, but he's able to blur strike away. Okay, not too bad. Wukong's wasted. They haven't gotten anything. Not too bad of a situation for Paravision. Roll comes out though. Who have they found? The PA, but Satanic boundless. Now he's being controlled. Now he doesn't have a BKB, and he's actually gonna turn around and try and commit. Use the back line, freezing field to cover his tracks. They're still managing to push the side of Spirit back. This is looking rough now. No one starting to jump around. Max Mana punishing the side of Team Spirit, and Radan, he has to do it all.
Oh my, the ninja.
All these fatal bonds, but Radan, he's way too strong. Lao's gonna come back in and just beat them up. You might have taken down the supporting cast of Spirit, but you can't shrug off the troll just yet. They're trying to slow them down. Who's slowing them down, but they need to be careful. Buyback on Satanic. Now Spirit, they need to try and run. Lao's gonna get control. They'll focus him down first. Ignore the troll. Just kite him around. Keep him slow to a crawl.
Dan, can he do it? He has the talent for it.
He's gonna try. Satanic is controlled, but Satanic has the help. Satanic has his friends around him. DM might not.
Red boss, baby.
They are pulling him left, right, and center. Radan, he's trying his damn best, but it's not enough. Satanic finishes the job with a crit. And somehow Paravision hold.
Is under attack.
It's level 25 for them now too, and Mike Roshan spawned during all that.
Only consolation is that Ru managed to get the AD rune, so at least makes it a little bit of a slower attempt, but what a hold there. I mean, what went wrong for Spirit? They had like everything. We were talking about how easy this game was supposed to be. How did Paravision get the better of them?
I think it was just them not being able to stick onto Satanic. Collapse was in the bot lane when all that broke out. They committed Wukong's, and honestly, the snot rockets from DM just kind of kept everyone in place. I almost want to see Radan go for an Aghanims right now. Get the blessing. Maybe expecting to get it from Roche, so he's not buying it, but I feel like there's just so much kiting going on. He needs to be able to stick onto targets.
The type of game that makes you feel like you want something like a Boots of Bearing or Disperser just to shrug off all those annoying goose stacks, because that felt like the difference maker in that fight. That's going to be the difference maker in terms of making this Roche drop in a matter of seconds. Paravision now. Closing out the gold lead, finding an opportunity, like we said, seems to be the theme this tournament. Doesn't really matter how far ahead you are. The losing team can somehow, some way, always find a way to come back. And I think that's just a byproduct of great Dota. And players that are just so good at the goddamn game.
It's been the story so far. The lack of Abyssal Blade too for Team Spirit, right? Just this Wukong's coming out. PA blinks out. Okay, not enough damage to kill him. Satanic doing a really nice job of kiting around. No one as well. Very mobile, very fast heroes, right? DM just constantly with the goose spam. The track on top giving the bonus move speed. Team Spirit. A little bit of jitters maybe. I don't want to say that. I feel like this game is still so much in their control, but Satanic is getting closer to Rapira territory. Oh, he goes for the MKB actually.
I don't mind that. It's a bit of a safer option. Gives them more room for error.
Nice.
Or maybe with this Aegis, you would have wanted to sort of balls to the wall, just try and end the game here. Paravision. They are in fact baiting DM, pull him in. That's the counter initiation. It's a lot of damage onto that poor Bristle. He's important in the fight. The Golem doesn't come out. Wukong's already drops. But Satanic is the one in trouble. First life down, Radan still looking for an opening. BKB was already used, collapse. He's dropping low. There's the Golem there. It's the Fatal Bonds. 2 heroes drop easily. And Miposhka, he was just biding his time. Now Satanic has to retreat. Miposhka has been such a big factor in these fights. You get Collapse and you get Lal, but you need to find this Warlock. He's just sentencing you to death every time the Fatal Bonds comes out.
This Spunky, he needs a Lincolns or something. I thought Miposhka was going to protect him for sure. He needed to drop the Wukongs for the armor. PA just shredding through him. Has the shard now too. It's going to be even easier next time, but I feel like this Wukong is so much of Spirit's damage too. Relying on Radan to do it all is so scary. We see how he gets kited eventually.
Radan?
Nice game.
Running out
50,
into...
50.
DM smoked out. Okay. Well, they're just going to walk past each other. I mean, I guess that's where the facet for the Monkey King comes into play, right? Because he died at the start of that fight. But Wukongs were still persisting and doing quite a bit of damage to the members of Paravision just because of the Wukong's faithful. They don't care that he died. They're still gonna try and avenge him.
Arise.
Arise.
I feel like, man, this game is so even right now. It's all about the crits from Satanic, right? Like, can he kill Laurel? Can he kill Collapse? Not too many defensive items, right? I talked about how hard it is to kill Miposhka and Rook, who are not dying because of their iron build, but Collapse and Laurel go down pretty damn fast. DM going for the AC too, gonna make things even easier.
Crazy how fast these things change. Just 2-3 minutes ago, we were, despite some of those fight losses, still pretty convinced that Spirit were the ones in the driver's seat. 11k gold lead on paper, you would think that that's the case, but the tides are starting to turn here. Paravision finding their openings. Not as easy to keep them locked down in place as it was before. One Golem, one Bushwhack, it's not enough. Radan
even maybe regretting this Butterfly a little right now. Obviously, it's still a really strong item against the Storm, but MPB on PA, you would have loved to end the game before that. Bit of a redundant item right now. No one Lincoln's complete. Bit more of a survivability. A lot more items coming out. DM not going for AC anymore. BKB kill up. What's next on the menu for them? Tormentor maybe? I can imagine both teams just gonna wait for Roche, try to drag it out. Sure, Team Spirit feels like if they lose just one more fight, Mike, the game might just be out of their hands. Which is so weird to say, right? With the past 30 minutes of how this game's been going.
Absolutely. I can't honestly believe that we've gotten to this point, but with the trajectory of how this tournament has gone, this feels like every single game. Every single game has been this situation where it's fiercely contested and both teams don't back down and never give up. Carlos, though, getting found out. This should be a freebie. We're still clone. Forced off to the high ground. Nice little plays there. Trying to dance around. Surely will still be killed off. Managing to TP home. Wow. Okay. Not a free kill then. Nice plays there from the Crystal Maiden.
Alright, so next timing for Team Spirit is this Hexus Wink coming up with his own as well as Collapse. So just more lockdown. I think feeling that Storm is pretty hard to roll. No one been doing a really good job of just dodging left and right. Collapse almost has his. It's gonna be flying out. Try and get 25 as well. 2.5 minutes till Roche starts to spawn. Both teams being super safe.
How much more can Radan or Lal really scale in this game? Okay, Collapse as well. He's basically 6 slotted at this point. The Hex freshly picked up. That could catch someone on Paravision by surprise.
Honestly, the answer is a lot. You know, you can eat eggs on both their heroes.
Fair, okay.
I think also another big thing that can come out is not only this Hex on Rube, but I think if Miposhka gets a refresher, that's a double BKB control, right? I think that'll be super significant. We've seen the value of just one rock from him. I think having 2 is going to be pretty fight changing.
Things quietening down now as both teams tense up here. Just a recap if you're just joining us. Team Spirit spent the better part of the first 35 minutes in complete control. They were running through Paravision, but Paravision managing to find a couple of nice openings, baiting the Team Spirit into the high ground and kiting out Radan. That's always been the problem with Troll Warlord, and they're starting to face it firsthand now. Having trouble connecting on these heroes. 9 class steps out to try and get the wisdom. 4-star. No one comes back in. Has to watch himself. Wukong's actually committed. The bounty hunter still being chased down, but finally finished off by Rue. But a commitment being made though by Team Spirit.
Just growing the network lead. Finally, it feels like one clean kill for our Team Spirit, right? Every fight has been so back and forth. They want more though. DM might run under a ward.
So what's the plan here for Team Spirit? What do they need to do to decisively win a fight?
The plans come in.
Okay, well, if they can focus down Satanic, that'll be a good start. Links over to Lao. He's trying to go in and commit for Collapse, but Collapse might be able to turn around and punish him instead. They don't even need the roam for the PA. He's gone. He has the buyback. DM has one as well, but no one just dancing around. He knows that this fight is lost. They can't continue the engagement in this area. Lao's gonna jump forward, look for more. Try and force out some buybacks. And most of the 4v5 situation. Ultimate's already used though. Radan, you can't afford to TP in here on the DM.
No PA. How can you touch me, guys?
Raw out onto DM. This could be a dieback. Satanic, he has to come back in, but he's far too late. Paravision letting it slip a little bit. Satanic's gonna try and blink in, try and finish off Loud. No one. Tag teaming in. No mana on Storm. They will beat up the Monkey King, but the Wukong's command the Golems just beating all of them up. GG is called. It's Paravision. They try their damn best there to hang on, but it's not gonna be enough. Spirit just out-muscle them.
He smiles on most of them. They knew this game was closer than it needed to be, right? It felt so clean. This game is like, oh, it's so easy, guys. And then they take this one fight. Suddenly his PA has 2 more items. So his Storm is so strong, but Team Spirit just team fight prowess, and honestly, just the Warlock, right? I feel like so much of it is just the Warlock.
Yeah, I just wonder what exactly the idea was to play against the Warlock. I'm trying to break down the Bristleback pick, right? It felt like it could do fine in the lane. It's not too concerned about the Warlock troll. It can survive. But I feel like DM, there were 1 or 2 fights where he was doing well, gooing everybody up. But it's just so difficult. It felt like 9 class and DM just didn't really have the usual games that you expect out of them.
That was a pretty hard lane. No real way to come back into the game. Again, you're playing from behind into this team fight and kind of pace lineup, right? This Beast had an eggs at 15 minutes. We see the Tormentor for once not being contested just because they can't fight into Golem. They can't fight into this Wukong ring with Roar. They just didn't have the item timings, which is what their draft was designed to do, right? It's like, do okay in lanes and then no one's going to play. We're going to give vision with Bounty Hunter. DM's going to be a nice front line. He's going to push waves for us and Satanic will carry us eventually. But Team Spirit just seemed to have a easier to execute strategy, I want to say.
Yeah, this Hoodwink definitely showing that it's a hero that's very strong. Collapse and Rue able to just manhandle that top lane, leaving Ducalis with very little to work with on the CM. Flowers with flowers are due though. I gotta say, Paravision put up a very convincing fight, right? They didn't just kind of get run over. They had moments, even though 9 class was like, scoreline wise, you look at the bounty or like lol 0, 14, 17. Yeah, that doesn't really tell the full story. He was basically the only one who was able to get info for his team because DM was choosing to play a bit safer. So that's kind of an expected result. It's so difficult to make work though. What do you think Paravision need to change up going into game number 2 to try and bring this back to even?
I want to see them at least match the team fight. I think Team Spirit showed like a lot of team fight early on, right? I think you have to at least match it. Like the first 4 picks from both left and right was like team fight versus no team fight. And I think Team Spirit, the reason they picked the troll is to abuse it, right? We have a hero that can now force objectives around a team fight. And what can you do about it? Can you really drag the game out with this troll Aegis hitting your tower? I mean, obviously they did to a certain extent, but it felt so difficult, you know? I feel like against Spirit just had the easier time playing their draft.
Yeah, it just kind of felt like at the end of things, Team Spirit, like you said, had everything that they needed. They were just so well-rounded. While Paravision, Astini, we're hoping that he's going to cook for this game number 2. We will have that ready for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Game number 2 of Paravision versus Team Spirit.
take to get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, ambition, and most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, It's in a hobby, it's a lifestyle. They be telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little Woody just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch. I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Welcome back to FISSURE Universe Episode 4, brought to you by FISSURE Studios. My name is Permasneeze and I'm joined by 343, and we are taking you through the second day of the playoffs here. Yesterday was crazy games non-stop, and with the way things are going, it might follow the same trend. Speaking of follow though, of course, you already know what it is. Type !F in the chat to get the link to all of Fissure social media where you won't miss a thing. If you're watching on Twitch, you can scroll down, click the banner as well, get a link to all of Fissure social media. So yeah, you won't miss any of the Dota, but we are not missing any of the Dota. We got game 2 of Spirit versus Paravision right ahead of us. And is it fair to say that game 1 was just a bit of an outdraft?
I'm not sure if outdraft is the right term. I just feel like Spirit had an easier to play lineup. The game looks so simple for them. It's look at Miposhka's gameplay. Literally press F. He didn't even have to hit Golem properly. He Golem the Bristleback that one fight. They still took the fight. Obviously they were like 8k ahead at that point, but it just felt like pressing. If Spirit pressed buttons and Paravision pressed buttons, Spirit won. You know, and I think in these more even games, more high skill matchups, I feel something that tends to be a bit underrated is ease of execution, right? I remember when Insania was still part of Team Liquid with this part of Alliance with this old Team Liquid roster, he used to count drafts based on like how many stuns or how much damage they have, and then they get points, right? I think that still applies. And I look at this Paravision draft, stun points are low and damage points are like mid-ish, you know? So
yeah.
Yeah.
The damage points were being hard carried by the PA, I'll tell you that much. Everybody else didn't really contribute much in that group project. In this second game, Team Spirit, they get first pick for themselves and Paravision will choose Daya. We are into the draft already, so we'll have that on your screen very shortly. But ease of execution, is that going to be the name of the game? Because I understand that ease of execution is one thing, but this is also, 10 of some of the best Dota players that we know. Period, right? It can't be that, you know, they don't know how to play Bounty. It can't be that they don't know how to play Bristleback. So what exactly do you mean by ease of execution?
Right, I'm looking at their heroes now, right? I'm just looking at it against like, okay, Bounty's gonna scout, Bristol's gonna be constantly pushing wave, and it's up to no one to kind of find kills, right? Yeah. Maybe PA can connect at some point. Once they have items, the game will be easier, but getting to that point also means that Collapse is farming on this Beastmaster, Ranan's farming on his Troll. They're having good lanes. Rao was the only one that was like kind of in the middle, item-wise, net worth-wise, but when it came to the battles, like CM Bounty's impact compared to Ru on this Hoodwing and just Miposhka on this Warlock, I feel like, I don't want to say supportive, but just based on the spells they can cast alone, it felt like Team Spirit supports could do so much more in fights.
Yeah, it did feel that way, especially the start that they had, right? We'll see Team Spirit on our screen now. Relief on their faces, a little bit of chuckling back and forth as that game number 1 came to an end. As you put it, Adam, they knew that it was a lot closer than it had to be. But again, that's been the trend of our playoffs so far. It's never an easy, straightforward win. I feel like the only one-sided game we really saw was probably Liquid Gaming first game, where it was like 23-1 at one point. Other than that, all these teams have just been kicking non-stop till the end. So you got to put that respect in. Ban out the PA, take out the Night Stalker, and they will first pick the Prophet. So Prophet, one of those heroes that was, I guess at this point still is the main list of pause ones that you're opting for, but he did get a slight nerf in this recent patch, right? Recent meaning literally a couple of hours ago. The, I believe, Ironwood Treant, overall health is decreased, and his innate Spirit of the Forest damage per tree decreased by 4% to 3%. So that's pretty big.
I think it's still a good pick with what's in the pool. They take the Tiny's not in, no Magnus, no PA. So a lot of the heroes that reach Nature's Prophet, Night Stalker as well, just removed. Maybe we should go for the Keeper of the Light. That's an interesting pick here. I wonder what they plan to run with this. Heroes that come to mind with this hero is, I mean, Ember and Storm are like the top 2. I assume they will be banned out.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, still a lot of good users of Chakra Magic. And I think the main reason why this has been picked lately, because of that recall, right? We're seeing it really start to rise in terms of power level. I guess it's a one-to-one conceptual counter as well, because as Nature's Prophet, you're always looking to split the map. And Portal makes it so that you can address some of these waves while still being ready for a fight.
I think in a way that is true, but I feel like the split push from Nature's Prophet now is not so much him, but it's more the Treant, right? So I think heroes that kill this Treant are usually what you look at a bit more. Still pretty unsure what Paravision are gonna do here. Heroes they play against this, I would think something like an Underlord.
10 seconds remaining.
Something for DM. There's also this Coddle Bristle. I'm not sure if they want to go back for a Bristle.
Let's talk a little bit about this Nature's Prophet, right? Because even though the patch has docked his numbers down a little bit, this has been one of the main heroes of the patch in the carry position so far. Yes, he does some annoying split push with his Trien. Yes, he kind of scales up to become this very scary right clicker. If you see a Nature's Prophet on the other team, what is kind of the approach you want to take to dealing with him?
10 seconds.
I feel like the heroes that kill him in lane are nice. Like you just go past the tree and then jump on him, right? Which is why we commonly see heroes like the Tuskar banned out. Obviously, the heroes still farm, so heroes that just reach him are nice. Storm is probably the #1 hero I'm looking at right now, especially with the Coddle in the pool for Paravision. I think the one proved that he's really good on the hero as well.
There's the Storm, there's the Ember, like you mentioned, the Spirit Bros.
Dire
I don't know
We
how I
want
feel about
Paravision.
this Ember Spirit. I think they might just pick it because it's 9 class. There's also a world where no one plays this Coddle, right? I think they ran it a few days ago.
Yeah. And so far, the mid Cottles haven't necessarily looked convincing though.
Mel played a pretty good Coddle.
10 seconds remaining.
18 matches of Jakiro on mid Poshka. So a bit of a deny pick there, but it's something that Ducalis, I'm sure, likes a lot as well. Just perhaps one of the strongest position 5s in the current meta other than Tinker, which seems to have been buried in the grave. Both teams completely ignoring it. A Bane coming out, a bit of a throwback, a Poshka classic.
I wonder why they go for this. Just a lane secure, I guess. Able to abuse night vision. Nice save against Coddle. Obviously, you can dodge the first blast if it is a core
10
Coddle.
seconds remaining.
Like you said, Miposhka classic. The win rates on screen remind me of something. So Paravision picked Dire, right?
Yeah.
But they have 83.3% win rate on Radiant.
Yeah, that one's a bit odd, I'm not gonna lie. Of course, we never really know what the rationale is behind these decisions unless we are in the team themselves. All we can do as casters or analysts is hypothesize, try and come up with reasons, try and quantify it, but only people who really know are the people on your screen right now. Mars. So a bit of a throwback to the classics a little bit here.
Collapse Mars. Really nice hero against the Coddle. Probably assuming it's a core at this point if they pick the Mars. Forces you to buy BKB. You don't really have another out. Also just picking neutral team fight, right? I think this is what Team Spirit likes to do. They're gonna keep Yatoro's hero to dictate the pace. They're gonna pick Laurel and Collapse a bit earlier. If Collapse needs help, they use the boss 4 to just make him stronger.
There's a chance that this is a position for Nature's Prophet as well.
Just for the Spirit combo, I feel like it's likely not. I feel like just pos 1 NP is too strong. I think the big reasons are that even though Corrosion got nerfed, Mjolnir is not touched. It's just the ability to farm the outer banks. I think NP is probably the best hero at it while both pushing a wave. You know, you're able to farm with the Treant. There's the Underlord for DM, no surprise. They do have to reveal the position of this Coddle here though.
This is
Knowing
a ton of magic
Paravision,
damage though, right? Like this is like your Pit, your Ice Path, Macro, Firestorm, Blast. Someone's gonna die if they're locked up in place. You need some 4 staffs or glimmers or something to get them out of there.
Yeah, you said, but 1/4 staff kind of like deals with everything, right? So Paravision, they go for a Monkey King. I was expecting to see like a Ember Flex on this pick, but I guess it's just too hard to pick. I think they also just had an issue dealing with the 17 pick Monkey King earlier, right? Nothing to really pick into it, I want to say.
10 seconds.
Laurel. What's good here? Dazzle's still in the pool.
Yeah, they could still go for that. I wonder whether this Monkey King has the option of being played in the carry position as well, because you can still kind of leave that Coddle flex to the mid open with that.
I think Satanic does play the hero. Not sure how good it is into Mars, but a lot of team fight. Oh, this is a pretty damn good pick. Gives you Roche. You have the spell against Coddle and Jakiro. Obviously, Underlord is a pretty free lane for you, and you kill Monkey King in Wukong. I think that's like one of the best parts about Ursa.
Sure.
Just able to man fight him. So Spirit getting the what I like to call the fuck you pick on the 18.
Remaining.
But is there a concern that he gets kited around a little bit? We saw some of it in effect against the Troll Warlord. Now you got the Pit, the Ice Path, the attack speed slows, the blinding light even from the Coddle. Surely that does something into the Ursa.
Maybe early on, yes, but once this Ursa hits BKB or even just is enraged up, I think it's very hard to get away from him Obviously, Coral, one of the faster heroes. You have the monkey that can boundless strike away, but then that's you running away. Also, let's not forget there's Arena. Like, look at these heroes. They don't get out of Arena. They're very built to stand their ground and fight, and that's what Ursa wants. He's the king of the Colosseum. Little fuzzy wuzzy.
I guess the Ice Path and the Boundless Strike give them a convenient way of cancelling the Fiend's Grip from range, but other than that, if the fight is spaced out nicely from Spirit, it looks like it's gonna be hard for Parrot Vision to contest, right? You try and put your rings down and your circles down. Ursa, like you mentioned, the king of the Colosseum, he's just gonna stand there, and if Bane can find an angle from outside the arena to grip in, gonna be a bunch of free kills flowing Spirit's way. Again, another situation where their draft looks a bit more straightforward. I think the only mystery to me is this Nature's Prophet now. Is it gonna go into Lal's hands in the mid lane, or is it gonna be that pause 4 like we mentioned a bit earlier?
He'll probably go mid, right? I think it's a nice matchup against the Monkey King. Paravision thing otherwise, though, removing the sniper. I feel like this Monkey versus NP is kind of a whatever matchup for NP. Like, he's gonna farm anyway. You're also gonna get this early Wrath to enable your side lanes, which I think is really nice for the way Team Spirit play.
5 seconds remaining.
See what they choose to do. Paravision do think that it's a pause 4 Nature's Prophet, though.
I mean, I guess at this point, you'd rather it be a pause 4 Nature's Prophet, right? As you still have overall last pick, so might as well protect some of the heroes that you're worried will bully the Monkey King, potentially in lane. Queen of Pain being taken out as well. Not sure necessarily what this is protecting.
It's probably a no-one hero. Maybe something like a Pango, Sniper Queen. It could be the monkey, like you said, right? But
Yeah.
I feel like Paravision, if they want to last pick someone, it's probably no one's hero.
So you mentioned already that the Ursa is a great call-to-call matchup into the Monkey King. Do you then want to deprioritize the Monkey King, put him mid, and then pick a different Satanic hero instead? Is there anything else in the pool that kind of appeals to you at the moment, position 1-wise?
I don't think you have to move him away from that role, although there is a world where 9 class plays it too, I guess. I feel like the whole idea is that you need some other hero that kills the Ursa. It's not like Monkey King cannot play carry or pause 1 or 2 this game, but he's not gonna man fight and win the Ursa. So you need another hero, which is why we see Sniper and Queen banned out. Specifically heroes that kite around the Ursa or like more of a semi-carry kind of role. So Monkey King, he does well against NP, Bane, Mars. You drop Wukong, you're really strong, and as long as what the hell?
What the hell?
That's a new hero.
New hero? Who is that?
This is a Monkey King Slayer in the lane, though, I want to say.
Yeah, Linda.
Also, Lina, a little bit of a buff here. Mana cost reduced on the stun.
10 seconds remaining.
That is such a small buff, though.
I'm sure it's insignificant. The Spirit literally picked heroes that were untouched this patch other than NP.
Yeah.
The 3 heroes in the middle all have like nothing.
We'll pick one of the best position ones this patch, and then we'll give you guys a little bit of some new flavor of the month. Here's some Bane, here's some Mars, throwback to the classics. Let's get Fuzzy Wuzzy out here for the good vibes. And a Linda. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think about what can actually pressure a Linda in the mid lane. Linda seems like she's gonna have a nice old time.
I guess it's a pretty good Dazzle game. I know no one likes the hero. I don't know how dead the hero is right now after the...
Yeah, you keep saying that, but I don't know whether they're still gonna pick it.
Ooh.
Oh my god, new hero?
Hog Champ?
Dude, we're getting mad new heroes this game. Okay, I'm here for it.
The Lina answer, right? Hero that gets on top of you. Nature's Prophet, kind of your food too. It's gonna be the pause 4 NP, like you said, Rule. We might see some... I wonder what he'll itemize for. Something nice as well, as the MP against the monkeys, you find him in the trees, right?
Yeah.
Just with the shard. Makes it super convenient, but... I don't know, I feel like this was a curveball onto a curveball onto a curveball, and now both drafts look a little weird. Although I will say that I like Paravision a bit more. I feel like they have so much global presence, so much ability to play the map. I'm not even sure if we'll see recall this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the Keeper of the Light decides to go for. They already have a lot of map movement potential between the Underlord ultimate. The Monkey King's going to traverse the map very quickly, and now you have the Spectre with the Haunt, the Shadow Step coming in as well. I fear, honestly, for Lal and even Radan, right? Because you talked about how this Ursa, he feels like once he gets that BKB, he's going to be very difficult to deal with. until that point, I don't know how convinced I am by this Mars Bane Nature's Prophet. Like, if Collapse doesn't have a good early start, the game could go to shit for Spirit really quick.
It goes both ways, right? There's a world where Lina dominates this mid lane, then you have an NP TPing to just kind of grief the monkey. And then there's also this like counteractive timing where when DM is 6, they're able to just kind of collapse bit back onto you. And that's where I feel like collapse on the Mars, the arena, is something that we might see come into play. It's going to be all about map movement, right? It's early game. There's like a back and forth in timings, especially in the mid lane. That's like what I want to see right now.
So you think the mid lane matchup is the big one, the Lina versus the Monkey King. Just off of the top of my head, it just feels like a matchup that Lina's gonna do amazingly in without any outside interference.
I think it goes both ways. I think if Monkey King dies once, it's one of those lanes where if you make a mistake, it kind of explodes.
Sure.
Commonly, we don't really see no one making mistakes, so I'm not sure how the lane is going to go. Monkey King in the mid game, though, is super good at getting on top of you, so I'll say Lina is heavily dependent in this game on how his game is going to go. Later on, there's like you said, right, 4-staffs are kind of insane against what Paravision has. The Ice Path, the Underlord Pit, the Coddle Solar Bind, if he goes for that. Just any kiting is nice, and there's also Roche. I think the first rush is definitely Team Spirits, right? Unless Paravision just are able to scout it out or even get a lead. But yeah, again, I just prefer Paravision's heroes a little more here. The last pick since yesterday has felt more and more convincing to me.
You can see whether the last pick actually ends up serving them well as we get into game number 2. Estini definitely cooking something here. And 343 seems to like it. I mean, I'm kind of down as well. I'd love to see how this Spectre kind of almost pseudo-global map pressure draft works out against some of Team Spirit on their classic hero picks.
You are gonna watch me Poshka die.
Yeah, wrong part of the words, buddy. Gotta buy some time with Brain Sat, but easy first blood given to no one. And you talked about how this man on the mid lane doesn't make mistakes. Well, now he's gonna get himself a nice little advantage to start things out as well.
Yeah, I also talked about this Lina pressuring the monkey, right? Look at the wards coming out from Paravision. They understand that no one needs to be protected. He is the guy in this game. If he has a decent laning phase, he's going to be so enabled by the double global presence from his cores.
The battle begins.
Some poking here. Rue gonna get chased away.
A lot of poking here. Too
Poking
much
to-
poking, maybe.
Yeah. Poking to perhaps slightly inappropriate degree here. Rue is an inch away from just being killed off. Very, very nice attempt there from Paravision. Nice
Look at the
body
tree on
blocks
top
though.
lane. He's blocking the creep wave in, or is he?
Yeah, he was.
It looked like he didn't block anything though. I guess he was running for his life, to be fair to him.
Yeah, he was a little bit preoccupied, being poked, as we mentioned.
Did he poke? Collapse. Not an easy lane. Jakiro obviously one of the bullies. Yeah, I say that, but he's the bully right now.
I mean, Prophet with this Ironwood Treant is still very difficult for the Jakiro to deal with. You can slow the attack speed, but it's way too bloody tanky for you to ever bring down. So, position for Nature's Prophet, you're always going to be able to block the small camp, preventing the pulls and allowing for the Mars to have his lane in a pretty decent position. Now, speaking of the Mars, I want to mention that he went for the victory feast this game. I guess with the amount of shared vision and AoE that you have, the denial of vision in the arena isn't as important.
I think he also understands he needs to scale in this game. It's like you said, right? There's like so much in the ball. There's Dagger, there's Monkey King that can come in. They're just gonna throw their spells into the arena anyway. Poshka being a little bully down here. Being the man fight king. Very nice hero against Coddle too.
And why is that?
You're just able to dodge the Illuminate. You can kind of chase him around past the offlaner. Like he just walks around DM, he chases 9 class, so you can't get blast off onto Radan. Which is the way Paravision want to play, right? They want to push in the wave. Call wants to blast Ursa together with the wave as much as he can, but Bane is a good stopper at that.
Now running down 9 class. Radan with an easy pickup there onto the Coddle.
DM's gonna try to pull the wave. Poshka has a pull cam though.
It's a little bit scary for DM. I don't think he's under any threat of dying here. It's just that Radan's actually looking over. They don't want to use the Nightmare because they'll just enable DM to easily TP out. So shenanigans, as we've come to expect in any lane that the matchup seems a bit rough for you. You're just going to try and drag creeps until you never have to see your opponents anymore. 9 class has Windlace. 9 class has a
Nightmared
horse.
him up.
How did he get up there? Was that the sleepwalk?
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
Only you can climb hills while you sleepwalk.
That's crazy.
DM's in hella trouble right now.
DM's just gonna get run down. He has a Windlace, but it comes far too late, and Radan picks him down. Very cool play there from Poshka on the Bane. You don't expect anything less from the Bane Master.
I wonder if not having Blinding Light in this lane is kinda a troll. I guess it's also cause he died, right? And Ursa got the kill, so he has boots. Second kill too, so basically almost phase boots done for Radan.
Nice little one there from Rue, trying to keep himself safe, but will end up trading out for Ducalis. Gets the EXP for it though, but Satanic can't imagine he's too sad about that. He gets the EXP and the gold for that kill.
See where he decides to go. Has the TP now. Definitely continue to bully bot lane if they want. Collapse has his wave in a good position.
Top of the CS in the early stages though, Lina. 25 and 3, 26 and 3 now. Not a surprise at all. The Monkey King should still be able to find little droplets of farm from the mid lane, but no one needs to be so careful for a TP coming out potentially from the Nature's Prophet. Bane is already here trying to mess around. They're just putting on... I mean, realistically speaking, no one knows that with his position, he can't really die, but they are just so aggressively posturing and fronting on him. Look at this Bane. He is all up in his face right now.
Talked about him being the Bane. He's the Bane of Paravision's existence right now. Winning the bot lane, moving on to me. He's like, Radan doesn't even need me right now. Just for corrosion instead of phase boots. I'm gonna get spanked a little. Spanked
He
a lot.
might just be dead a little bit. I sleepwalk back into the hands and claws of Radan. Few more swipes, no blinding light in this lane like you said. Gonna cost them. Blood grenade trying to tick him out. DM able to juke to the right. Nicely done. Miposhka can't get the last touch off. Those boots paying off big time. I thought he was dead for sure.
Me too, but I don't know if this is actually good for DM. He's just gonna come and drop a Fire Blast. He's super low.
Rue, there's TP out here in the top lane. Knows that he will get run down if he sticks around to try and walk it off. Lots and lots of early skirmishing happening in this game. But it kind of seems like the game has yet to explode in the way that you said, right? It seems like both these drafts have that explosive potential to come out into maybe the 10-15 minute timing, take 1 or 2 good team fights, and then snatch the lead away from their opponents here. Is there anything we're necessarily waiting for, or is it just too early? There's no ultimates yet.
I feel like the first move is definitely going to be mid lane, right? It's where they collapse onto Laurel with the double ultimates, or whether no one gets taken down first. Laurel's trying to apply so much pressure. No one gets to clear a catapult, but he will get a rune, and we see a bit of rotations coming here. No one...
Oh, instant Laguna has to turn around and Boundless. The TP not there from Rue. He's off to the left side. And Ducalis and 9 class collapsing on the Lina. He's in some trouble, being clicked down. The last auto attacks. Ducalis will find the last hit. That's a really big kill for both supports on Paravision to get, and a nice dose of EXP. Meanwhile, Collapse, a solo kill in the top lane on Satanic. Now they're beating into this tower.
Does not care.
Oh, Miposhka, my goodness. He has not a single shred of mana, and now he might care just a little bit. As that Nightmare stops the Boundless from coming, but cancelled off by 9 class. Miposhka, he will finally get beaten down here, but look at that tower and its HP basically left at 200, 300 health.
The death on Laurel is really weird. I feel like he had Dragon Slave up for like at least 5 seconds, and he just didn't want to turn and throw it onto Ducalis there. Maybe feeling like he could survive if he didn't greet the spell, but I think ultimately that's what ended up killing him. Collapse somehow gets a solo kill on Satanic while all that's happening too without the arena.
Yeah, no idea how that happens. That's just, again, the heroes on the players on their specialty picks. Need to find another. Arena is now available, and Ducalis and Satanic are trembling under their towers. Oshka's here, Rue's here. They're looking to continue the pressure onto this Spectre. That mid move didn't really go the way Spirit had planned, but if they can find one more kill, their former carry, be in a really nice spot. Net worth wise, it's already looking nice. And Miposhka, look at him. He's just sneaking way past the tower to get a nice ward.
I'm not sure if they have damage here with the Arena. It's pretty tanky. He has the raindrop power treads.
Seems like a little bit of bait situation. Collapse. Pulling in Satanic. They see Ducalis here, but with that ward, they also know that there's no one else in the area. DM's not level 6 yet, so he can't just kind of come over. They will go to farm this huge stack created by 9 class though. So a nice injection of gold for the Underlord.
Yeah, he really needs the levels. 6 now, so we see the Rift coming out. This is gonna be super helpful if there's a fight in the other lane than bottom, obviously. And a fight will be coming soon. Radan's getting to the top side.
Oshka's in a very sneaky position. There's the setup. Ice Path is there. Collapse dropping low though. Still will get the spear off. There's the victory feast. Healing everybody up almost to full. That's value and a half. With that ward, they spot out Ducalis trying to hide away to the left side of the lane. But Radan hot on his heels. Twin-headed dragon gonna get felled a little bit if they can find him. The pings come through. He's doing a great job juking and buying some time. And no one else on Paravision will return to help him out. And Rage at least forced out. Radan has to pop the ultimate to tank the tower. The Team Spirit, they get what they came for. They kill Satanic and get this tier 1.
Radan is insanely farmed on this Ursa right now. 4.7k net worth. Does not get the tower hit, unfortunately.
Mid lane though, Lal with the setup. We talked about the ease of which this Lina could go down. No one jumps through the trees, reaches in. Know that there was a spirit presence heavily in the top lane and they immediately punish. Nice move there from Paravision.
The 9 class super high level thanks to the stacks. It's the Solar Bind off and we see a power Spectre against Lina. Just another +1.
Trying to make the most of this spirit form. Look towards top lane as well. No one's there to follow. Collapse with a nice spear. But Rouge surely going to go down there way too... Oh, 9 class, does he body block it? Is that what happened? Now Collapse might be in trouble as well. But keep the chase going on. Collapse might have just had to run for the hills here. 2 kills going over the way of Paravision.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Collapse went back in there. I think a bit of a misclick. Maybe getting baited by the ward a little too. He couldn't click because 9 class was on top of the ward.
Yeah,
literally.
he was standing over it, right? Like body blocking quite literally. Heard a haunt come out around the shadow step. Okay, there we go. Well, very easy pickings. They steal away this big stack.
See the global presence of Paravision coming into play. Talked about enabling no one, but it's really 9 class who's walking around getting kills right now, right? Everyone can connect to him. He is strong. Level 7, 10 minutes in. A lot of magic damage.
They put the Solar Bind on any of these heroes. They don't actually have a good way of escaping. Now he's looking for more. Charging blatantly ahead with the Spirit form. Their cooldowns are so low. They can just continue to run over Spirit like this. Beautiful Nightmare into TP out.
This is the pace they want to play at. Spirit though are still in an okay position, just kind of how easy of a laning phase Radan had.
Yeah.
He will have the Battle Fury. No real way to help each other, right, on their team. They have Bane, they have NP. They're just gonna kind of drag Paravision around the map. Lau going for the Maelstrom as well.
I think we saw Malrine try for this build on the Lina. But again, the second you show, it's just such an easy setup. The bait's gonna try and come through. Grip onto the monkey. Maybe it was just a bait. They bump him out of the Wukongs. 9 class, that is not what you wanted. Oh, I'm so sure that the Lina might have died if a couple of Wukong soldiers hit her again. But 9 class tries to finish her off with the blinding light, ends up saving her instead. And Spirit, that is a huge turnaround fight that they needed.
Dude, every game I watch Collapse play Mars, he TPs mid and he gets some like 3-4 man arena. I don't even know how it happens. It's not like he has blink or he makes an insane play, you know. It's just a TP and he's like, oh, hey guys, what's up?
Let's watch this again, Lau. You can see that Wukong soldier hitting him maybe one or two more. He kind of already accepted that he might go down there standing in the Wukongs to try and deal more damage. That blinding light ends up... I mean, I don't know whether that would have been enough damage, but regardless, Spirit kind of saw that move coming. It wasn't a surprise to them. They knew Lau would get pounced on and they set up perfectly around it. And now 9 class right around the tree line. There's a hungry bear, wrong part of the woods. Radan is unstoppable. This has been a supreme Ursa performance from him.
I know Spectre is good against Lina, but if this Ursa is having this good a game, they also don't really have heroes to kill the Ursa, right? Like, look at them. They don't have any real chain stun. So U18 was a big pain in the ass pick, and Radan is showing why.
Yeah.
It's the 4 heroes. This Paravision, they chose to go for a last pick Spectre to address the Lina problem, but do their heroes address the Ursa problem at all? I'm not too sure.
Kind of the very same thing that we saw last game. That troll completely unaddressed. They were hoping that they could kill the rest of his team. Poshka on the front lines. They will even underlock ulti forward to chase for more. Radan swiping a little bit at DM here, but they'll just be happy with some of those ultimates being used for a Bane kill.
Not too sad about that. Collapse is in their area though. Doesn't want to show his dagger. I think they still want to look here, Team Spirit.
Be a nice little reveal fight for them.
It's almost Tormentor time.
It is indeed. Boss, you're just joining us for the tournament. You don't want to miss a bit of this Dota 2 action. I'm gonna type !F in chat. Subscribe to all of Fissure's social media. You won't miss a thing. No contest there for the Wisdoms. Got a piece on both sides.
Pretty quiet game from Rue, right? I feel like we saw his MP a lot in the lane phase and he just kind of disappeared.
Satanic might get set up on here. This is the blink reveal of Dreams. I'm going to commit the Fiend's Grip for it. Not wanting to use the arena in favor of using the Fiend's Grip instead.
Again, yet another carry dying in the outer banks. I'm sure that river just smells of carry players.
It's just blood. It's just blood-filled river down there. Whether it's neutral creeps or carry players dying, the carnage never ends. 15 minutes now. Collapse will blink away. He was trying to get a position on the high ground, but Paravision smoke in full force. That's the beauty of the Spectre. Even though he's dead, he can reconnect with the team almost instantly. Paravision looking to exert their dominance in this location and to settle the Tormentor for themselves. Team Spirit.
Can they do this?
Blink through the Twin Gates. I mean, you see this
So
channel.
fucking slow.
They
No,
don't
look
have
at
the
it, so
damage.
bad.
Oh, it's just a tomato. This cheeky little veggie. Scared them a bit there. Not gonna lie, scared me too. My ass clenched.
Dude, they can't kill the Tormentor. This is, I don't know, this is really awkward right now, Mike. There's a Treant scouting them out too. They can't kill the Treant too.
They can't kill him. Like, 4 heroes just punching into him. They have to blast the Treant. And that's a lot of their spirit form time wasted. They're just
He's
pump
sending another
faking these
one.
Twin Gates, yeah.
He's sending
He
another
comes.
Treant.
Treant. Get out the way. What do you see, little buddy? Are you coming through the Twin Gates now? Anyone else from the side of Spirit want to try and contest
The
this?
Wrath?
Maybe they'll wait. They
has
use the
the
Wrath.
Wukong?
It's a lot of damage. This is troublesome.
my
Tormentor goes the way of Spirit. A perfect trap. And the Spectre goes down again. No one dies to the Tormentor. Oh, the curse of Eastern European players falling prey to the Tormentor. You can't even see the damage done by the Tormentor, unfortunately, and Radan finds another 9 class sticking around to try and blast at the creeps coming towards this tower. See that replay, things get desperate. The Wrath wreaking havoc through the lines, ripping through Paravision, and Radan just comes in with his claws, swipes up no one, and Satanic to drop as well. Miposhka is the one to get that shot, so Spirit get absolutely everything in that engagement.
I need the player cams on that Tormentor death. That was so awkward. No damage to kill Tormentor. I didn't even if Spectre was there. They just couldn't do it. And we were just watching all the while. They have no game on Paravision whatsoever. Global Presence gives you nothing if you can't actually accomplish anything while being 5. game. Like, it's so difficult. They need this Spectre to get to a 3-4 item territory. He's still queuing up the Radiance. Revision kind of resulting to just pushing out waves, but look at Radan. He is the hunter.
Found him.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's is kind of why the Troll was such a great pick in this game, number one, as Lina in the mid lane. Coming
Yes,
through with
BKB.
the gates. Yeah, he's just kind of baiting. We'll pop the BKB. Ru might have to die for it, but here's Radan. Ready to swipe them down. No one. Offset Wukong's command, but Radan, you can't fight
one.
into this bear. You just can't face off into him. Nice little blinding light buys time. Radan in a little bit of trouble, but there's the grip. Holds the Monkey King in place. And Lina doesn't even die. Radan looking for his next target. Swipes him down, and Ducalis can't do anything but run. Paravision, they just have no game.
No game indeed. Do any of these kills are a good trade for Paravision right now. They are so far behind. 15k at 80 minutes is insane. Oh, Lowry just turns around and says, "Hey, what's up, DM? Nice to meet you again."
Yeah. Sits them down on that Ursa. This is the 18 pick you talk about. They see that Monkey King, they pick the Ursa. You can't duel him even with your Wukongs. And through all of that, the Lina survives. 4 heroes traded for just 1 position for Nature's Prophet. This is the problem. You collapse on mid, you collapse on these single heroes across the map. The Team Spirit, they're ready to play the pace right against you. Radan is 12k net worth. Lina's right behind him. The only collapse is trailing a little bit behind, but even he's 2k ahead. I mean, things don't look good when your Bane has almost equivalent net worth to the Underlord position 3 here at FISSURE Universe Episode 4. My goodness, Team Spirit seem to be just outclassing their opponents in this series. It's a setup. We'll try again, but BKB already off cooldown for Lau. He'll turn around, put some damage out to Ducalis. Losing Ru, but there's Radan again. Good morning. Hey, what's up? Hello. You got nothing. Satanic gonna pop the blade mail just to reflect pitiful amounts of damage towards the bear. And now you found Caudle as well. This first pick Caudle has not worked out for Paravision. There were a couple of moves around the map that looked amazing. But the fact that Paravision cannot get anything else objective-wise on the map has come back to bite them. This tier 1 tower in the mid still stands. This tier 1 tower in the top still stands. Allows Spirit so many avenues of play.
Okay, Toro. Dude, they're just baiting Ru. Is that the spread? Like, Spirit's running. It's like, okay, Trent, go push. Oh my god, here it is. Oh my god.
Oh no! Wukong's command, you've fallen for the trap, buddy.
He has no mana this time.
He doesn't have mana, but he does have a second life. And he has teammates coming in slowly but surely. They're a bit far away this time round though. Maybe Radan was the one who fell for a trap. Up that enrage. Back to the safety of his team. He can't come in time. There's a huge arena spear, but Radan still goes down. A little bit too over-aggressive, but now it might be the Lao show coming in with the damage and the light strike array. Lose a couple of members of Spirit though. This is very worth it for Paravision if the rest can get out. They will look towards Ducalis. That Jakiro hunted down by the tomato. Now Satanic slept up.
Fiend's grip.
They have a grip and they're gonna hold on tight to this kill. Almost a full team wipe basically. Radan gives up his life for it. Collapse will fall for a big arena, but I mean, still ends up being a positive goal change for Paravision.
Dude, look at Lau's career. He literally just bought Mjolnir and Hurricane Pike in one go. Where am I high?
God.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Alright, I'm wrong. He bought the Pike. I saw him buy a recipe and sell it. But now, even more unkillable. You talked about how 4-staffs are good this game. 4-staff is insane.
He doesn't have it yet, but he does have a BKB charge that he might have to use. Just gotta turn around, start beating into DM. The rest of the TPs on Paravision not ready yet, and Radan has already melted down the Ducalis Jakiro. Knew that there'll be backline support for DM. Probably an Underlord just trying to bait, and it all goes wrong. Team Spirit, this entire series, have read Paravision like a book.
Game just a bit too easy from the laning stage. It feels like Paravision has to bring 5 everywhere, and even then, the trades are so favorable.
Onto no one.
Monkey, baby.
You can't face off against him, and the grip on the sidelines, nothing to cancel. Miposhka gets a free channel off. Titanic will try and contest, but look who it is. Collapse, ready to punish his laning opponent. Bam, there goes his head. GG is called. And unfortunately, Paravision, not the way they wanted to end that tournament. Spirit dispose of them with ease.
It looks so weird every time I see Miposhka do this. He's so flexible. I'm so incapable of doing this. What the hell?
You mean that backward stretch?
Hey,
That's his Bane cosplay, actually. He's just kind of really channeling the hero. You know, you Fiend's Grip, you throw the arms out. That's what he did right there. That's what makes him such an amazing Bane. I'm going to try since he challenged me.
No, I can't. It's not even close.
I heard something crack.
He goes like straight backwards. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was some freaky shit. But even more freaky than that was the fact that Team Spirit were able to just dismantle the side of Paravision. Again, like we said, with relative ease. A lot of these playoff games so far, they've been tight, they've been close. We were talking about how the losing team always has the potential to come back. But Paravision, in these two games, game number one may be a bit of a different story, but the way that they ended up their drafts, it just feels so linear. They didn't really have any options from that back foot position.
I'm not really sure what Paravision could have done differently this game. I think the first blood going to no one was like nice, right? This was a unfavorable matchup. He got the first blood. He did okay in lane, but after it, I think 9Class dying in the bot lane, giving Yatoro the boost first made their lane so hard. Once DM had the boost and win lanes, Yatoro had boost and corrosion, and just had this timing mismatch all the time because of that one kill. I also think not having blinding light was kind of grief. And then after that, it's just, I don't know, it was the Yatoro show pretty much.
Yeah, Toro put the carry pants on, say that, hey fellas, lower bracket. It's tough, but don't worry. I'm your carry now. You don't have to worry about a thing. Just puts them out of their misery. Paravision, a bit of a disappointing finish to this tournament. There were questions raised about their, how stable the team was feeling coming out of that group stage. And these questions have very quickly been answered from yesterday's upset up against Tidebound. And now, there's some more work that needs to be done for Paravision to get back to that former status. But yeah, Adam, any sort of key takeaways from this series?
I feel like Spirit just out-executed. It just looked like the better team, honestly. I think game one, it was just ease of execution, team fight. This game, I feel like they had like the... I keep talking about this, like, fuck you, Pig Ursa, but the Lina was the same thing. And then Paravision had to choose, like, do we address the Lina now? Or do we address the Ursa? And they addressed the Lina, and Radan's like, okay, thanks, guys. I basically have last pick right now. 16-1. Team Spirit had a 1k goal per minute lead. That was how one-sided the game was. That's insane.
Yeah, I don't know what changed between yesterday and today, specifically about the patch. It's not like these heroes necessarily got buffed or anything, but something has lit up under Team Spirit, and it looks like they're in form. They're starting to get back there. They'll take this series 2-0, but we are far from done from the day of Dota 2 that we have ahead of us. Coming up in just about 1.5 hours, we're gonna get Tundra versus Liquid for another elimination series. That's crazy to say, so you have to wait on it for a little bit. We'll see you guys back here in that time for FISSURE Universe Episode 4.
the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter.
I know they being after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision in it clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feel the pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. All of that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
They don't know what it take to get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little Woody just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it. Like, we've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. trigger. I'm really about it, nobody winner. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get here together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up.
They don't know what it take to get this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little Woody just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. cause I had to be. It's been a minute since I seen the enemy extend wounded.
I know they be it after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision in the clip. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lies. Things like gorillas, I go with Godzilla with the fingers. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only at stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my
get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
Come on now, that wasn't too bad of a wait now, was it? We're back with more FISSURE Universe Episode 4. We are into day 2 of the playoffs, and crazy to say, but we are about to eliminate either Team Tundra or Team Liquid. You're watching the official stream brought to you by FISSURE Studios. My name is Permsneeze, and I'm joined by Mr. 343. And those are words that I never thought I would say. Top 8 for either of these teams is kind of an unimaginable outcome, especially if how well they did in the group stage, even with some of the circumstances against Tundra's favor.
Yeah, but that's the upper bracket life, right? All it takes is one series to drop down. Lucky for both these teams, they have an extra life. So maybe learning a bit from mistakes yesterday. Also, Liquid kind of got patched halfway.
Yeah.
Always an interesting thing to see. Didn't expect them to lose to Gaimin, but Gaimin played really well. 2-1 comeback. If you missed that series, that is a good series to watch.
Yeah, I think, honestly, if you missed any singular day in FISSURE Universe Episode 4, number one, that's kind of on you. You could avoid that by following socials and following this stream. But if you did have to go back and watch, I would highly recommend all the matches from yesterday. That's a good one to just plop down, have it on a second monitor while you're doing some work or at school or something, because the Dota quality was insane. We're hoping that today follows suit. For our first series of the day, though, it was kind of one-sided more than we expected. I thought Paravision would have a bit more of a solid idea coming in, especially, you know, Astini, he loves to cook, but unfortunately that dish, it was a bit cold for my taste. They didn't kind of ended that series on a bit of a sour note, leaving the tournament on 7th, 8th, but that means Spirit get to move on.
Yeah, indeed, but let's focus on what we have here, Mike. Liquid Tundra fighting for elimination.
That's
now
crazy.
Tundra, kind of a little roster change, right? Chrysalis coming in and Waimon returning from whatever visa issue or vacation he had. Just yesterday was the first series we saw him play together. Didn't look too bad. I think Tundra looked pretty good. Pretty close series with Falcons, who have been on a up and down trend, I want to say, a little bit unstable, but it seems like they found their footing yesterday. And well, today is the day that Tundra's turn to figure out what they want to do moving forward. I wonder how much the patch has actually changed the priority of these teams.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to how adaptable they are, right? Because we can be sure that throughout the past, say, 8 to 10 hours, these teams, their support staff, the coaches, the analysts, they've been working overtime to try and figure out what is the new advantage they can try and get for themselves in this patch. The changes weren't super significant, but I will say that a lot of the meta heroes that we saw, especially the Abaddon, the Dazzle, these are the big few, right? I think some of the teams also like to play their position 4 or offlane Void. Probably a bit gutted by some of those changes. We'll see some of the stats coming out from both these teams. Of course, stats aside, very evenly matched. And I think the biggest one for Team Liquid here is the fact that their dire win rate is 100%. Just something about that side of the map that they seem to be a bit more comfortable on.
I wonder how skewed these stats are, because even though 100% on Dire is like does it mean that every time they took second pick, someone takes Radiant and they win because of second pick? You know, it's numbers don't tell the full story sometimes.
Yeah, that's why you need stats people to kind of put that together and weave the story for you. But I can tell you a little bit of something that you'd probably be interested in, Adam. Coin toss wise, Tundra Esports, they managed to win the coin toss. I always say managed to win the coin toss as if it's some big feat, like they didn't just click a button. They get first pick for themselves, and Liquid choose Radiant. So even though they've won on Dire 100%, I'm sure generally they feel better on Radiant. That's why they choose it. We'll see how Tundra choose to use this priority, because there's a lot of different considerations now with the patch adjusting some items, adjusting some heroes. Maybe that's something Tundra want to snap up immediately. I wouldn't be too surprised if it's the Beastmaster that we saw come out in the previous series.
Yeah, I think coming into this series, at least before the Magnus nerf, I thought Magnus would be a big contest between these two heroes, right? They played both on the carry role, Crystallis and Mickey. Saberlight, obviously a fan of the hero too.
Sure.
I understand why Liquid took Radiant though. It's because they prioritize the safe lane a lot. We see Liquid, their playstyle, they tend to play away from Saberlight. Boxy often rotates to the Mickey lane. They gave Mickey a bit of a priority pick, usually playing a bit more of a lane winning hero. And that just favors Radiant a bit more, right? Because that's where the Tormentor is.
Yeah, that sounds just about right. Team Liquid, a lot more comfortable having Mickey be the one making action happen early and taking control of the game. On the flip side, Tundra, we saw them kind of try here and there to limited success to get Crystallis on his signature heroes, enable it. I think yesterday in the series against Falcons, the deciding game, they brought him out his Razor, but it just didn't really stack up at the end of the day. I don't know whether necessarily that's Crystallis' fault or whether it's just, you know, they kind of got outmatched by Falcons on their bristleback. But hopefully today we see a bit more integration. Hopefully we see them able to put Crystallis up, because we know he has the skills to pay the bills. It's just that, you know, trying to work in a new player is always going to be a bit of a challenge. Team Liquid and Tundra, we're going to have the draft ready for you on screen very shortly. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe the Magnus is still going to be a valuable pick, because Saberlight plays it like you said. We know Saksa loves that hero. It's not so much of a 33 plate Magnus offlane though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's locked in as carry as soon as they play it. But like you said, there's the pause for switch, right? So even though they lose the flex to the offlane, at least they have the flex to the pause for. Another hero I want to look at here is Doom, because Doom has been a pretty high priority for Tundra, especially going against the Dazzle, right? And I also feel like these are two. Maybe not two, but Saberlight has been running the Dazzle, enjoying it pretty frequently. Yeah. But I don't know if with this nerf, like, how does the priority change in terms of hero picks here? We see Boxy playing a lot of Wind Ranger as well. I think... Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to expect today, honestly.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think one big thing that I might be interested to see come out from Liquid, maybe they'll go back for that TA that we know Mickey loves, because they love to play tempo, they love to play fast. There's no better carry hero to kind of push that issue. Something like an Ursa, something like a TA. It's a classic, right, for this Team Liquid lineup. Regardless of the patch, regardless of where TA is as a hero, they see a right game for it, they might bring it out. So we'll see whether that ends up being something that they consider. Yeah, just in case you guys weren't exactly following along, there was a mini patch 7.38c happening right in between our last series yesterday. So a lot of these teams still probably trying to figure out what's good, what's going to change, whether this really affects how they've concocted their game plan in this current state of the meta right now. One thing we do know though is Team Liquid, given the opportunity, they're going to try and play fast. Sure enough, we see that TA banned out in the first phase by Tundra.
How did you call that, Mike? This non-existent hero?
I mean, it's existent now. Did you see the buffs? It's pretty significant stuff.
I did. I mean, it's a good hero. I feel like it's never been a bad hero, but people stopped playing it because of the facet, right? There was a bug with the Mel. Like, it's just a circle kind of appearing.
Yeah, that was a bit weird. I think they've probably fixed that now, hopefully. Fingers crossed. You never know. Bugs are endless in Dota. Some of them are features.
If a bug is around long enough, it is definitely a feature.
Yeah, that's the sort of logic
Part
that
of the game, right?
Most of these players have employed. Wind Ranger first pick.
Oh my god. I guess this is something Boxy's been playing too, right? So if you look at the draft, these are heroes that are contested between the two.
Sure.
Boxy looks like he's about to drop his first single of the year.
Tundra Esports.
Yeah, Boxy looks like he's about to I don't even know what he looks like. I feel like I'm so used to seeing... I haven't seen Boxy's upper half of his head in what feels like 1.5 years at this point.
He's locked in, man. That's
He
what he
is.
looked like when he won tournaments.
That's true. That's true.
10 seconds remaining.
Got the shades on. Mr. Cool Guy. Silencer will be the counter pick for Team Liquid, something Insania has gone back to. Seems like the AA has decreased a little bit in priority with all this healing now no longer a factor. Also, slight nerfs to the AA in terms of the Ice Vortex mana cost. They're no longer as easy to just sustain that constantly throughout a fight.
Yeah, Silencer is nice. I think it enables a lot of picks and the way Liquid want to play, right? They kind of like to battle early. Nisha likes this Storm, Monkey King heroes that kind of go in right now. Mickey as well. We see some Swen, some Ursas. Nothing too surprising. I also think Tundra had some issues against Silencer yesterday. It just felt like there was this one series where they just couldn't fight because of global silence.
Well, we'll see whether they go for something like the Tide Hunter on the off lane. It did take a little bit of a nerf to the Krill Eater facet, as well as the Dead in the Water cooldown going up by a whole 10 seconds. But still very much a strong off-lane hero that can do very well into the Silencer. I believe we've had this discussion before. Yes, Tide Hunter, he's not going to be able to ravage once you press global, but more often than not, as the Tide Hunter, you're the one getting the jump. And combine it with a Wind Ranger on the position 4, it's a lot of physical pressure onto this poor Silencer. He can't really get away.
5 seconds.
Look at the heroes in the pool. There's still a Beastmaster here.
True.
Tundra, they removed the Nice Stalker and Magnus, so repositioning and vision. Both teams not really revealing anything just yet. I assume Liquid's gonna show a core here.
Yeah.
Team Liquid.
Maybe just a hero that doesn't really mind dealing with the Wind Ranger too much, can get some sort of lockdown. I think that's what you want with the Wind Ranger. If not, it's gonna be pretty pesky to deal with Saksa as he skitters around.
I'm sure Monkey King's on the mind of both these teams right now, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it was on the mind at the start, and then now it's no longer a consideration.
You're right. Though I literally looked through the bands before I said that. I didn't see the Monkey King. I'm actually used to.
He's in Mischief. It's okay. That's how it happens.
I saw a tree. My bad.
He saw a tree. Yeah, unlucky.
What's the neutral pick here? Liquid a bit thinking a little. They want a hero that goes in. Maybe something like the Centaur or the Tide Hunter.
I think it was
a pick Centaur like this though.
Yeah, it was so much easier to you know, get a picture about what each of these teams wants to do coming into the draft. I think prior to the patch. Now that the patch is here, I find myself kind of at a loss because I feel like the heroes that they would automatically go for are just no longer considered right here. In any other situation, you think, damn, Dazzle's open. Why aren't they picking it? Abaddon's open, right? But suddenly these have decreased significantly in priority. They go back for the Hoodwink. That's something that Spirit were able to run to quite a degree of success. Seems like the damage buffs to some of her spells were just enough to put her back on the board.
Yeah, one of the battle laners right now, Murta ignored. I guess Hoodwink gives you a stun, right, in comparison. So I can see why they pick it up here.
Yeah.
Assume we're gonna see some White Mon post 5 that's decent against this. What else is in the pool? AA is still available if they want to go down that route. I think the scary thing about showing the post 5 that's not AA here is, like you said, the Dazzle's still in the pool. The obviously heroes like Gyro and all that, Liquid like Pace. Anything with Pace is kind of good at dealing with this, right?
Yeah, maybe the Dazzle loses a bit of, I guess, significance just because it's up into the Silencer. Even before the nerfs, the Silencer was constantly picked up against it. See whether Tundra choose to show a core here. They go for that Razor. And
nothing too surprising. I guess it's just Crystallis, right? Like, you want to pick his core early. I think that's Tundra's formula. They always just want to show their carry if possible. Oh, new hero, baby.
okay. I mean, it's not necessarily new for Whitemon. It's something he's picked up on occasion. But I wonder what the idea here is here for this Razor Chen safe lane, I'm presuming.
I know, but this is a pretty sick Brewmaster game right now. Get some Vessel. He's pretty untouchable in lane. It's nice against the Razor. Like, your teamfight control is kind of strong. I think the Razor's just nice against most of Saberlight's pool. He doesn't really play the lane winners. He plays this melee hero that gets left on an island most of the time. You can also see I'm just going for Centaur here. You have Stampede against the Link later on. Little disengage. Gale Force is annoying though.
Team Liquid's turn to win.
Let's pick up the Storm. Storm Silencer, always just the best combo in the world.
Yeah, does feel that way. Pop the global silence on top. Nothing much that these supports can do to the Storm Spirit anyway. Maybe you look at an Atos for the Wind Ranger somewhere down the line, but even then, if you're managing to dodge out that projectile, not going to keep you in place. Very little stuns coming out from Tundra right now. Talk to me about this Chen. What makes it a good Chen game? You see two supports, Silencer, Hoodwink. Like, why does that open up the Chen suddenly?
There's the lack of wave clear on both supports. Also a pretty neutral hero. They're kind of sacrificing Crystallizer's pick with this, right? So Razors can be a bit more independent, but in trade, what Whitemon gives you back is obviously he'll have this like AoE item timings, all the team items that come out later on. There's also just a comfort, right? He really likes this hero. Tundra, they look like they have the ability to play with pace. I think the Chen is nice against Silencer also because the team fight items is what kind of gives you pace against the global silence.
Right.
And you don't care, you're not one of those supports that cares too much about getting silenced as well.
I guess you're a bit sad that you can't pop the Hand of God exactly when you want it, but when it runs out, you should be able to. I mean, Chen can very easily build into the Greaves as well. Maybe somewhere down the line, and sure enough, Tundra, they are trying to pick up the aforementioned pace up against Team Liquid, even into the face of that global silence, with a Storm zipping in, a Primal Beast coming in. They want to be able to keep their formation and continue to barrel down. Tundra look to be gearing up towards, am I right to say, a bit of a pseudo death ball situation?
Yeah, they have very fast heroes right now. This is no cooldowns other than Dragon form. This DK against Storm, we've seen it a lot of times, but I think the difference in this game is that even though Storm might have a good lane, they actually have a lot of ways to kill DK. There's the eggs on Primal Beast later if he wants to go. There's obviously the sharpshooter break that kind of tears through his armor. And again, global silence. Okay, so something I'm not sure of is that now that Chen's creeps are hero creeps, they are hero creeps, right?
No, they're not. They're not.
So they're the same.
Oh, so his convert, if he summons it with his innate, is a hero creep.
Okay.
It says creep hero. So you can't instantly kill it with Midas, you can't instantly kill it with arrow, you can't dig on it. But if he just regularly converts, I'm not sure whether it's a creep hero. I need to double check that. I mean, we'll see it in action.
I'm not sure if this interaction still exists, but when you used to play Chen against Silencer, I remember Puppy specifically is the one who did this. He was walking around with 3 purge creeps. And whenever the Silencer globals, he just purges off the global silence from his teammates. And in this game, I know it's kind of a meme, but Purge is so high value against Arcane Curse, against Primal Beast, who is in fear of Purge, obviously remove the trample. So I think Whitemon is set up to have a pretty good game so far. That being said, I think this Primal is going to be able to just cut waves, and it's not an easy game for Razor. You have a BKB timing, but Primal's good at BKB control. You can't really link onto anyone. There's Onslaught to get away. There is the Storm who can zip away. Maybe supports, but Liquid also have the luxury of picking this last pick carry. I am looking at Terrorblade right now. I think Tundra is probably looking at it too, hence the Darkseer and Sand kind of give it away.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, we've seen so many times Terrorblade, once you get that picked up, your opponents pick a massive amount of magic damage just to burst through you. We've seen some of these players just not able to participate at all. Now, I do want to say I'm not sure whether I have mechanics completely correct, but I believe Global Silence also silences hero units and enemy units. So even if you have them persuaded, they will be silenced.
Yeah,
and
this
even
was
if,
an old interaction.
Yeah, like long time ago, right?
Correct. When it
That would
didn't
be pretty
silence
funny.
creeps, it was quite dumb actually.
That's why they made that change, just because Puppy figured it out. I really like this Primal Beast though. I always see Primal Beast as the type of hero that can just barrel through a ball lineup, but the ball just gets stronger. This is and always has been a 33 special. That offlane Lycan now empowered by the changes to Helm Dom, Helm Overlord. Got a creep hero. So no Midases, like we said, no Sacred Arrows. They're gonna have a little bit of an army, a menagerie running at you on Tundra Esports. And Team Liquid, what is going to be that last pick response on the position 1?
I see Swen and Naga right now for Liquid. I think Swen is more up Mickey's alley. He likes the hero. It's another hero that goes in with Global Silence. Obviously, Razor doesn't really man fight you. Lycan hard to run in. Oh, sorry. How could I forget?
Yeah, how could we forget? I mean, to be fair to us, a little bit of an excuse here. We got caught up in the patch a bit, but this is the premier carry hero. If you're not counting Tidy, if you're not counting Nature's Prophet, both of which have been banned out, allows him to play at a pretty decent pace. And I think there's actually a bit of kill threat between Insania and the PA on Lycan early on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a nice Wind Ranger lane, probably a lot of spam. I think 33 also, he does a pretty good job of just not getting shut down in lane. Might even see him move to the jungle early on if he really feels the need to. Some wolf shenanigans. Silencer, and I guess Hoodwink's not that susceptible to dying to wolves, but playing Silencer against Lycan is miserable.
Yeah, I'm so glad they nerfed Alpha Wolves into Oblivion. We had that entire, I believe it was a Dream League, where we were just watching supports die to Wolves. Like, it was literally a whole 3-minute compilation of these sad position 5s getting wrecked here. I don't think that's very much a viable facet anymore with the nerfs. But how are you liking the drafts? Tundra, from the get-go, the second we saw that Chen, we knew it was going to be pace. They want to play fast. Team Liquid, it's not like they can't play fast either, right? They love to skirmish early. Cooldowns are low. They're ready to rumble. Which side has the advantage, you think?
Right, honestly, I like Liquid's draft a bit more. My only concern for them is that I do think that Tundra have better lanes. I think this Razor's going to have a free game. I think Chen's going to be pretty free. And
Sure.
I think that my biggest concern is the mid lane. When this Whitemon Chen comes in, you know, how do you deal with it? Because Silencer, Hoodwink, they're strong, sure, but at the same time, I don't know if you're strong enough to kill DK before. So I think what's going to happen is we'll probably see the Primal Beast get involved earlier, or even Mickey on the PA. Also, another interaction we never talked about is the Phantom Knives against DK actually makes DK super killable. You actually remove so much of his health, removing his armor, and he just kind of dies full to 0. On top of that, it's paired with the global, right? So I feel like draft to draft, this is the ball versus global silence, and how fast can Tundra play is all going to come back down to the laning stage for them.
Yeah, we'll see how they choose to maneuver the lanes. Just yesterday, in a little bit of a surprise situation, I must say, Tundra kind of got broken a bit by Falcons. 33, who we rarely ever see have a bad lane, like you mentioned, having one of the rougher performances on his Beastmaster, just maybe a bit shaken, maybe not fully, you know, comfortable in this new lineup just yet, despite having Whitemon back from his little trip to get his visa for Raleigh. We'll see how it all pans out as we have game number 1 of Liquid versus Tundra, the elimination series in the lower bracket, if you can believe that. And we already had to say goodbye to Paravision, bidding them adieu in 7th and 8th place. One of these teams is going to join them at the end of these two, and potentially I want to hope for 3 games, because these teams play such an amazing level of Dota. The previous time they met up in the group stage was also a 2-1, where Tundra were able to get the better of the Liquid fellas there, and that was also when Fly was still standing in. So theoretically speaking, Tundra should be in a bit of a better position to get the dub here.
Did Boxy sell his boots? He has no items right now. I think he ran out with the boots to get a ward down mid lane.
Yeah, seems that way. Hyper efficiency from these guys, no surprises there. Gonna get them a nice bit of vision.
Sailor convert for Chen. So I wonder if he's gonna double down on this mana burn creep and just send it to the mid lane. Mana burn against Storm is pretty significant, relying on the Remnant to get a lot of last hits in this already, I would say, unfavorable matchup for them.
Yeah. I will also say that it's not immediately obvious. BZM
has to be careful too.
That's an Arcane Curse. That is a kill. -1 to start the laning stage off, and Mickey gets the first blood. That is yummy.
Saberlight's level 2.
Yeah, he just
creep wave with boots.
Yeah, it's the classic sort of Primal Beast play, right? You just go behind the tower, you don't want to interact. So you trample, get that level 2. I think we were seeing some Primal Beasts do this and then immediately gank the mid lane, and that would just ruin the entire early game for the opponent mid laner. But he's just going to return back up there. A bit of a presence here from Liquid in the bot lane, though. They want to try lane 33 early and pressure this Lycan away.
Yeah, it's something we see commonly with PA, right? It's just you get him off to a good start and he's going to do well. Saberlight meanwhile does not.
What? I mean, I guess he didn't want the full channel. If not, the creeps were going to de-aggro. I can kind of see the vision. And with those boots, Whitemon can't actually threaten him. So this is a really nice response and understanding there from the Liquid offlaner. He gets that there's no interacting in this lane, right? He doesn't want to run up to the Razor. So he's just going to creep pull over and over. and there's not much the Chen can do to stop him.
Yeah, it's the weakness of Chen. Also, Razor's not one of those heroes that wants to play under the tower. Range hero tanking creeps is not fun at any time. Obviously, Boxy can come in and poke him too. So, Liquid, I like the strategy. I like their approach to the laning stage so far.
We talk already about the early timing that Tundra wants to hit, but that kind of comes with having to at least go even in the lanes, don't you think? I mean, right now, they're at least 33 is being pushed back very far by Mickey and how aggressive he's being on the Phantom Assassin. Lightstone already looking at that corrosion. Looks like the nerf doesn't influence it that much. Boxy showing himself here in the top lane. That little plasma field's gonna mop up the squirrel. Nice little kill for Crystallis.
Staying a bit too long. But he will be okay. Just gonna return to the lane. Nice kill from Crystallis. Again, I feel like this bot lane is it's the key for me, right? Like how ahead is Mickey gonna be? Because if he's just farming, I think it's not so bad if 33 is able to get levels. But you also have this Wind Ranger. What's he gonna do if you're not winning your lane? You know,
That's true.
forced to level the Wind Run too. So pretty passive approach in the bot lane. Just gonna focus on stopping Insania from pulling down here.
I want to talk a bit about this mid lane because this is not the first time we've seen this Dragon Knight Storm matchup. And in the previous meeting between Tundra and Liquid, it just felt like regardless of the game outcome, early on it'd be BZM schooling Nisha. But now it seems pretty fine though. Nisha is doing a great job holding his own and keeping up into BZM. It's not even like the first blood gold went to the Storm's pockets, right? It's just he's kind of found himself a pretty nice position in the lane.
I think I love the wave. The lane comes down to the wave and where it starts. DK obviously can't really pressure you at early levels. Storm, one of those heroes that you can't really zone him out from just spamming remnants, but the lane does get harder, especially when DK turns 6. Again though, I think Liquid's strength here is that this Primal Beast can anytime just kind of TP and connect to mid. Compared to this Razor and Lycan, I feel like Liquid is gonna bring a lot of pressure to mid lane. Whether it's the PA, whether it's the Primal Beast, they definitely have the ability to.
33 trading his life down here. They'll lose. Staxas? No. I thought he was done for sure there. Big one though, keeping him safe, and power shot threatening Mickey, but just not enough execute damage in this early stage. 33 again. Kind of the target of pressure here. Falls early on. This is not really the start you want from your Lycan off lane.
Yeah, Mickey already corrosion up. Power treads being queued up. 33 also not one of those heroes that wants to buy boots early. That's the helm queued up. Will definitely help him, but I do expect him to just resort to jungling at some point.
That's gonna be so tough. I mean, you're just gonna have Saksa probably down here tapping the EXP. I was wondering whether Tundra would bring something like the Wind Ranger to the mid. A lot of the times when we see this possible Wind Ranger, suddenly they show up mid, they power shot a few times. You could line that up with a stun from the DK as well, but early laning stage not really going Tundra's way. The only small little caveat that they have is the fact that Crystallis seems to be farming pretty fine.
That's right. I think 33, he will probably be forced to jungle at some point. I think Saksa cannot leave the lane just because 33 will be on an island and he needs levels before he goes to the jungle. I think that's something that's super important for him. Top lane kind of neutral. Razor favorite a little, but Saberlight is getting levels. I think this is pretty expected.
Primal Beast just has so many different tools he can use to manipulate the lane. Saksa in some trouble. Looks like another -1 going the way of Mickey. They're trying to body block as much as they can, and Saksa accepts his fate, turns around for the power shot and doesn't even land it. Another -1. Insania continuing to drain some of the brains down here of Tundra in the bot lane.
This PA is on a very scary trajectory right now. 3k net worth at 5 minutes. The thing about this hero is that as soon as he starts being able to get kills in lane, it kind of just snowballs super hard. Especially when you start dying to him. Yeah. Expect to see Saksa just kind of either soak EXP or leave right now.
Tundra need to be very careful not to give way too much to Mickey here, right? Yesterday, we saw this exact situation happen to Gaimin. That was the first game, of course, before Liquid unfortunately got reverse swept by Gaimin. But they were running rampant. Ended the game in 30 minutes. I think the kill score at one point was disgusting. It was like 20-something kills to 1.
Yeah.
Now?
There's a shield here. There's the power shot spam we were talking about.
Yeah, they're bringing the numbers, right? They've converted some creeps. They come into this mid lane. They're looking for the pressure. This is what this support duo was meant to accomplish. Poke you out from under the tower. Continue to lay into it. Noxie's here though, looking for a setup. They'll zip forward, look for BZM. Didn't get the Vortex off. Maybe they'll settle for Saksa instead. Windrun already popped. You don't have any additional way of keeping them in place, so Tundra will just back off, happy with the Dragon Form concluding. Liquid take a lot of pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, nicely done by Tundra. Nice power shot by Saksa too. Sending Nisha back to base now. He's looking for the snipe though. The scan comes out.
God damn.
Nisha gonna stay around.
He's reaching deep. Tries for it.
Oh my god. I like how Nisha stays there to farm after that. I wonder if he even saw the power shot.
Is Saksa still going for it?
Oh my god. Please.
No
please
way.
don't.
Are you serious?
I wanna watch this.
You're kidding. You're kidding. No way. No way.
Yes way,
no
baby.
way.
Yep, you're dead.
Oh my god. Well, that's a free ward, but worth honestly. Level 5 on the Wind Ranger now.
Oh man. These are the type of moments you pick kill shot Wind Ranger for, I'll tell you that much. I mean, Bo3's gonna get that free deward like you said, but that is gonna be Nisha out of the picture, which means this mid tower is forfeit unless Saberlight can do something about it. He's hit that level 6 now, has a Lotus to his name, might just be looking for a setup now that Nisha's returned.
It's kind of low on the mana though. I want to scout him out. I think they just want to try to secure the rune for the storm. Not sure if they can fight here though.
Zip in, zip out. Saberlight will deny the shield rune in the top lane. So nothing for BZM to utilize. He'll just return to some of the stacks lovingly prepared for him.
Tundra forcing a lot of pressure here. If he's up top lane, Saberlight forced to rotate. I think it's just hold up. No fight going on. Mickey is gating.
He's run in here. Saberlight, he can't get the charge off. Very nice setup there from Crystallis. Just pops that ultimate immediately and calls the boys in. Good punish there from the side of Tundra. And I think the most important thing that I'm noticing is Mickey is still monstrous, right? He's 4.2k net worth. But Tundra are just completely playing away from him. Another snipe down. Saksa gets the execute. And they're pressuring the top tier 1 now. They're just forcing maybe Mickey to even come by and try and contest if they want to even stand a chance of defending this tower on Liquid. Comes the onslaught looking for a target, but again you've run into the link. A nice shackle to cancel the pulverize, and Saberlight's in trouble. So much damage being drained away. Mickey has TP'd up here now. The PA wants the fight, but BZM proving to be a bit too tanky for now. Looking for a bushwhack, misses it. No trees there in the vicinity. Power shot comes through. Nisha, the tag teaming in on the side of Liquid, bringing all 5 members to at least get the opposing carry. They will slay the Razor. The BZM gets out to safety. Meanwhile, take a look at the Chen mid. Just farming away. BZM. Oh, he's out of there.
He's chasing down here though.
He's gonna try, but looks like there might be a setup instead. Mickey, he's come down here by himself. He has some nice evasion, but there is a wolf at his door, and Insania's too late to the party. Nice little bait play there from Tundra, and now they're gonna convert that into pressure in the tier 1. I mean, this early game, it did not look good for this 33 Lycan, but Tundra, they are just making all the right moves around the map. Look at Saberlight now. Pressure it down, you just need a little bit more mana for the power shot. Not gonna throw it out.
But Saberlight kicked out of the lane for like what it feels like the 6th time this game. Doing so badly on net worth. BZM with the insane rotations early game. It's just this DK against Storm again. With Tundra's supports behind Saksa having super high levels.
Gonna try. Nice shackle. What?
What the fuck?
Gets onto 2. Saksa. How do you find that? I mean, Crystallis is still gonna die, but now if the TP's coming in, they're looking to get a return kill. Nisha has that AD rune though, forcing the win run out of Saksa. Liquid. That was very much needed. Good rotation there from the Storm, just trying to keep up with the pressure that Tundra exerting on the map.
But Tundra, you see the way they play. Every time something happens top, they're reacting here. They don't want to give Liquid any space whatsoever. It's like, sure, you get a kill, but other than that, no way.
That's unlucky. No connection on the shackle shot, which means that there's no follow-up stun. BZM didn't have that dragon form, so ranged dragon tail not available. Again, all this pressure just mounting up. Come forward, Saksa. Out in place by the tree, but Nisha accidentally cuts it down. Global silence. Stabilite's gonna come forward. Hand of God though. Saving BZM for now, but it's way too much damage raining into the Dragon Knight, and he will drop. Nisha able to zip back to safety, but again, is it Saberlight that has to go down for it? Looks that way. Looking for a power shot onto Nisha. Thanks his lucky stars, he has that infused raindrops. They'll even shackle. Look for another opportunity. Nisha, so low.
I guess the TP is going in. Crystal is in trouble.
Crystallis now overextending on the Razor and will get picked off. Again, kills flowing the way of Liquid. It's been a trade back and forth as Nisha able to outdo Saksa in that corner of the map. But again, Tundra, look at how much space 33 is getting on that Lycan. He's been completely uninvolved. He's chilling, almost finishing up the helm of the Overlord now. You're gonna have a dragon knocking on your door soon.
I mean, look at the network from 33. This doesn't look like he got owned by the PA in lane at all. It's just Lycan as a hero. Helm buff too. So much space, just based on because of Tundra. Applying so much pressure in the top lane. Liquid, they have no choice but to react to this. Especially with Global, right? They have to take fights, but it feels like they're just forced to come together every part of the way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Tundra, they can play their signature style, just continuing to split the map. This is where Tundra look their best, when they can have 3 heroes independently farming the map, still coming together to make some moves. Speaking of moves though, Liquid, they're sick of it. They want to try and force something, play around Saberlight in the mid lane. He's had a rough time up top. No Blade Mail complete just yet, but they're feeling strong enough that they want to force something. Still a bit ahead of the Wisdom timing where you typically see a move, but they want to flush this safe lane duo out. Whitemon looks to be an easy pickup here. Some Galvanized stacks going the way of Nisha on a killing spree now on the Storm Spirit.
Creeps do. Despair. Liquid will make their move to open up the first tower. Tundra don't look like they really want to react to this. BZM has the dagger now too, so I think they are going to make a move of their own possibly.
See whether there's any follow-up after Liquid take this tower, but for you, you can press !F in the chat to follow Fissure on their socials, keep up with all the events and the Dota 2 happening, not just in Universe Episode 4, but across the many tournaments that Fissure is going to run this season. Look at that move, BZM. Outer Banks, this is where carries come to die. Nisha positioned himself in a very, very safe location. I think Remnant might have just revealed him though. Start walking forward. Uh-oh, BZM gets that stun. Where's the follow-up? Global silence means that Centaur can't cast the wall storm coming through the Twin Gate. They found 33. Lycan is dead. Nice little wraparound. Didn't even see them coming. Looked like Tundra was setting up, but Liquid read it. Get the punish off onto the Lycan.
Yeah, that's a big kill. Top network for Tundra. And Mike, he took top tower, took the Shrine of Wisdom, has the Bell Fury flying out really soon, almost there. So Liquid, it feels like they kind of stemmed the bleeding now. DK has a dagger, but look at his net worth. He's below Saberlight on the Primal Beast, and this is where the teamfight comes in, right? Again, Liquid with the global, they have spells. They kind of bled out the early game just based on how the lanes went, but a lot of defending, a lot of fighting, and it feels like... I don't feel like Tundra can run at them right now anymore.
Yeah, it's just weird because we see the way the Tundra cores are positioned around the map. You get the impression that they are out farming their opponents. But the reality is, with how much kills Liquid have managed to get themselves on the map, they've managed to carve a space for Saberlight to come back into the game. He is matching net worth with the Razor. This does not look like a Primal Beast who got forced out of his lane, what, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 times? He's doing fine.
Honestly, such a good Blade Mail game too. So again, the interaction against the Razor. You also have BKB Pierce. Eventually the Axe can come out, the Fan of Nice. There's so many breaks on the side of Liquid for this BZM Dragon Knight later. I'm not sure if this is a game where Razor can carry. In all honesty, sticking onto PA and Storm, they're really good matchups against Razor simply for the fact that you can't static link them.
Yeah, you gotta keep in mind that this Razor was one of the first few picks for Tundra. Confident in Crystallis's ability to make it work, but again, as we saw yesterday, it's a hero that's hard to 1v5 with. All you need to do is break up the link. If he can get that static link off, it's an easy game, but you got Global, you got Control, you got Burst coming out from Liquid. He's getting a bit harder, but Tormentor secured now by the side of Tundra.
They ain't gonna stop their pressure though. Feel like they need to at least force reactions from Liquid.
And trading even doesn't feel like enough in it. I mean, if you get this tier 2 tower, but Liquid managed to get the opposing tier 2 tower in the top side of the map, that's not gonna feel good. But looks like it's a freebie.
Bottom tower.
Liquid may be waiting for their next item timings, not wanting to engage at the moment.
What can I say? Nature loves me.
I think the game feels a little weird for Tundra right now.
Tower is under attack.
Strong enough to kill maybe 1 or 2 heroes, but not strong enough to teamfight, I wanna say. They will pressure around the mid lane. Liquid's setting up though, they want this fight with Global.
Yeah, it does feel like Tundra need to be extremely wary of the global silence. That's the one foil to their game plan. Nice ward in the backline allows them to spot out the Dragon Knight, and if they can burst him down, that'll be huge. Hold him in place and blow him up. Lycan can't do shit. Lycan just has to run. And the rest of Tundra, their supports don't really provide much in this situation. Crystallis will try and come in, throw out some damage, link up onto Mickey, turn around on the PA, they got the kill. But now Crystallis, he's in a load of shit. Yeah, just heroes surrounding him on all sides. Can he do enough damage? Lycan finishing off the back line, and he gets the link. A huge shackle coming out from Saksa, but it's not gonna be enough. Crystallis still goes down, but 33, he's in prime position to clean up this fight. Ultra kill now for your Lycan. The wolf is at your door, and Liquid, no one there to stop him from rampaging through their backlines. So many instances where that fight, it did not look the best for Tundra. They had to give bodies on bodies. But the supporting cast staying alive in Saksa, honestly, I think that shackle shot saved the team fight. And it might just have saved the game for the side of Tundra Esports.
Yeah, Mickey going in, not expecting the Razor to be there. Maybe gets linked up straight away, just goes down, and Liquid, after they pop the global and sharpshooter onto BZM 33, that was a field day of a team fight. Lack of control, no onslaught, no primal beast ult, no pulverize. Just, man, 33, suddenly he has power treads working towards the Echo Saber now. And this also possibly opens up Roche for them. They have a lot of minus armor. They have Chen.
I mean, they don't care, right? Global silence is down. They know they're invulnerable. Take a look at how aggressively they're posturing now. Tundra, a surge of confidence flowing their way as they understand just how strong they are when that ultimate is down. Liquid feels like they need more than 1 kill within this global. If not, they're just gonna start losing heroes. Another beautiful shackle, another catch. Look at this absolute shit fiat. How many units is that? Is that even allowed?
Too many units is the answer, man. Look at this tower. Is that a tier 2?
This is just gone. And are they looking at high ground here? I mean, it's 30 seconds without your storm, but global silence is back up. I mean, they know he doesn't have a buyback. They're just gonna force it. Gale Force, Atos, 33, the Howl. Oh, woo! Down you go. The tower, quick to fall. Oh, dude, are they...
How do you stop this?
Yeah, how do you stop it? There's 20 more seconds until your silencer now. You bled out the most important kill. You needed the Storm Silencer for the initiation. And they're pinging the next tower. They're looking at it. No Dragon Form, no problem. They still got a bajillion creeps. They summoned the whole zoo. The glyph will keep them away for now. But what a pace that Tundra are playing at right now. Liquid, they need to try and keep it together. Cut waves, run away. The Atos holding Saberlight in place. And despite that Blade Mail reflecting a good bit of damage, he's going nowhere. Tundra, they are just outplaying their opponents.
That's Roche if they want it. I don't think there's anything really stopping them from knocking on the high ground now. Whitemon has the pipe. So this is peak Chen timing. Hand of God and pipe. Where is your damage on Liquid? Mickey is having a pretty damn good game, but he's just not ready. He not one of those heroes that fights with the 1 or 2 items. Obviously, you can come in and get a kill or 2, but so much damage coming out from Tundra's course right now. The Mjolnir also that he can drop on BZM. They don't even want the Aegis. Who cares? Fight me.
What are you gonna do now? Drums pop. That's another tier 3 tower. How many seconds did that take? 3 seconds? Racks down. Next racks down. Liquid, you got no response to this entire zoo lineup. And I think when I saw those Helm Dom changes, this is kind of what I envisioned. Tundra, trust them to just find a disgusting timing and abuse it. They are 11k ahead now. What can Liquid do in this situation? They are just struggling all over the map. Oh, no. Mickey, he might just get caught out here. That's not going to be a good sign. EP, blink forward, stun connects. That's going to be a dead Phantom Assassin. Easy kill for 33.
I'm out of ideas, man. Liquid. The only way they come back into this game is Mickey cleaning up house, but unfortunately, he's the one who gets caught.
Last 84%. Last game, I mean, just yesterday, we were watching all these amazing games of Dota where it was close. The teams were coming back. It looks like a deficit doesn't matter because they have an opportunity regardless. But this timing from Tundra, you're not gonna tank up enough to deal with it. You're looking at the BKB from Mickey that is miles away, and then you catch yourself. You ask, I'm looking at BKB on my PA for what? Shackle shot? Dragon tail? Does that really change the outcome of the fight? Liquid, they're just lacking the damage right now, and Whitemon is continuing to pile on the auras.
I actually like to see him go for a shot right now. I think blowing up BZM might be a kind of a pseudo solution. Any item to help you fight, like right now. Tundra's knocking on your high ground.
Yeah, they're coming. Just a reminder that you're watching the official English stream brought to you by FISSURE Studios for this tournament. But we might have some really quick elimination series. In they go. Onto Sasa, Global Silence to cover. They're trying to eliminate the Wind Ranger, but not even enough burst. Essence Ring forced to use the Pulverize, but meanwhile, again, the backline being ravaged by the Wolf, and they'll turn back around onto Mickey. They might have gotten Sasa, not even surviving with the force stop. They can't even chase him down. Everyone on Liquid evaporates. And Tundra, ice in their veins, up to the high ground. All it takes is 23 minutes. Smiles on their faces, they completely clapped Liquid in this game number 1.
Just turn the switch on, man. Liquid looked like they were holding on, and then 33's like, alright guys, I am done farming, what's up? And it felt like the game just ended after that mid-fight. Ultra kill for 33, Global Silence down. Tundra's like, okay. And then Whitemon honestly, low-key, I feel like all these chain creeps, the units, between the wolves, between the helms, the drum, there was just no wave clear. Sableye was the wave clear right in the draft, but he was having such a bad game. He needed a BKB, but once he got a BKB, they were 2 racks down. That's way too late, man.
Yeah, there were some moments in that early game that it looked like Liquid were starting to be able to find some opportunities. Keep up in terms of net worth, but keeping up doesn't matter. You just don't have the damage. Your heroes, they are not equipped to deal with this intense push. And from the very get-go, we were worried, is this enough? Can you really deal with it? Yes, the PA comes out as the last pick. It's something that has been so successful this patch, but it just wasn't fast enough. And we'll see the score here as the dust settles. 12-19, that kill score doesn't matter, but look at that game from 33. What a performance here. 11k damage doesn't really tell the full story, but he was munching them up. 10-2 and 5 on that Lycan last pick. Really getting the better of Liquid in this game number 1, and now you have one more problem to worry about on this off lane.
And Tundra sneaking in the Lycan at the end there. I thought the PA was enough. The lane looked so good, but we see why Lycan is a top tier hero sometimes. You know, he goes to the jungle, he gets space for like 5 minutes, and suddenly top of the net worth. Suddenly Helm of Dom. You have Silencer, Hoodwink playing against this Storm as well. Not the best. Obviously hard heroes to kill, but what if they're just hitting your buildings? How do you fight into that?
I mean, that's how you know you lost, right? There's no bigger indicator of it than when you're trying to go on a team fight. Your 3 cores, and to a certain extent your supports, cast all their spells, all their ultimates on a pos 4 Wind Ranger, and she lives with 500 HP. Thanks to the Essence Ring, thanks to the auras, thanks to everything. Tundra, absolutely disgusting. I almost puked in my mouth, but we will have game number 2. Liquid still have one more chance. Let's see whether Blitz, Jabs, and the rest of that gang can try and come up with something to keep them alive at FISSURE Universe Episode 4. We'll find out after a short break.
get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop every member, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins.
Oh, are we back already? Okay, FISSURE Universe. Sorry, guys. FISSURE Universe Episode 4. Oh, back here. Sorry, I just had to go take a quick shower. That was absolutely disgusting. I can't believe what just happened. We came to this lower bracket. We had an amazing first day of playoffs. And then Tundra Liquid, this is about to be a hype elimination series, might just end in the next 20 minutes, Adam. This is some insane shit.
I can't imagine a world where Liquid lets that happen again.
No,
Just like
please
coming
no.
in, you know, new patch, Falcons back, you know, this Helm of Dom heroes. Obviously, Moon Meander had like some uppity up, you know, he drafted a Chen pretty early. He already knew the direction the game was going. I talked about how OP this Storm was. Well, Storm's not OP when you can't zip in and kill people in global. Nisha forced to go for a Kaya Lincoln's. No damage, couldn't wait for a BKB on Mickey or on Primal Beast, and Tundra just no mercy outright.
Yeah, I mean, there's not going to be much action if you still let the Lycan in, but you can keep up with all the action happening in this tournament. You press !F in the chat and follow FISSURE on all their socials. You're not going to miss a thing. In fact, even after this series ends, there'll just be, unfortunately, the teams that were eliminated, settled, and we still have the upper bracket matches, 2 upcoming matches for you. Very exciting stuff. So Liquid, as a byproduct of how first game went, they will get priority. They choose first pick for themselves. That seems to be sort of the strat going into a new patch, right? You're going to have a bit more of an advantage snatching up a priority hero. And then Tundra Esports actually choose Dire this time.
I wonder if with the pace, does AA come back in priority again? Because AA is pretty good against these balls, right? You give you the damage, the little bit of deep push. Obviously, it's not good against the units that can come out, but we'll see the strategic approach that Liquid want to take here.
I mean, Liquid, they are kind of in a little bit of a pickle, right? They have one more ban, and then they need to decide whether they're getting something like the Beastmaster or the Lycan for themselves. They'll take out the Satsa Wind Ranger that was such a big problem and ban out the Crystallis Razor as well. Okay, well, that's one of the comfort heroes for Crystallis out of the pool. The other one is the Monkey King, but that one feels a little bit more abusable, especially if it's picked up early. Liquid opt for the safe choice of the Jakiro, just a solid position 5, can't go wrong there. I'll wait to see how Tundra choose to take this draft.
So AoE and strong lane. I think Jakiro's a nice start to the adaptation, but Tundra instant Doom pick. But why? Doom was just ignored in the last series. Why is Doom good now?
Was it ignored in the last series? I'm pretty sure they banned it.
Did they?
Yeah. Liquid banned it third. They banned the Monkey King first and then they banned the Doom. They're like, hey, new patch, you know, Tundra, we know you guys are going to gravitate towards the heroes that you like the most. And we know 33 loves his Doom, so screw you. But something's going to slip, right? So you take out the Wind Ranger and you take out the Razor. Now you got the Monkey King, now you got the Doom, if that's what Tundra Esports wants to go for.
Is that just what playing against Crystallis is? Like, he gets so much hate, but the only way you deal with his heroes is you ban him.
Sure,
is that not what it feels
then
like?
There's the counter argument. The mass sort of public seems to think that on any other hero, Crystallis isn't as hot. Would you agree with that?
I agree, but that's everyone, right?
Is it?
Everyone has like 6 heroes. Crystallis has like 4 maybe that he's really good at, but is that bad? I don't know. I think it's pretty good. Okay.
Well, I think Tundra agree with you. That's why they picked him up. But it remains to be seen whether they can make their way out of this lower bracket situation they found themselves in. Still stabilizing, still trying to integrate this new player. Kind of going from, we joked about this yesterday, but from Big D to Big C, I think the one difference is that Dyrachyo, he does have a slightly wider hero pool, but the aura is kind of the same, right? They both like to play aggressive. They both aren't these super safe, you know, take no risks type players. They like to go in, they like to get shit rolling. They don't mind if they take a couple of deaths while they're at it. And I guess in a way that enables 33 and BZM to play a bit more greedy as well.
Yeah, it just feels like it's their formula for success, right? I don't think Crystallis is by any means over aggressive. I think they fight in the right places. I think that's the good thing about Tundra. It's like they're aggressive where they need to be. It's like, okay, 33 needs to recover. Okay, we go fight in safe lane. You know? Whereas I think what Dyrachyo gave to them is a bit more of a of a spark, I want to say. I feel like sometimes he's fighting in places beyond the line of where he should be.
Yep. It does come with a lot of space creation though. Tundra Esports go for this gyro. Now, you and me, we don't like this gyro. We've had bad experiences so far across Fissure. It has not looked that great when picked up early as a carry. I mean, sure, you can play fast, you can get aggressive, but it just feels like it's fallen flat in comparison to everything else that has been available. And why do you think they're picking the gyro up this early on?
Okay, I think there are 3 reasons. One is I hate gyro into AA, and Liquid can't pick AA, right? They have Jakiro. I think that's number 1. I think number 2 is they want a Chrysalis hero that is like kind of a neutral lane. And there's also Beast Enigma and stuff like that still in the pool. So gyro is good against Beast Enigma Lycan, kind of denying this like whole Helm of Dominator trend heroes, right? Helm of the Overlord.
Right, okay.
I think on top of that as well, just this Doom being existent, it kind of deals with a lot of gyro counters. Gyro's generally scared of like physical damage or lifestealer even, and Doom is pretty nice against those. So just kind of covering each other's bases, because Doom is scared of fast pace, he's scared of not being able to fight early, he's scared of maybe even Zoo, and gyro seems to tick all those boxes, right?
Sure. I mean, at present, they don't really have an answer to this new selection from Team Liquid. Probably the Saberlight Centaur War Runner. That Stampede is going to be very helpful into the Doom. I mean, we didn't really talk much about this Marcy pickup that we presume is going to be on the position 4, unless it's some crazy Marcy carry type shit. But, you know, the pick-me-up is pretty solid if you're trying to save an ally from the Doom, save them from getting homing missile, a lot of escape already. Speaking of escape, there's the Ringmaster coming out from Whitemon, a bit of a Siggy at this point.
What do you go on Marcy now? I wonder why they picked Marcy. Is it like you said they just disengaged as like Rebound and Stampede against Doom? It's Liquid's idea just to run away, reset.
5 seconds remaining.
Tundra. What's the Saxa hero here? Dark Willow. I feel like I've only seen him play Wind Range. What Saxa been playing? We saw a Night Stalker game.
We saw a Night Stalker game
sometimes.
Yeah, we saw Magnus, Night Stalker. What else? I need to pull this one up actually.
Did they have a little bit of stuns?
I had it open in game number 1 and just navigate away from that tab, I guess.
We saw an Alchemist too.
Cool. You could go back for the Hoodwink. That's all the rage now, right?
I know, but does he play it? I mean, the heroes kind of did, and it's like the patch was yesterday, you know, unless he popped some Hoodwink today. I don't really see them
I get what you
picking it
mean.
up.
I get what you mean.
I think Willow is probably the more likely pick. You have Terrorize, you have Wheel of Wonder, just a lot more AoE control. Tundra. What are you going for here?
Night Stalker, Wind Ranger, Magnus. That seems
Double
to be the
save.
flavor. Yeah, okay, that's the task. I wonder what the idea is here. I know it gives them a good amount of skirmishing. Snowball safe, the box safe, pretty nice BKB piercing stun to keep a stampeded target in place.
5 seconds remaining.
Some roaming potential to the mid lane. I don't really see the picture. All I do see is that Tundra Esports, they can get brawling very early on. The Team Liquid, they'll answer that with a Terrorblade. So not too scared of the gyro matchup, not too scared of the limited magic damage that can come out from Tundra later on in the game when you get a pipe or something on the Centaur.
Okay, I think the Tuskar was picked as a hero that deals with the preemptive range core coming up to parry Marcy. I think that's one. I think number 2, it gives them Roche, which they kind of lack right now. And I feel like Tundra, every time they run this Ringmaster on Whitemon, they like to have 2 saves. Where is Dazzle, where is Tuskar, where is OD? They just enjoy having double saves.
I mean, it makes the fight so much more layered and complicated. If you only got Whitemon, you kill him, there's no more box save, right? Now you need to be concerned about them saving each other. They're always going to be playing on different sides of the fight.
It also has this potential to go to the safe lane, I think. I kind of harp about this on Tuskar a lot, but going to a tri lane is so easy to get kills.
So worth noting as well that Team Liquid have picked this Terrorblade into the Doom before, but we saw this interaction in person yesterday in Tundra's series against Falcons. this Terrorblade doesn't actually do too well into the Doom as long as you have a solid, robust position 4 to help you out, right? If you can't get that meta timing and push him out early on, he's slowly going to force you into the jungle, and he farms in a weird way just as fast as you.
I can't imagine Doom doing too great in this lane just because it's a Tusker. Yesterday, I think we saw a Wind Ranger against a probably weaker post 5, something like an CM or AA.
It was a CM, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Jakiro TB is so strong
10 seconds.
That's fair.
in comparison. It's also a Tusker, so I imagine we're going to see a lot of wave pulling shenanigans, maybe sneak in a little shard block on the creeps.
True. They could also start the Marcy up in the safe lane and potentially try and get a kill there to start things off and put 33 in the dirt. We'll see how they choose to navigate this early game on the side of Tundra to avoid the casualties.
Turn to ban.
Tundra have last pick here. I wonder what they're looking at. This Invoker and Stormban leads me to think that we might see a Timbersaw.
That would be pretty crazy coming out from BZM. Doesn't really strike me as a big hero from him, as we can see in comparison to the previous draft. Mostly just heroes banned. We have a fresh set of 9 heroes at this point.
Is Tusker in the pool?
10 seconds remaining.
You're gonna have to wait for that UI, but Huskar is in fact in the pool.
Seconds remaining.
They do kind of need a stun though.
Yeah. They I mean, right now they're just kind of relying on 33 to initiate. It'll be nice to get a secondary initiation as well.
OD? Ooh.
BZM Morphling?
I like this. More
Okay.
PogChamp.
PogChamp. Okay, tell me what's so good about this Morphling. What makes it a good last pick Morphling mid game?
Well, for one, you have a free lane. I think number 2, there's not really any burst on Liquid. Like, look at their heroes. Their fights are super... There is a little bit of burst, right, with the Centaur stun, but coming into 2 saves, I'm not sure you can really get that. I'm not sure if we'll see a magic Morphling here, but turning into Ember and spamming chains is crazy. Turning into TB and spamming reflection is kind of crazy too. Even Ice Path, right, Jakiro. I feel like this magic Morphling, I don't know. I actually don't know if we'll see a magic Morphling, but he feels kind of untouchable this game. I think also conceptually, Ember is good against heroes that he wants to stand lane, he wants to spam slide, kick you out. Morph does not care. Morph is the one that's going to kick you out instead.
Yeah. It feels like at a certain point, unless maybe you're bringing the Marcy to the mid lane early on to really push BZM out, even then, there are 2 supports in the Ringmaster and the Tusk. They can TP mid and save that Morphling. Looks like they're set up for a pretty solid game. Again, kind of fits the Tundra playstyle, like we mentioned, of, you know, Crystallis is going to play a bit more active, perhaps on the Gyrocopter early on, draw the attention away from the real carries of BZM and 33. But what about what Liquid have? Are you liking what they've drafted for themselves here?
I feel like Tundra's drafts always end up to me to look a bit more independent. Like their cores don't really synergize with each other, you know, like Doom, Gyro, Morphling. That's not the tricore I want in my pups. But if you look at Liquid's heroes, it feels like they always have a setup, they have a formula, they have a way they want to take team fights. For Tundra, I feel like they kind of draft to win their lanes and play a map, and it's all about execution for them. How we take a fight is up to us. And I think this strategy we've definitely seen it backfire a few times where they just outright cannot fight, right? Even though they're like net worth is on par, it just feels impossible to take team fights. So I think Liquid can definitely hit a point in this game where they are just outright stronger. But Tundra, I like this Morphling pick a lot. I feel like he's going to be a menace to deal with.
Yeah, we'll see whether BZM can wash Liquid away and send them packing. This game number 2, again, crazy to say, but this is an elimination series for 7th and 8th place. What the hell? Tundra and Liquid in this position. Who would have thought we'd be here? Not me. Dacha, an early excursion to the opposing side of the map. He spots out the entire side of Liquid. Level 1 shenanigans. Probably something that Tundra want to avoid. They do have the tag team, but the Doom and the Morphling don't really want to get involved there. There's no real surprises in terms of the facets here. Pick me up on the support Marcy makes the most sense.
It's really nice against their heroes, right? Because it gets you off Tuskar shards too. So Tundra, even though they have these like really strong core matchups, I feel like they do tend to draft lineups that don't really have the most stun or team fight.
Sure.
But that is their style, you know, and it's how they play. It's just what they're good at.
Liquid, on the other hand, a lot about their team fight synergy. I think partially emphasizing on the fact that these are players that have played together for such a long time. try and get the better of Tundra in some of these group engagements. Don't really have a lot of long cooldowns to play around. It's really just the metamorphosis on the TB. So we'll see how they choose to put that to work. I do think there is a 15-minute early timing that maybe Liquid can try and hit and get away with before Tundra are ready to fight. It's very greedy, right? Gyro, Morphling, Doom cores. You're gonna need a lot of farm.
Thing is, I expect them to do well in lanes. I'm not sure about bot lane in particular, but I feel like BZM and Crystals will have a pretty good lane up here. Whitemon also able to just protect Gyro, right? With the whip, 2 melee heroes going onto you. You have the Torrent, whatever the hell the spell is called. % HP damage against Centaur to just poke.
Are you talking about Impalement? To be fair, I think that's a very peculiar name for a very peculiar hero. Don't mind it at all. It's such a nice trading tool. Looks like Saberlight up top, under some threat already. Not so much trading, kind of just losing. Gets stabbed by Whitemon, and first blood is drawn. This is where the Ringmaster gets scary, because if you get yourself something like a Strongman Tonic, sure enough, he has that souvenir in his pocket. I mean, none of the trades are going to go your way.
It's not an easy lane. This double melee, they need to kind of go on you, but I don't think you can go onto Whitemon or Crystallis in this lane. So as much as I was concerned for Doom, this top lane, I'm not really sure how it's gonna go for Liquid here.
So far, BZM keeping up in terms of farm. This is within expectations. It's not within the Ember's ability to really push you out. Your kind of grand goal is to try and catch him out while he's morphing down Agi. Tapsa, a fair bit of trouble here, has to level the snowball just to roll out. Will manage to sneak on by, but yeah, like you mentioned, this Jakiro Terrorblade lane, very, very difficult to walk up into.
Let's meta down though, so they will get a lot of free time after this. I think 33 very happy with Saksa taking damage there, because now he's gonna be able to push out the wave. Not too much harass gonna be able to come in, and I think Liquid kind of messed up a little there, or maybe just Saksa outplaying, right, letting a snowball. Nice dodge. I mean, it's pretty chill so far. I'm trying to think of how Boxy is going to find a way into this game, because I think it's hard to go mid. Like, BZM doesn't really care about Marcy jumping onto him. I feel like 3-3 is just a lane. This guy, he is so good at just dodging. At some point, he's probably going to figure out a way to jungle on Doom, you know? Maybe get a Tornado Creep, clear some stacks. I don't know what he's going to do, but I feel like that's just the way they play right now, you know? Away from 33, play in safe lane, and I don't think Marcy can fight into anything.
They are trying to collapse onto Crystallis. He still has some stick charges with the whip, looking to finish off Boxy. Impalement Arts with the bleed damage will finish him off. Looked scary for a moment for the Gyrocopter, but again, it's so hard to fully commit, especially into the Rocket Barrage and the pure damage coming out from Whitemon.
There's a Lotus too. Not really too worried there about Mickey.
This is a strong lane on Jakiro Terrorblade, but not if the full collapse happens between the Tusk and the Doom. Managed to punish Mickey, and now they're looking at Insania. A bunch of creeps chasing him down, but they won't force the issue. Just kind of pull the wave back to safety, and 33 looking to keep the farm going.
Pulling it to a safe lane, so Doom gets a heal creep. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure if he replaced the mana burn. I didn't catch that.
He did not replace the mana burn. He's about to mana burn Insania right now. Meanwhile, top lane, Boxy again trying to jump the whip. Oh, that timing's rough. Gotta get slapped in the bum there, Boxy. Not really having the best series.
That's what it feels like to be a tiger in the circus, man.
Tough.
Jump through.
It's kind of dress. I think his hoodie was like a light orange, right? He's definitely in the right color scheme for it.
That is true. Not sure if you want to be a tiger against the Ringmaster though.
Absolutely not. Nothing but pain up here. You got a horse too. Ride on that pony. Whitemon and Crystallis getting the better of this top lane. Who would have thought? Gyro Ringmaster. Pretty solid stuff.
Double melee against Ringmaster is not fun. 33 is gonna live here. And his mana burn creep against Insania is so annoying too. Saksa coming in.
Trust 33 to fully understand what he needs to do on any given lane as the Doom, right? You can see the two bracers. He knows all he needs to do is survive. Gonna get his farm somehow, some way eventually. And Mickey at some point wants to go into the jungle anyway. So as long as he's keeping on, gonna be a fine situation for him. White Mon.
Trying to pull the wave. Boxy eating the impalement arts for him. I think it's kind of necessary. Can you even go here? I feel like this is not a go, guys.
Early level in the box. Allows Crystallis to walk away. Was that a whoopee cushion across both of them? Nice whip. Charges it up to 3. Bot lane, Mickey goes down and Saberlight tanking the full barrage. That is a painful, painful spell to just eat up. And Crystallis, he's looking for a second. Gonna run out of mana. Not going to chase under the tower for Boxy and Whitemon. Helps his buddy out, tanking out some of those creeps, but early doors here, the lanes going all the way of Tundra. They are 0-7 at the 6-minute mark.
This top lane is a disaster, but look at the net worth Centaur. He's doing okay. I mean, Gyro's super far ahead, obviously, because of the kills, but look at mid lane. BZM just pounding it into Nisha. Going for the corrosion, but man, Tundra, this is their strategy. Last pick. Dude, I feel like we've had so many cool last picks this tournament. This OD, this Morphling, it's all coming out of nowhere. Like, who the hell plays these heroes? Does BZM even pump Morphling? Who knows?
Yeah. No, he does. BZM has brought out... This is not a surprise. It's something that Tundra have employed sparingly in the past, but they find a good opportunity. No reason not to pull it out. The whip comes out onto Boxy. He's in trouble. With the shots, not enough damage. Narrowly surviving. Saberlight now. Under some threat, Insania there with the door breath will hold back the aggression momentarily. Daxa's dropping low to the magic damage. He needs to watch himself.
Radiant's middle tower is
This 3v3 action subsides with no major casualties. Equip will be able to walk back and secure their Wisdom Shrine.
I think he actually missed the shards. Might have been a kill. Saberlight really wants to stick around. The Whitemon's level 5. This is pre-Shrine of Wisdom, by the way.
Nice little TP down here. They can collapse onto 33. Could be a kill. Pull him back as well. Nice rotation there from Boxy.
Saksa immediately picking out the shrine. I think they know Doom didn't go there, but maybe not communicated. Boxy not gonna make a move. Whitemon's the one that's gonna TP down here, so he might actually get level 6 off this.
He literally is gonna get level 6 off this for sure.
It's gonna be a kill in the bot lane, right?
Okay, I lied as usual.
It's okay, we know you're bad at mats.
Yeah, that's
One
fine.
creep away though. Close enough. I'll give it to you.
Thank you. I'm sure everyone will be equally as kind as you, as they always are.
That's a very low bar to set.
Damn, that's tough. Daxa. An early kind of... He's just been sneaking around the triangle a little bit, playing around the night vision. Spots out Saberlight. I mean, Crystallis is here as well. They know there's no help. Saberlight is just done. Rockets raining in on that poor little pony.
Oh my god.
He has no game right now. This man is so far behind.
They're also setting up bottom. I don't think they're gonna expect the Wheel of Wonder here. Okay.
Doom comes out. I mean, he has it. He just needs to get the right one. There we go. Finds a connection onto Mickey. Boxy putting in a lot of physical damage under 33 though. Insania there with the Ice Path. Wheel of Wonder gonna pull in both supports. Beautiful setup there from Whitemon. Able to punish Boxy for the chase. Now with his handy little illusion, Whitemon looking for Insania, but with all the spells used, this Jakiro can just fly back under his own tower. That's the backup of Nisha. Potential setup here onto Whitemon. Nisha has rotated in. Whoopee cushion up to the high ground. They don't have a stun. He is out of here. What a play there from the Ringmaster.
Tundra players are cheaters, man. They're just way too fucking good at this game.
This is disgusting. Saberlight now completely trapped in. Where can he go? Needs to make a big turnaround around that U-turn. Boxy's here with the TP, looking to punish, but BZM in the area as well. Got to fully commit for this Marcy. Very deep under the tower glyph, poking away at Saksa, but Crystallis still trying to find Saberlight. Saksa has to sacrifice his life for it, and Saberlight narrowly manages to juke and walk away with his life. But this has not been the game for the Centaurs. 0-4-1. And take a look at his net worth. He is just barely above his opponent, Ringmaster.
Again, Tundra. Win lanes, move to Crystallis, leave 33 alone. The plan, it continues. Can anyone stop them? Liquid clearly having trouble doing so. Nisha, super quiet game. I don't really know what he can do. Where can you go? Can you go bot and touch this Doom? I don't think so. Can you go top and help the Centaur? No, he's level 4, level 5.
I mean, you can't even play with Stampede even if you wanted to. Nisha, securing that regen rune for himself, loses the courier for it though. Meanwhile, take a look at Tundra, still scouring this bottom part of the map. Anyone who dares to show will pay the price. Nisha in the mid lane gets picked up.
As a region.
Flame Guard will save him and the regen as well, ticking through, like you said. Meanwhile, bot lane, Insania hunted down to the ends of that outer banks area. As we like to call it, he might not be a carry, but he sure dies there.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Alright,
under
Liquid, we know they like to defend towers. I feel like fighting is your only hope here, because that's half HP too.
Spot this gyrocopter, he'll be a very easy pick-off. Pings up onto the high ground. Not sure whether Crystallis saw them pick me up on the wrong side. They need to just remnant forward. Crystallis gonna turn around, drop the rockets. He doesn't have allies near enough by. He's getting out of there. Stampede used. Level 6 finally for the Centaur Wall Runner, but here comes Saksa and the gang. Looking at Nisha, they have a Doom, and this Ember, he is toast. Surrounded on all fronts, beaten to a pulp. They're not even gonna bother with him.
Cool.
That's
guys,
cruel.
Look at explosions. You look at 33's build now. He is on the way to a 13-minute Crimson Guard.
My goodness. Thania running into a level 10 Morphling. Very yummy. Able to play his way out of it. The Ribbit as well, helping him in the health regen department.
Saberlight also just heading over to protect his body. Look at BZM's skill build. No points in Morph, no adaptive strike, all stats.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Just wants to right click. He knows too, Nisha has no points in chains.
Oh, you gotta keep him in place. And how you gotta kill him? That's the question. He can just always strength morph up. Vlad's complete a bit earlier on, looking at that Manta just for the dispel for when the chains actually do come out. Reflection as well, something he needs to keep in mind on. Gonna inadvertently give that Vlad's aura to Liquid. That could be something that's important, but this early game has all been Tundra. They have yet to be able to find a single successful move on the map. One or two nice rotations from Nisha punishing over dives, but so far, Tundra, they've had complete freedom. Everything they want out of this early game.
BZM, he's just trying to establish dominance wherever he goes. Oh, Stampede is down. White Mon, can you hit the spell?
Bonk. Late mail. Gotta be careful. Saber could try and set up for a turnaround stomp. BZM taking quite a bit of return damage. Forced to pop the Stampede. Look at the shots off the mark. Saber still surviving on a sliver. And on that little pig pole, he's gonna look for an angle to TP out Saksa. Not fast enough to find him. He escapes. This time, it's not the Ringmaster, but the Centaur that leads them on a wild horse chase, and they don't manage to get anything for it. Some much needed space for Liquid, as silly as that might sound.
Small wins, I guess. 33 also changes it up. No Crimson. Goes for Halberd. He's like, why do we even need to fight, guys? BZM's gonna 1v5. Who cares?
Is this the type of game you think the Morphling can 1v5? Is it that good of a matchup into the Terrorblade?
I think what I mean by the 1v5 is he's just able to walk anywhere on the map right now. It feels like he can't die. Once he gets this Manta, even more unkillable. It's gonna take Liquid a long time to get to a point where they can kill anyone.
And Liquid, they're trying to make their way there, slowly but surely farming up on the Mickey Terrorblade. Done a good job keeping himself out of harm's way, at least for the past few minutes, but the way that Tundra are sweeping the map, the options, starting to feel very limited for the Liquid boys.
tower is under attack.
What can they really do in this situation? Are they supposed to try and smoke up and push BZM out? Because, like you said, he doesn't really feel killable right now.
They need levels. They need Blink on Centaur. I think that's like the two things I'm looking at right now. It's still level 5. Talks about this
yikes.
damage, right? The first pick Jakiro, but they're just... Tundra just did way too well in the laning stage. And this is the Tundra special. Everyone all across the map farming. Crystallis in their triangle to between the opponent outer banks.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah. We were hoping for a nice day of Dota 2 to follow up that amazing first day of the playoffs, but today it's seeming like stomps all around unless Liquid can pull something out, and you don't want to miss any of this though. It only gets better from here as we get deeper and deeper into FISSURE Universe Episode 4. Type !F in chat to follow FISSURE on all their socials. BZM walking up. Try and commit for him now. Already has that strength morph going and a box if needed as well. Whitemon saving that as a last resort. BZM still managing to slide out of trouble. That was basically almost a full commitment. They held on to the macro pyre on Jakiro.
I wonder if that was the damage they were lacking. Saksa's gonna run
Yeah.
out here.
That was pretty tight. Saksa doesn't get clipped off by the ice path.
His team
Yeah,
is
just-
good though.
Yeah, the wrestling control of this area, the impalement art, such a good scouting tool.
Oh, the
They're
stag.
looking for Nisha in this top lane. Yeah, the stack is going to be a huge thing to lose. They have to defend this surely on Liquid.
But how though? How do you initiate? There's no Centaur Stampede. Oh, there is Stampede, just no Unleash.
Insania's pretty
Pulling
low
the
on
wave
mana as
over.
well. They are just efficiency farming this stack that they are stealing right now. This is the bulk of Liquid's recovery vanishing right in front of them. Crystallis will say thank you very much. Tundra continuing to grow their gold lead here. 8k gold lead at 15 minutes, man.
It's crazy. Looking like the Spirit series once again. 33 goes back for drum, so a bit more move speed, a bit more setup. Man, at this point, I don't even know what you buy on anyone on Liquid. They have heroes that want to play at pace, right? You want to do okay on this Centaur, get dagger early, you know, play with Ember. There are heroes that if you lose lanes, your game feels like there's no real comeback mechanic. So a lot in the basket of the Terrorblade right now. Mickey feels like one of those games again where if he dies once or twice, they just lose.
Radiant are scanning.
I hate to break it to you, but he's already died twice. He's not really making much headway to catch up with his counterparts, but the limited space on the map, he's doing what he can. Looking towards that Manta, and even then it doesn't really feel like the Terrorblade will be ready to fight just yet. He's picked up the shard for himself, so he's looking for that ghost push, the invisible pressure, BZM, soloing the Tormentor here. Very easy for them to grab. Sucks up.
No.
Oh.
It was an attempt.
Yeah, shard for the shards, not too bad. Saberlight here. Found in the opponent outer banks. Now BZM. Uh-oh. Bossy, this was a bit of a bait. BZM's gonna go down. That is a huge kill.
Meanwhile, the pos 5 of Tundra kicking out the pos 3 of Liquid. So much damage, man. What a ridiculous skill.
Dire structures are fortified.
Hey, it's one of those skills that has a sort of very high output for if you manage to land it right. The main challenge of the skill is landing your abilities. 70% win probability here for Tundra. Despite that pick off onto BZM. Nice thunder. Pick me up. Escape now. Liquid, they don't want any of this smoke. Stampede will come out. Insania able to create the distance and Liquid disengage successfully.
His middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, trading mid tower. Kind of chill for them, but Saberlight's... Ooh, nice stun.
Stomp. Get away 33 and the gang still on the chase though. They're looking for any target that they can try and punish. They know Stampede's on cooldown, so if they can connect the Doom, connect the shards, it's gonna be curtains. Atos complete for Whitemon as well. That's huge.
Dude, I'm so surprised that Liquid have 30% win rate in this game.
Is under attack.
I feel like it looks like 90-10 to me.
What do you think is the angle that we're missing here? I mean, they do have an Ember Spirit. That's a hero that can put out an obscene amount of damage. Can scale pretty well as well. Maybe that in tandem with the Terrorblade is going to be enough for them. You just need a setup, Stomp, a big Macro Pyre. Bot lane. Might be a setup onto 33. You got to hold that thought about the potential avenues for Liquid to come back if they can get a kill. Even 2 on this Doom. Gonna be huge, but they think better of it, just backing up. Not feeling strong enough.
Then we're back to their farming ways. Saksa really wishes he has a dagger right now. But just
Speaking of dagger though,
strong.
there is a dagger now on this Centaur. He's connecting with them on the fight. This is the move that they want to make now onto 33. Fully focusing him down. Nobody on Tundra available on the map to help him out. That is a big kill for Mickey to find with the meta.
Nicely done, yeah. Observer pointing out the ward too. They did see it, but maybe figuring he wouldn't die with the Halberd. Boxy gets a really nice initiation, and Liquid, they are not done. They want to smoke. Saberlight has his blink here.
Meanwhile, mid lane, the setup is there. Fury him into the Wheel of Wonder. It's way too much damage. Nisha goes down. Oh, Whitemon, he's been amazing with these setups over and over. Give him a bit of an early lead on the Ringmaster. He's solo killing your mid.
I wouldn't call that a solo kill, Mike.
Well, it was a solo setup. That's good enough for me.
Radiant
The power of the hero. With the Aeros
true.
especially. It feels like a pseudo version of Dark Willow, maybe a little stronger, has a save. I don't know, man. Whitemon just makes every hero he plays look good.
Dire are scanning.
No bias.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of Southeast Asia pride seeping into your voice there, Adam.
Radiant's
Keep
middle
it together.
tower has fallen.
$10k gold lead, 20 minutes in. Tundra continuing to exert pressure all across the map. At some point, it does feel like this Morphling can just head into the Roche pit, and there is a pretty good team fight for Liquid if they can get the connections, right? AD Rune might be a good enough reason to try that.
See what Tundra chooses to do here. Just setting up in the mid lane. Saberlight.
Yeah, Saberlight looking to be in big
my
trouble.
God,
Punch up. Might just be a bit of a bait though. Liquid, they're getting ready to try and turn around the fight. Stun up onto BZM, but he's already started morphing strength, and he's turning around and fighting them. You just can't kill this Morphling. And Snowball back to safety. Now with that pick off, maybe Tundra will feel a bit more confident trying that Roche.
Don't look like they're in a rush. I feel like as Liquid, right, you need to find a way to go to 33. I think he's the only real killable hero. It feels so hard to play the rest of the map.
Oh, yeah, the only killable hero? You mean the Doom with the Radiance Drums Halberd at 21 minutes?
I mean, he's also a nice piggy bank for you, right? I don't think you can touch Crystallis with BKB. I don't think you can ever touch BCM. I feel like they need to kill someone. They need to kill a core to come back into this game, even in the slightest. And 33 is the only one that's really always alone.
Roshan goes over the way. BZM with that second life now, making him even harder to kill. FISSURE Universe Episode 4, but they're looking to try and set up. They know that Tundra have immediately tried to split the map. BZM dropping very low. He'll lose that first life. No! Last minute Manta, stun comes out. It's enough damage, but Crystallis now, with the rockets coming in, trying to chase away the side of Liquid. They're still looking for BZM, but this no longer seems like a viable fight. Crystallis, all guns blazing. They can't finish off Bo3, and it might just turn around. Nisha playing around with them for now. Dacha does go down on the backline though, trying to find an angle in, finds Insania instead, and now Crystallis is in a bit too deep. Not so much a core kill that they wanted, but one that they'll find. They know that 33 showed on the top lane. Now they'll chase Crystallis down till the ends of the earth. Insania of the TP in. Crystallis, nowhere to go.
I feel like not losing your Aegis there is actually more valuable than losing the Gyro. I think this Aegis on BZM is going to allow him to do so much on the map. And for Liquid though, Bo3 on this Marcy has found a lot of setups with this pick me up. Bringing in the damage.
Still same win probability, hasn't changed, hasn't shifted, which I guess it's only increased by 5% at least from what I see, so Tundra
Dire's top tower is under
kind of chill, like you said. They're not really in a rush, but that Aegis timing was meant to unlock some more of the map for them. They're not gonna have that second life now and maybe feel a bit less confident about just running up the Liquid side of the map all willy-nilly.
Mickey, finally top of the net worth. Has not died since the 2 deaths, so keeping up. Once he touches the Skadi this game, it is still a pretty good TV game. Also Tundra, I think we see the classic. This is just part of their game, right? At 20 minutes, they are top 3 net worth on 3 cores, but they have no ability to really do anything on the map compared to their opponents.
It's also coming down to the itemization, right? Maybe if he had something like a blink on the Doom. He's chosen to go for a bit more of a greedy build-up. Whitemon. Spots out Insania, instant setup. Fear him back away. It'll be a very easy kill for them to connect on. Just one support. 33 will show up just to get some nice EXP. Whitemon dominating here on this Ringmaster. Souvenirs galore for him.
Yep, Tundra just gonna continue to scale. I mean, they're not in a rush as well, right? I know they have like a 10k goal lead, but they are Morph Gyro Doom. Do you really want to go fight right now? Before Sucks does BKB. Obviously, the Whitemon ADOS has been really nice, helping them get a lot of setups, but other than that, I think they're pretty happy with how the game's going, right? 10k narrow fleet, sure TV's farming, but at the same time, that just means you have one hero Doom later.
Pick me up. Bit of an ankle breaker there. Nice moves from Bo3. Sending their neck snapping just a little bit, and this is kind of what Liquid need to do. They need to continue to try and split the map, use the Terrorblade illusions, push things out, and stop Tundra from continuing to encroach. As long as they can keep this gold lead at a nifty 10k, there might be a chance for Mickey to scale to the point where he's able to take down some of these Tundra heroes.
Whitemon. I'm gonna look for Nisha here.
Baiting a little bit with the courier. Steps away. They know he's there. Yeah, that's just a bait. That is just a bait. I don't know what to tell you, Nisha. You fell for the trap. The Ringmaster's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve, and sacrificing his courier for the greater good gets the kill onto Nisha.
White Mon God. He's cooking, man. He's so good at his hero. His spellcast is just so impressive. He makes the hero look so easy to play.
Yeah, he knows exactly where the fear is gonna send his opponents every single time and preemptively wheels before it. It's spectacular stuff. If you're looking to learn the hero, definitely check out this guy's replays.
Spam that overthrow, guys. Life hacks.
True.
Liquid don't want to give up the pressure though. 4 men in the bot lane. Maybe they heard me on stream. Looking for 33.
And they're very close to that Skadi, but yeah, 33 over here. Bo3 gonna pull him back into the clutches of the illusions. 33, even with that mischance, it's too much damage. The box saving him, but now he's still alive, trying to limp away. BKB's not gonna salvage that. Stabilize on the front lines, taking a lot of damage. They'll jump in. Bo3 looking for White Mon. Okay, I'm not sure whether this is worth it. You have to sacrifice your life for it. Able to just whoopee cushion out of trouble. Very nicely played from the Ringmaster. Sorry, not the Wingmaster. That's White Mon Ringmaster. Say that 10 times fast.
Might as well. Might as well be Wingmaster at this point.
Yeah. I mean, Liquid, they did want to try and capitalize on their meta timing, especially with that Skadi being picked up by Mickey, but doesn't really pan out the way that they want. I guess they kill the Doom. That's something.
It's what they need to do, right? Kill Doom. Because Doom is kind of the TB counter. TB is okay against Morph and Gyro. I think Liquid is just making the right decisions right now. They kind of have to force Tundra to react to these as well. Otherwise, their map's just gonna get torn apart a little. Mickey completes the Skadi too, so no way are Liquid out of this game. I know it's so weird to say that they're 13k behind, but
sure.
Again, if Mickey does fall, this game it is gonna be super tough for Liquid.
Tormentor for 33 now. This time Satsa preserves his life. Thank God for that. The gem now picked up on White Mon to continue clearing out some of the vision and map control, the lingering bits that Liquid have. Worth noting as well that Doom chose to disassemble and sell the pieces of his Heaven's Hell, but he's building back into that Crimson. So I think from that previous fight, he's like, okay, if I get gone on, I don't really have the chance to find a target and pop it. Doesn't really help me against some of these illusions anyway, so the Crimson Guard might be a lot more useful. So he's changing his mind there. That's kind of the benefit the Devil's Bargain gives you.
Yeah, I like it. It's nice. He cannot Hellbird Mickey, obviously. He's been his experience so far. I just can't press it. I think in normal 33 world might even see a Ghost Scepter, but no Tundra. Sneaky little Shrine Steal.
Ready to punish anyone who comes up here. Blink away from Saberlight. Is that just a bait from Satsa? Shots?
It's a bait, alright.
Okay, well, this is kind of a nice killing spree they're gonna get from killing White Mon. Satsa, a little bit of a questionable shot. I think he might have panicked a little bit and thought, if we block them off from the south, we can escape through the north. But then there's a Jakiro there, so that was awkward.
Honestly, that's just a big play by Insania, right? Coming in from the flank. The one
true.
line where he knew the
I
ice
caught them
path.
I caught them on the lurk. That's a good one.
Is under attack.
Damn, that's a term, you Valorant watcher.
What do you mean? That's literally any potential FPS.
Alright, fine.
You're kind of exposing yourself a little bit here, Nisha. Finished up on the Lincolns. Will get it broken. Thanks to the vision. 33, he had that perch, and this is a very, very dead Nisha. I was just about to say, I thought Nisha did a really good job keeping himself out of harm's way for a majority of the past 10 minutes, but this time round gets caught on some nice vision.
Gem for BZM now. Tundra, they know that the map is a problem right now, especially with the illusions from Mickey. Constantly shoving. They want map control back. Passing it over to Saksa now. This game again, Tundra growing the lead ever so slowly, but Liquid keeping in.
I mean, you talked a little bit about this Terrorblade and his timing, how once he gets to this Skadi, gotta be a lot more viable for Liquid to try and take fights. Now he's made his way to the Revenant's Brooch as well. Spell Life Steal nerfed a slight bit, but not really the main benefit of this item, right? You're still doing quite a chunk of magic damage into this high armor morphling. Liquid, they'll smoke up. They're looking for an opportunity now. Looking for the setup, Crystallis in the tree line. Forced to pop the BKB immediately. Very, very defensive from the gyro. Gotta try and retreat. They can just back up without losing anyone. This could be pretty nice. Stampede still being held on to. Saberlight will find the connection. That's the stun. Wheel of Wonder holding them in place though. The saves can come through. Last minute box is there, but Gyro still goes down. Dacha trying to fight into Bossy, but BZM laying into Mickey. There's a nice thunder, but it's not going to be enough to save the Terrorblade. He goes down anyway to the whip of Whitemon, and Nisha up to the high ground. Hurricane Pike held in place by the nice Atos, and Tundra. They buy back on Crystallis to win that fight, but honestly, he wasn't even needed. Now he'll look for Insania in the tree line. Can't finish the job. But Liquid, they choose to commit very, very deep on the back of killing Crystallis. But the rest of Tundra punished big time. And look at the damage coming out from that Morphling.
Right top the box save got Crystallis. It was so close. Look at this from Whitemon.
Didn't really help him still. He pops out immediately, ends up dying, but this is a very bad position. Dacha, right before he drops as well, catches them in a brutal shot. Nothing but the firing gallery there. There's a macro pyre to cover them, but not much else. And here you have it, back to live. Tundra beating on the high ground. No Mickey for 30 seconds. They were waiting the whole damn game on Liquid to try and find an opportunity to fight with their Terrorblade. They lose it. Now they lose a Rex to boot.
Tundra, the fight they were waiting for. All it took was 33 not having Doom, and Liquid came knocking. Feeling pretty desperate, right? They picked me up onto Mickey, putting me in a really awkward spot. But they had to force the fight too, just because Beta was popped.
And that initiation also didn't really go the way they planned, right? Crystallis, very instant BKB coming out from him. Nisha finds the Doom. Is this really what you want? You're gonna try and come in and punish him, but a nice snowball save buying time. The illusion that you're snowballing to already died, so you'll be caught in the ice path, caught in the chains. Very annoying, hold you in place from Liquid. They're looking for the punish. Meta popped again. Mickey on the prowl. You need to chase for more, but Stampede already used and Impalement Arts coming out. Roshan is up in this area though, and they'll get scouted by the shots. He can't stick around, surely, Liquid. This is a danger zone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tundra, they want to find the initiation.
All they need is a blink and a connection. An Atos or a punch, and it's gonna be enough. Satsa pops out onto Insania. Easy kill on the Jakiro.
Sweeping back the area, pushing Liquid towards their observer ward. Dude, look at 33.
Bottom tower is under attack.
He's hunting.
Oh no, they see Mickey.
He see Mickey. All they need to do is connect the Doom onto him and he's toast. They have full vision of him. They're gonna jump, surely. There's the Doom. Can't pop the Manta in time, and the Atos wheel, he's done. 35 seconds without your poor Terrorblade, and would you look at that? You have a BZM Terrorblade on your side as well.
Damage, 400
Illusion's gonna come in. He's gonna punch away at this tower. They don't care that they don't have creeps. They're melting it through the back door.
Oh my god, the damage is insane.
Modify does buy them some time. A lot more work to be done, but still through the back door. That's just how much physical is coming out from this trio core. And they're working through the racks as well. They literally don't care about backdoor regen. Tundra might not have been at their full power level with Fly standing in and Whitemon away, settling his visa. But now that he's back, this Ringmaster really proving its worth in this game. All the setups from the lane win to catching these heroes out across the map, it's been flawless so far.
Tundra
Keeps it rolling.
big driver's seat. No TB. Look at the lanes. They're all coming in. Mickey was the only one able to push out everything. Obviously, Nisha can cut here and there, but again, the scaling on these heroes. It's not like Saberlight's pro or anything. He's just life as your Centaur, you know? He has the Shivas, he has Blade Mail, but you don't contribute as much damage-wise compared to the Tundra cores.
Absolutely not. Tough go now. Saberlight. Try and focus down the Doom before any spells come out. They'll jump in with the Marcy as well, but there's the box save. Again, Crystallis in some trouble popping the BKB. They've already been able to dodge away from Nisha. He's done.
He's in trouble, Mike.
Dude, the Ember tries to run in, but he just gets turned on and killed. No one else on Liquid can help.
Eyes on Mickey.
And they have their eyes on Mickey. But they're trying to focus down the backline. Mickey, if he loses his life here, he's going to be toast. They buy back on Nisha, trying to punish BZM, popping the BKB. Still has that second life. Not afraid of a thing on the front lines here. Even the 4-star to save. Crystallis, he might be the price to pay, though. The box was used onto BZM, the real carry. And Crystallis will go down. Now, that is a dieback for your gyro there. So maybe a chance here for Liquid, but the meta's running out. They're looking at him. There's the Doom. And Mickey, he's done. There's nothing left for him. He doesn't have a buyback. Saksa in some trouble. Will take quite a bit of damage with Boxy jumping in, but the Crimson Guard just saving just about everybody. Box gets white more now. Nisha's gonna try and finish off the Ringmaster finally, but they pay the price of Boxy for it. 3v3. If you don't count the Aegis on the Morphling. BZM still feeling so unstoppable. Getting stomped up. Already strength shifted though. Now Saberlight. He's just gonna get collapsed upon. 33 there with the Blink, looking for the Infernal Blade. Meanwhile, backline Saksa controlling up Nisha, who's trying to get a freebie, trying to find the support. Has to Remnant away.
BZM is so strong.
This is the Nisha buyback, so he has to be extra careful. And Tundra, even with the second life on the Morphling, they're not gonna force things. They understand just how far ahead they are. 24k, they don't want to lose any more.
Liquid barely holding on. Again, these fights where Mickey goes down, it just feels like it's not enough. They were like, nice stuns, Nisha playing around the fights, but there's just not enough damage being poured in. 2% win rate. Like,
oh, yikes. Oh, that's real tough. I don't even know where that 2% comes from, if I'm being honest with you. Is it some sort of crazy Sunder play? Perhaps you get to like 100 HP, you Sunder the Doom, he instantly dies. This is keeping in mind maybe he's doomed your Linkins and he's forgotten that that's an item for some reason.
I think most of these low percentages comes from if all your heroes have items in some point of the game where it's more evenly matched, you know, there's a 2% chance you get to that point, right? Where Boxy has like some abyssal BKB, you know, he's able to fight, where Mickey has Lincolns, harder to Doom, etc, but obviously getting there is super difficult, hence 2%.
I mean, throughout PGL Wallachia, the big story was the drop-off of this Marcy. It just hasn't really looked like a viable choice. People were trying the new pick-me-up facet in the early stages of the patch, but it just doesn't have the firepower when you're in a losing situation.
Mike, hear me out. What if the 2% is from the Saberlight Aghanim Scepter? The card onto Mickey, the real true save.
Okay, I can see it. I can see it, because that kind of makes him invulnerable. Even if you're doomed, you can still bail him out a little bit. But what you can't save are your Rags. Roshan Banner on the front line. Wheel of Wonder just for the setup. You gotta be careful. Pick me up on out of there. Nisha just buying the space with the Remnant forward, Remnant out.
Rapier queued up for Mickey too.
Hanging on by a thread here, the side of Liquid. BZM taking a lot of damage to his own illusion. There's the stomp down. Got the box out to save. Snowball not even needed. Both saves just coming out just for good measure.
It's meta. Liquid,
all they need to do is hide away. Spotlight just to get the vision on the jump, but Boxy on the side thinks better of it. 33 doesn't want to doom that target, not worth his time. But BZM on the front line, Strongman Tonic safe, and they're dooming up the Centaur. That Aghanims is not going to be a factor. Up to the high ground, 4-star Mickey is safe.
It's reflected. Oh my god, the damage from the reflection.
Managing to meta it off and the pick-me-up, pulling him back to safety. Nisha, he has everything to do on this Ember Spirit. As his Aghanims, but all these Terrorblade illusions coming out from BZM, able to just slow siege, and the meta, Adam, it's running out. You got max 5 more seconds on that bad boy, and suddenly Mickey is gonna be a sad melee hero, not at his full power level, and Tundra can strike again. They're gonna try and beat them to the punch. Another box save. Perfect. 33 in now. Looking for a target. Shiva's giving them vision. Nice Thunder onto 33. This is pretty good. BZM losing the first life. Saberlight helping Mickey out to do the damage, but they're already losing heroes. Boxy drops. Looking at Nisha next. And BZM, he's just unstoppable. On the front lines of the BKB, slicing through Liquid. And Nisha's gonna drop. No more buyback. And Mickey running for the hills. Crystallis will just chase him to the end. And Insania goes down. They're looking to finish it. Buyback onto Insania just to try and seal the deal. And at least save Mickey. This one's done. This one's over. BZM, Tundra. They are going to eliminate Liquid here in the lower bracket. 2-0s all across. Round 1, they will tap out Liquid. Another disappointing online tournament finish for them. That has got to sting.
BZM, no emotions whatsoever. Feeling guilty
special.
with the disgusting 24 Morphling pick. That's right. Think about your actions, BZM.
Yeah, he's definitely reflecting. Maybe he needs to pray a little bit for forgiveness. But so far, this day, today, it's been a complete opposite from the amazing Dota we've seen yesterday. Not to say the games today haven't been great. They've just been a completely different kind, right? These teams are getting at each other with complete surprises in the draft. Maybe it's a byproduct of the patch, but the losing teams just don't feel prepared enough, don't feel like they were ready for whatever their opponents could take out. That's Tundra Esports at their finest, right? This is the signature style that we talked about. So much gold across the 3 cores, sorry. High impact from the supports. Team Liquid, they just could not keep up.
It's like you said, man. It's just these last picks. It feels like every hero is playable. Man, I want the interview. Do we have an interview? Do you know? I want to ask. Like 24 pick looks so OP.
Okay, we will have an interview, and this is going to be so valuable, but we don't know who it is with yet. So we're waiting to find out. But I would love to hear from Tundra because they're such a smart team. Want to know what their initial thoughts on the patch are. Want to know what their expectations were coming into today's series. We'll have all of that and more. But for now, these stats, I mean, they tell the full story. So much damage from Crystallis. We were memeing, you know, joking a little bit about how BZM 33 are the real carries. He doesn't really take a priority. We see even Whitemon boxing BZM over the gyro, kind of leaving him to die once or twice. But yeah, exactly. He doesn't get ages. He doesn't get any privileges. He's the new kid. He has to earn it. But he is stepping up for sure. Tundra Esports didn't really have the best time in the upper bracket against Falcons, but maybe this is the upswing for them. Maybe they can start to build a bit more confidence on this new patch with Crystallis at the helm.
So far looking good. I think if anything, he enables the draft so much. Just the ability to pick his heroes early. He always does so okay in lane. I feel like he and 33, they're just mirror matchups. Like 33 also, you pick his hero early, he's fine. His lane is fine for whatever reason. Crystallis, it feels the same. Not seen him have a very hard lane on this Razor, on this Gyro. I guess Gyro pretty normal, but Razor's such a niche pick. The Monkey King too, he's fine. He's experienced. He knows how to play every matchup, it looks like. And Tundra, they look scary.
I mean, we talk a lot about the cores, but of course, the superstar support on Tundra, he can't go understated for Whitemon on this Ringmaster. I don't know about everybody else. I think everybody else played well, but he's got to be my MVP. He played so well in this game with the setups. And you talk about Crystallis, in the moments where Tundra have looked the weakest is when he hasn't been able to draw even on this lane. But with Whitemon back, you know, this superstar position 5, always able to find situations out of nothing and stabilize for his core. I mean, that's kind of what made that Dyrachyo period so special as well. Dyrachyo would go ham, but Whitemon would keep it stable, and they balance each other out so well. Tundra, they're going to move on, but unfortunately for the Team Liquid supporters, we'll have to bid them goodbye as they finish 7th, 8th, along with Paravision here at FISSURE Universe Episode 4. So we managed the Cast 2 series. That's going to be the end for us, but we're waiting on the interview. So while we wait, we've had 4 games so far. New patch juice. What's kind of tickling your fancy? What are you getting from these games what have you learned so far about 7.38C?
I feel like the biggest thing so far is the helm, right? Like the helm heroes are kind of back-ish because of the helm. Other than that, I feel like nothing has changed very much. Maybe Dazzle's a dead hero.
Dazzle dead, Void dead. Nobody seems to.
Void was dead,
Abaddon.
but they killed the dead. They killed the dead Void even more.
Yeah. I mean, people were finding success. Tidebound in particular were running Planet on that pause 4 Faceless Void. So maybe something they have to reconsider. Maybe that will affect Tidebound's games later on. But yeah, I mean, let's have a little wait here and see. Okay, unfortunately, folks, understandable but painful. they did not want to do the interview. So we'll have to wait a little while longer in the patch, maybe figure things out by ourselves. But at least for myself and Adam, that is going to be it for our time here at FISSURE Universe. It's been an absolute blast here getting to cover the games for you guys. And thank you so much for everyone sticking around and watching and supporting. And of course, following FISSURE. For the last time, we'll bid you adieu and send it to highlights coming up for your next 2 matches. It'll be the handsome R Cryptic and Z Quixotics taking you through the action. For us, it'll be goodbye. See you guys again.
To the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let her. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Yeah, they don't know what it take to get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little Woody just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it. Like, we've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle
they being after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision that they clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lies. These are gorillas, I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got the ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my
ambition, yeah, and most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little Woody just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter, as a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Too much on the line to give it up, yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up, yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
this money. Yeah. Get it. Determination. Yeah. Ambition. Yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. body, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflection from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
They don't know what it take to get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. My name is Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. We are halfway through the day once again, and we've got the upper bracket playoffs about to start. I'm excited, man. These are going to be some super solid series. We've had the pleasure of covering BetBoom on their rising arc, dude. They have made it from the last day of the group stage to taking down Spirit yesterday, and now they stand against the great wall that is Tidebound.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing BetBoom grow the more series we cover them, which has been, it's always fun to see a team develop over a tournament. But we haven't had that chance for Tidebound. You and I just have not actually gotten to cast any of their games, so I am very excited to see what they bring. And I wonder if it'll be different for both these teams, because we did just have a patch, if you didn't happen to notice. It was relatively minor for most things, but a couple kind of bigger stuff. Like, for example, Tidebound, one of the few teams that was playing this Faceless Void, sometimes off lane, sometimes support, pretty much dead. In my favorite heroes there, right there, pretty much dead now that Time Zone doesn't leash. I'd be very surprised to see that hero.
That has to seriously be the #1 most bizarre update, I think, to facets of all time. I mean, granted, we haven't had facets for very long, but like the whole point of Time Zone was for this, and they're just like, we don't like Time Zone anymore, but we don't have a better idea, so we're just gonna make it unpickable, and then we'll replace Time Zone with something else eventually. Like, that's what this update screams to me, is that like they are completely gutting Time Zone and they're gonna replace it with a different ability.
Well, let me tell you, Faceless Void did not see it coming.
Yeah. Okay, bro. Come on. You can't. It's so early in the day to come in with the puns that heavy. I appreciate it. That's good. Yeah, it's weird. I could not believe when I read that patch note. I was kind of shocked, but I'm hoping we start to see something new, some new stuff, because like there are some really interesting changes that maybe we haven't seen the effect of quite yet. I think predominantly are the hero creep changes to things like Chen, but also Helm of the Dominator and Overlord. I would love to see people actually start using Helm Dom and Overlord again. That's like not just Beastmaster in a game where his Ags like isn't good. Like, that's the only scenario I think we've really seen a Helm Dom in I don't know, 12 months outside of Lycan, maybe. That's it.
Yeah, it's been a while. Another one I was surprised to see, a Keeper the Light buff, relatively on the minor side, but actually as this tournament's been going on, I feel like some of the popular fours have been, like we came in, Night Stalker, Weaver, Muerta, some of the top position fours. I'd say Muerta is still holding that position quite strong. And the other two are still favored, but their win rates are actually not that impressive. Which they're sometimes first pick, so it's understandable. But I feel like this Keeper has been sneaking its way up. You and I have watched BetBoom play this strategy very well, and I actually thought it was going to start rising up, and then a little bit of a buff. So I really think you got to keep your eye on this hero.
This one's so weird though too, because I don't know if the buff matters. Like, I don't think Caudle has had any mana issues ever in a game. So it's like, yeah, he gets more mana himself, and you're like, cool. But it's mostly just about the map movements and being able to just instantly refill entire mana bars on allies. So it's like a quote unquote buff. Like, it's strictly a buff, right? There's no negative downside to it, but it's just one of those ones that like almost seems irrelevant. So I don't know if it really will change too much, but I just thought it was funny that like the more that we've been seeing him, we're like, oh, I guess he's just give him another buff. This helps mid Caudle. I guess that's the one thing I will say is this is better for mid Caudle as opposed to only support, which we've been seeing.
It is, as far as I know, it affects both the cooldown reduction and mana restore. I guess I should double check that. So I think that's where it helps a little bit more, where you do want to mostly use chakra magic on teammates, but sometimes you got to help yourself, right? You've been recalling everyone, your mana's getting low, blah, blah, blah. But you only want to use as few as possible on you as you need to. And that's where I think it'll matter in like these small instances. Like you said, you are mostly using on teammates, and it's mostly about the speed up and tempo. So probably not, not like, oh, he's totally out of control now. But I do think it's good for a hero that has been, I feel like, rising stonks.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. As we saw in the coin toss earlier, I just want to bring that back up. The winners of this was BetBoom, and they will be choosing first pick. So we get the second pick, Radiant. Now, I was curious going into today if this was going to change at all with the map changes that we saw, because it's normally we don't see map changes in a C patch. Like, it's usually like, okay, we'll do some adjustments in like a B patch maybe, but we're in C patch now, and they've redone a lot of the tree lines and some of the camps for the dire side to try and help things out. I think this is predominantly why we've been seeing everyone choose Radiant, because the Radiant safe lane is just, it seems easier. It's more protected. And their access to their own Roshan pit has been seen as like a little bit easier than the dire side. So I guess, we'll see how it ends up changing things. But you got to play a few games last night. So did you notice it at all when you were playing? Like, do you feel the impact at all, or is it hard to gauge?
I think it will have impact. One day might be a little too short to really see it. I happen to play Radiant safe lane both times, so I didn't really get to play there at the start of the game where it matters the most. I'm not actually sure which side it fully buffs yet, though. On one hand, the hard camp change I think is a lot better for the dire safe lane. It's much easier to use that camp now. But in terms of the off lane, the Radiant off lane, where it's like, oh, this is a really bad matchup. We want to do weird creep dragon. We want to do stuff. You had a harder time body blocking the very first wave to get your own wave under the tower, because the creep equilibrium met so far away from the tower compared to the Radiant safe lane. That has now been equalized. So that's what I'm like not sure. I'm like, who does this end up helping more? It kind of just makes both side lanes more of the same, whereas there was that difference before. And I just need to see more games, play more games before I decide like this is better for the dire safe lane or actually better for the Radiant off lane, because you have more tricks against it. I think in pub games, it'll definitely help the safe lane more, because you don't really see those kind of creep tricks as much in the average pub game. But here at the pro level, right, they know all these tricks, and this opens up sometimes some of the weaker position fours that would have a terrible laning stage. But now you can, do some of these tricks to get the very first wave pushing towards you.
Yeah. Well, we'll see, because I think we're going to be jumping into the draft here in just a little bit. But yeah, this C patch dropping right in the middle of the event definitely caught us off guard, but also potentially, you know, some of the other teams that were in the middle of their series, not really expecting to get out of their game and see a C patch dropped on their head. But I'm always interested to see like which teams adapt the quickest to like the chaos of a new patch, or find something that's like really unique and interesting. I don't feel like many of the bans are going to change, if I'm honest. I feel like a lot of the same heroes that people have been playing and practicing are going to be at the top of the list for the bans, even if they were nerfed slightly in the C patch. I don't really know if any of them were nerfed enough to knock them out of that top, like, kind of S tier category.
It's especially tough for day one to make those sudden changes. I don't know, like 3 scrims is maybe what you like snuck in between sleeping and then, you know, having to wake up, get ready for the next day, discuss as a team, read the patch. So there's only so many games you could have played. And leading up to the tournament, like you said, you practice the same strategy tons of times. And so just because it got a small nerf on the Night Stalker, for example, you're like, I'm still mostly practiced on the Night Stalker. Let's still do it. So like you said, I am very excited to get into this and find out. I feel like, well, actually, I'm not sure. I was trying to decide which team here that we're watching first, BetBoom versus Tidebound, like which is the more creative team, I suppose.
It's
I
hard
think
to
they both
say.
have similar levels of creativity.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess we'll just see who they want to go for. I really do think BetBoom gonna have Keeper the Light at the top of their mind. Tidebound, they have liked the Wind Ranger a little bit more than some other teams. I feel like Tidebound and Liquid, I feel like had similar stuff. Something like this: Wind Ranger support, Faceless Void support. So Faceless gone, Wind Ranger maybe goes up a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. The Wind Ranger might actually be more viable here, so we'll see if they do it, because I know Tidebound likes it for Planet. Like, he's one of the few like really experienced Wind Ranger players. I think in general he is just an insanely skilled forward position, so you can give him almost anything and he'll make it look good. But we do have a draft underway, so I'm hoping that we can hop on into this as like the first set of bans are all completed, and then surprisingly enough, despite the fact that this hero got a nerf, is still the first pick. I guess we'll just let it all be a surprise. We'll just wait. We're gonna like tease the chat along. We can see things that you can't. But
looking at it, I remembered Wind Ranger being played more for Tidebound, but they only did it once in their last series.
Yeah, it's their last series.
Yeah, I guess I must have been thinking of the past. So
I mean,
maybe we'll see it more now. Maybe I was seeking in the future, dude.
True. There's other teams that have played it too, though. Like, it hasn't just been Planet, but other teams have played it, and I think it could be okay. It really just the problem with Wind Ranger is she is very much reliant on shackle shot from the support position. Like, if you don't hit your shackle, your hero is essentially not contributing much in the fights. You know, you can throw like a Gale out and some power shots, but like outside of that, it's kind of rough.
Buffed.
There we go. Yeah.
Buffed Gale.
Buffed Gale, you're right. All right, we got the draft here. So it is the first phase bans of the Tiny, the Night Stalker, the Magnus, the Monkey King. Nothing super surprising there. And we're going to see the Terrorblade, the Gyrocopter, and the Tinker. And this results in a first pick of the Phantom Assassin and the response of the Jakiro. So Phantom Assassin, despite a pretty massive nerf to Phantom Strike in terms of its potential range, right? Level 1 specifically. All levels, all 4 levels, actually less than what it used to be. So I think this is a nice way of nerfing her without nerfing her like damage potential. Like, if that makes sense, like her actual damage number, it does make her less mobile in fights, especially early on. So I think it's a pretty solid nerf.
Yeah, I think like you said, the biggest nerf is to the level 1, which is 350 cast range, and should open up the potential to be killed, 1, maybe 2 more times in the lane, which does have a snowballing effect, slows the battle fury, slows the scaling. But I feel like the pros will know to play around that, right? Like, I think this will catch the pub PA off way more, which you used to like, I can just go in and jump away for free. I think the pros will know, okay, I gotta be a little bit more careful. I'm only gonna jump in when it's safe to do so. I know my limits. And then by max level, it's only 50 range shorter, which is not that bad.
Yeah.
Dragon Knight. Dude, I can't believe that was the Dragon Knight nerf. It was like 15 move speed off of level 18 in Elder Dragon form. Like that
nerfed.
was. He's still here for that reason, guys. He's perfectly fine. Warlock, another one, is like, ooh, 0.1 more seconds on my Eldritch explosion. It's so.
I literally don't even understand how what that number means, if I'm honest.
I think it's the time where, you know, the imp walks up, you like, whoop, 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 and then he's gonna go, boom, he's gonna blow up. There's like 0.1 more seconds where you can hit it and kill it. It matters in some situations, but I think the bigger thing, like for example, when you pair it with the PA, you fatal bonds the enemy off lane, keep them low, and you just keep popping your heal onto PA so that she stays healthy, and that's how you get through the laning stage. Ringmaster, I have been excited to see this hero more. I mean, first of all, he's just added to captain's mode, so we really haven't gotten to see this hero that much. Yesterday, they just buffed, what's the other one called? The other souvenirs that aren't Carney Classics.
Carney Classics.
Sideshow Secrets. So
Sideshow Secrets, okay.
I'm excited to see it. I don't know if he'll take it or not. I think it's going to be much better at Pro Dota, because Ringmaster's who I played yesterday, the games I played. The weighted pie seems very interesting for the laning stage, because you can knock someone out of position, someone slow like Jakiro, and maybe that could be some aggressive potential. But the other two are not really good for the laning stage, the unicycle and the mini scan. Again, gotta learn the crystal ball. There we go.
Yeah, crystal ball. Yeah.
But for Pro Dota, way better, right? Because you play the lane, you're like, okay, get on my unicycle. I don't know, I'm holding handlebars on a unicycle, but like, you cycle over and then you're there for the mid rune and for the double stack, or the enemy mid's missing. You're like, I think he might be roaming bottom, crystal ball scan, double check. This hero got nerfed, this Medusa.
I don't understand Medusa at all in current year. I'll be honest. I feel like this hero has been nerfed 13 patches in a row, and we're not even seeing it picked. It's just literally getting nerfed because pub heroes, pubs can't deal with it. But the weird thing is they picked it into Phantom Assassin, which Phantom Assassin is, in my opinion, one of the better heroes against the Medusa. So I'm a little bit unsure as to why they go for the Medusa here. Maybe they're experimenting with one of the other facets, and this isn't going to be like your standard carry Medusa. And that is where this gets really difficult, is if you play carry Medusa now, Darkseer is still on the table. So I feel like this has to be a support Medusa, but I just don't know.
There was some experimentation. I forget what it's called now. She got that facet where she can essentially skip boots if she wanted to. Okay, you say that, but undulation. So I saw some people explore the idea of that facet, and then instead of the usual carry things, doing much more fight heavy items early, essentially 500, 1300 gold faster because you weren't getting boots. Now, I didn't see it very much because I thought the conclusion was that it's not great. But as I'm looking at this, I don't know, I'll just pitch it out. Maybe it'll be something. Because otherwise, you're right. PA, I mean, on one hand, you ignore the negative armor PA likes to get, so that's good. But PA does just output a lot of physical damage, which is something Mana Shield is usually bad against. You will easily kill the golems, I suppose, without having to, focus it down, lose DPS in the rest of the fight. But I don't know, maybe they know some kind of interaction that we don't, because I'm with you. I don't really see the specific value of the Medusa there.
This can't be the carry. I'm 100% certain. There's no way that this is carry Medusa. Maybe they have an idea for offlane with the Medusa, or they want to run a offlane Wind Ranger with a Medusa 4. So, I mean, I could maybe understand wanting to go Undulation if you want to do a support Medusa who goes things like Blink Dagger or something. But then you're just a ranged creep who blinks in and tells heroes to stop running at your team for about a second, right? So it's very weird. And Venomous Volley has just been nerfed consistently, over and over and over. So I don't know what facet is actually good on this hero. Maybe people start going back towards Engorged and getting attack damage off Mystic Snake. But then if that's the case, why would you'd want to play it as a carry? I'm not really sure. like Tidebound is cooking. I'm okay with that. I'm happy to see it. I'm just trying to put the pieces together in my head as to where it makes sense.
I'm ready to learn.
Okay, we're gonna see the Ember last pick here as the response to the Storm mid. A pretty common response to the Storm Spirit mid. It will struggle in the lane. Storm should have a pretty free time. It's the post lane stage where things get a little bit better, and it is going to be the off lane Medusa going Undulation. So this is the literal only situation that I could possibly see Medusa being even relevant right now is in the off lane.
I'm pretty hyped for it. I'm not sure how good it'll be, but clearly they believe in it. So I'm excited to see what they've got in mind for it. The pairing with Planet should allow for a lot of right-click harass. The timing, I don't know. We'll have to see what items he goes for.
So you still go mana boots is the thing. Like the only reason you take Undulation is to just be slow resistant against the PA dagger here is the only thing I can think.
Ooh,
is like PA is going to be daggering you and now you're just slow resist, right? So that part's actually pretty decent. And you still just go mana boots. Like I think you just play it the exact same way you would an offlane Dusa. But now you can't get slowed. I honestly don't know if it's good enough. I mean, we'll find out.
Thoughts?
Yeah.
You don't care about upheaval, and you don't really care about impalement arts because you don't have a lot of HP. Right? That's coming up with ideas here. I don't know.
Hold up.
Offlane Medusa
Maybe
used
cooking?
to be, offlane Medusa was kind of viable for a bit, and it was very annoying to deal with. Just very strong in the lane because of mana shield and lots of poke. So I think that idea is still kind of there. It was just nerfed from that point, but maybe some clever idea coming up here.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited. We are going to have game number 1 of Tidebound versus BetBoom in this upper bracket playoffs about to begin, and an offlane Dusa to kick things off here. Pretty spicy. Planet does get his Wind Ranger, which we were actually talking about early on in this draft, but BetBoom with a much more kind of straightforward draft, something that we've seen from them before. Nothing too out of the ordinary. We'll see how this kind of ends up unfolding as we get ready to jump into this one.
The
Both
Dark
teams kind
Seer
of just hanging out.
Dark Seer response made sense when you see the Medusa. Getting an illusion is typically quite good. The pairing with Ringmaster is a bit of a question mark for me. There's certainly strong potential there, but they don't really set each other up too easily in the laning stage. Later on, I think you do, right? The vacuum into like a Wheel of Wonder plus Tame the Beast could be a very cool combo. But you got to get through that lane first, which is a Dragonite Jakira lane. Like, that's a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, it is a really strong lane. That is a good point.
Nerfed a little bit, I guess, but I still think pretty strong.
The battle begins.
All right. So you see a little bit of skirmishing over the runes, but nothing too much. So there's the situation here where it's like the dagger doesn't really slow you, so you're getting a lot less value out of your auto attacks. That being said, he's still doing some significant chip damage. That's so weird to see. Like, just a hero not get slowed by dagger, right? You're just like, oh. That hurt, I guess.
Don't care. Right, mid, I'd say this was already a bit Storm favored. GBK an excellent Storm, and Ember just got a little bit of a nerf. Lost some damage on Sleight of Fist, and actually 2 items he loved to build, the Orb of Corrosion and the Mage Slayer, also got some minor nerfs. I think we'll probably still see them come out, but it'll just be a little less strong than before.
Yeah, I'm going to definitely be curious to see how much the Medusa can get out of the lane as this goes on, because I think that's the big question mark for us and like anyone who's watching right now is like whether or not this is going to play off. Because Planet is getting absolutely slapped by Katomi here on this Warlock, which kind of just the nature of this hero.
Gorgon's Grasp.
Gorgon's Grasp doing a lot of damage. Actually, that damage is surprisingly strong because people were skipping it in a lot of games and it kept getting buffed, and Medusa has not been getting played a lot, so it kept getting buffed. So I think that Gorgon's Grasp is potentially something that might catch BetBoom off guard.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the sickest combo this game, You'd think it'd be the vacuum and some follows. No. If we see a shackle shot into double Gorgon's Grasp, I'm gonna lose my mind. Bottom lane, they have been doing some creep aggro shenanigans. It is letting Dragonite mostly free farm, but we see Darkseer's kind of getting what he needs as well. In the CS department, mid, yeah, Storm certainly leading the way here. Things get easier as Ember gets more levels, but he's still got a little bit. I think it's level 3. He's getting there. I think 1 or 2 more levels and it'll start to balance out.
I think right now, well, hold on. Darkseer take a lot of damage. Holding a second skill point will end up just going for the vacuum to try and get first blood. He does! Oh my goodness. Miro with the call being like, yeah, I got this. That is wild.
Very good. Some Lotus fights. Save without the help of the Darkseer. Can't fight the Jakiro on his own. Good call to hold that skill point. A lot of times you imagine you're just going to farm it out. You want that second point in Surge. But sometimes the opportunity comes up for the vacuum aggression.
Glorious. I think right now, Fatal Bonds. Box kind of low. I don't know how many stick charges he has, but I'm assuming it's a lot based on the PA lane.
PA Warlock. I'm sure a lot of spells are coming out.
Oh, he's got double Mango, 5 stick charges. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing, too, that a lot of Medusas will do for the lane. Like, Mango is just twice as effective as a Fairy Fire for her, right? In terms of how much value it is. So, always got to be careful that there's not just a bunch of Mangoes sitting in her inventory if you want to try and go for a kill. Storm Spirit doing... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, it can put a struggle on other heroes in your map though, because there are a limited amount of mangoes. So for example, Jakiro just got hit with a mana nerf. Fortunately, I think they have a pretty strong lane down there, so he hasn't needed a bunch of mangoes to spam things out.
He just took
hit.
2. Yeah, he got 2 instances of the Gorgon's Grasp, and right there, Pure. We'll see the Blink Strike cast range potentially making a big difference as they're trying to dive him and then get the kill. I mean, that's literally the level 1 nerf to Blink Strike, right?
That's the power of Gorgon's Grasp.
I mean, he just walked into both circles. That is, yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, you're right though. With the extra cast range, I think he does get out of there alive. And well, it might come down to then if you land the power shot or not, right? But
yeah,
it would have still given you a better chance.
Glorious.
Things down here. Mostly an even farm fest in actually really all the lanes. But with that kill, maybe Medusa starting to pull ahead of the PA. Save? Gets interrupted. He should be dead here. Very dead.
Really nice kill. All right. Lane's coming out pretty strong from Tidebound already. The mid lane, right, we kind of know is going to be Storm favored early on, but I don't think Ember's struggling nearly as much as I might have thought. So I think for the most part, he's got to be pretty happy about the state of his game.
Yeah, he's relatively close to 6, and so we'll be able to start making his own plays soon.
So I thought for
collapsing
sure
on mid for this power rune though, which could very much determine how this lane continues to go.
They're already set up on top bottom lane. It's gonna spawn. It's an amplify damage. So Tidebound will win the 50-50, and we'll see what he can actually do with this. He's almost level 6. Gets it right now.
That is so lucky because you don't have level 6. That makes fighting for the power rune very dangerous. That is so much damage actually.
Yeah, I told you.
One Gorgon Grasp, but a lot of bounces on the Mystic Snake onto a low health hero like PA.
Yeah. The Gorgon's Grasp is a legit spell, I think, nowadays. It's not the easiest thing to hit, but when you're in the lane fighting for CS, you know, you don't have much that you can really miss.
think they land another combo. I just saw her health bar drop in the top bar. Now, fortunately, this is why Warlock has been a popular support pick, right? As long as you're not dead, he'll heal you up, and you'll get to continue playing the lane, which is exactly what's happening. Pure has his cornucopia. Warlock is buying the appropriate regen to keep pressing W onto Pure. So, despite all those big hits, I mean, Pure is just back up to full health once again.
Yeah. So I was gonna say the thing I'm surprised about with the Medusa, I figured he actually would still go the mana boost because it is just such a crucial item on Medusa, right? But he's actually opting to just go straight into the Kaya and then Meteor Hammer.
Hell
so,
yeah.
It's kind of a sick build, I'll give you that. We'll see how it works out. They managed to interrupt the surge away. The Searing Chain's now out, but there's a wall. They really want Shiro, but they won't get him. Miro doing a lot of damage here. In comes the Storm Spirit. The amplified damage from nothing to say. It's not going to be enough for him to secure the kill. They do manage to take down the Darkseer, but GPK trying to finish off the Jakiro will get the kill with the illusion. A very fortunate disengage there from the Ember. But yeah, they get the kill that they want. That's a big win for Tidebound. They actually forced the Warlock to the bottom lane as well. She's gonna have to go back through the Twin Gate or something to help this PA soon.
GBK just not quite enough mana to chase further. Otherwise, that could have been an Ember kill, which that goes back to that amplified damage from earlier, right? Coming into that gank there. Otherwise, maybe you're lacking a little bit of damage to finish off this Darkseer, who I think already had the Vanguard, or maybe it wasn't finished yet, has it now, which means the kills going forward will be a lot harder.
With Jakiro up here, do they have the grab? They do. Ice Path on the money. Very nicely done. Kill shot out from Planet. Will finish the job. That Ice Path, well done.
Also lost his courier with the broadsword on it, so unfortunate swing of events for the PA, who I just realized is going straight Battle Fury.
Yeah, I saw that too. She doesn't want to be in the lane, right? A lot of times, like PAs, because of how dominant she has been in lane this last patch, you go for things like the Treads, the Orb of Corrosion, like full wand. You just fight, right? Because you win most trades, especially when you have a Medusa or a Warlock behind you, right? But this is a lane she literally can't win because Medusa doesn't get slowed, so you don't have like any of these extra like auto attacks you get in from the daggers. Shackle shot top lane into the Macro Pyre, into the Gorgon's Grasp, and another kill shot out from Planet. Well found from him on this Wind Ranger.
Warlock usually a decent hero at, you know, just sitting in a dead lane and absorbing the XP, slowing it with Fatal Bonds, but when you get found like that, you have absolutely no way of escaping. It started very even across the lanes, but as we reach the 10-minute mark, Tidebound certainly pulling ahead, with PA being the one that really is struggling. This Battle Fury is going to be, I guess it'll be a regular timing because she's going straight Battle Fury, but net worth-wise, very low compared to what she would usually be.
This time the 50-50 is in the bottom lane, and it will be an Arcane on the way of GPK Storm, which this is gonna have pretty quiet game so far for GPK. Not something we're used to seeing. Like normally he is kind of crushing his lanes, getting stuff done around the map, but haven't really seen that quite yet. That one gank to the bottom side didn't really end up netting them too much. But we're gonna see Tidebound mount another offensive here mid. Save level 6 here. They jump in on GPK. They do manage to get it with the Tame the Beast, but it's just not enough damage. There's going to be a great wall, though. But no one's going to get caught on the Wheel of Wonder either. A little bit of maybe miscommunication. The Fatal Bonds here on the Jakiro might be able to kill him if they can get some damage into NTS, but doesn't look like it.
He's begging his team.
Comes mid with the Meteor Hammer.
It's like, please stop taking damage. I'm going to die.
Wow, that was a little bit of a sloppy fight there from BetBoom. Not something we normally see. Save in the mid lane now in a lot of trouble. The Shackles held him down. There's the second. And NTS trying to finish the job,
Into the
ends
grab.
up getting him with a sleight of fist, and now GPK's in trouble. Ice Path, everything to lock him down. Double kill now for the Ember as they continue to chip away at this mid tower.
Because BetBoom has been struggling, Warlock doesn't have his ultimate yet. Maybe that fight goes a little better if you can combo all of those, but because Storm got low to start, low mana, he wasn't able to zip and vortex something to force the Wheel of Wonder. So it's kind of, like you said, it's kind of awkward if all the pieces don't come together at the same time. It's not the cleanest initiation, like, you know, Centaur Stomp, Sand King Burrow Strike. It's a lot of moving parts that have to come together for BetBoom's team fight. And when they do, it'll be really strong, but it's a little off like we just saw there. It is very much disconnected with no effect.
Yeah, and a lot of times we see like the Warlock involved in several kills early in the game just because of how strong he is with Fatal Bonds and Shadow Word. But that just didn't happen, so it's not like he could really pop the Grimoire. Like a lot of times we see like Golem come out like 7 to 8 minutes into the game because he pops the Grimoire for one big fight, right? But we just didn't see that. And as of now, Bach level 9 on this Medusa, just taking towers.
It's pretty cool. You know, we were talking about the PA usually being good versus the Mana Shield because later on she's just a bunch of physical damage, but this is the depth of Dota. The timings matter a lot, and in the early game, you don't have that physical damage to really threaten the Medusa, and because this is not a carry Medusa build, right? He's like, I'm going now. I'm pushing your tier 2 at 13 minutes. Where's your physical damage to threaten me? Oh, like you've barely finished your Battle Fury, right? You're not gonna bother me at all. So it's a really cool idea. It's got to keep working, right? I feel like the 6K, 5K lead here is pretty good for Tidebound, and you have to keep maintaining this because as soon as you start falling behind, that is where BetBoom's draft starts to look scary. The PA catches up, the wall will be very strong to get the illusions in this game. Warlock, late game combo, Storm, right? The scaling is really good on BetBoom.
All right, clearly Bach has been cooking on this Medusa for a while because the 044 build is owning, right? Like I kind of expected 044 on an offlane Medusa. You don't really need split shot, but the fact that he's so comfortable going for these pushes is impressive. Bottom lane, they get the tier 1 tower. Save will be the sacrifice to these Tidebounds. Oh, that's actually a pretty big courier to get.
Is that the Mage Slayer?
Yeah, I think that's the Mage Slayer.
That is annoying. That's like 2 minutes without. It's funny to think of it as a really strong team fight item, but I mean it is for Ember. It's essentially an aura the way this hero functions, so that's pretty big. Mid lane, and the meteor combo.
The shackle comes out anyway. There's so much layering of spells. Like Tidebound is just so on point this game with just making sure they're not overlapping these stuns. And they will just quickly chew up that golem.
Wow, that golem really did not last long.
No. I mean, he's got an Atos now. So you have Atos into Gorgon's Grasp, into a Shackle, into an Ice Path, the second Ice Path.
Oh, he's getting a Gleipnir too. That's sick.
Yeah, dude, Gleipnir Medusa is no joke.
Let's
the
go.
AoE on Gorgon's Grasp, I don't know if gamers have seen it.
I have.
Quite large.
Yeah, he has
it's pretty cool.
20% Gorgon's Grasp radius talent as well. So this would be some Peepo-wide Gorgon's Grasp coming up here.
Just wait until you get the extra Gorgon's Grasp volley, dude. Oh.
Just a mere 15 levels away from that.
He's almost there, dude. Don't tell us the numbers.
Just
never tell me the odds.
See the sickest thing.
Bottom lane Tormentor's gonna go the way to Tidebound, further pushing their advantage. I think BetBoom would be very sad to hear the net worth difference in this game right now. Bach just sitting mid lane alone, pops the smoke from BetBoom, and they're legitimately afraid to go on the Medusa because there's a tier 1 tower they can teleport back into. they just do not have damage right now.
Kanomi trying to hold this, but they're coming in. I don't know if he can stay here.
Right, shield rune secured. Pure, mid lane, you need to run, buddy. That's a Gale. Oh, no.
Immediate value, and why you see it's so important to grab these Tormentors. I mean, they might have killed her anyways, let's be real. But it looked cool to see the shard immediately come into play with the Gale Force.
I think, okay, this looks like a very different BetBoom than what we saw yesterday. I feel like they are completely mind flayed right now at the state of this game, because all of their other games, they've either like come out ahead in the lane or at least been close. Top side, Wheel of Wonder, connects on a planet. They will pop him with GPK's Storm Spirit, so they finally get themselves a kill. It seems like the first one in maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, they've been stuck at 2 kills for a long time, which I think you're right. It is pretty different. We've seen them come out ahead. Oh, wait. Shiro? Maybe they're getting the momentum now.
This is a really big kill. Life nears out. Massive Gorgon's Grasp into the Meteor Hammer. Miro's burning. GPK will be able to zip away. Save. Should be fine as well. Okay, this is a very impressive disengage.
Great call from Miero, not panicking at all, making sure to get out of there as soon as all the TP cancels were down.
All right. Well, as we finally maybe get a break from the action here, make sure you're following Fissure on all of their social media channels. You guys can type !F in chat. This tournament has been an absolute blast. You will not want to miss any more of the games that are coming up, but also future events, right? It's a long year ahead of us.
You don't want to miss more off-lane Medusa solo pushing towers, guys. There's nothing more hype about Dota than that.
Dude, the Gorgon's Grasp AoE is enormous, but also Meteor Hammer's AoE.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, it's a lot. That last fight,
it's pretty cool.
If they hadn't lost Shiro to start that off, I mean, it would have been a clean sweep. They had such a nice combo, but they're just lacking a bit of damage without the Dragon Knight being alive.
Yeah, look at the size of that thing, dude.
It's crazy, actually. It's like bigger than Upheaval almost.
Yeah. All right, we'll use the Meteor Hammer and the Focus Fire just to grab themselves an early tier 2 tower on the top side of the map. I mean, this is the thing. They have put so much pressure against BetBoom's map here. They have taken 4 towers, all because of Bach. Like, he is the reason 4 towers have been taken. If there was a damage or a tower damage done stat we'll look at later in this game or in post game, it's just gonna be him.
There were some signs of life from BetBoom though in that last engagement. You do just have to keep getting past this, keep avoiding Tidebound, find as much farm as you can. You're slowly making his way back up. He was really struggling out of the lanes, but we see he's now 4th on the net worth. And I do think he will outscale in this game. You just need the time to get there. You have lost most of your tier 2s at this point. So they're Tidebound coming into the bottom lane, the only place with towers left. Probably try to steal the Wisdom Shrine as well. I imagine, you know, ages shortly after that, and then you're looking to break the high ground. If BetBoom can survive that next, like 5 to 10 minutes, I think that will be the hardest part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, BetBoom had a really rough start to this game, but they're definitely not out. Oh, Miro gets caught on the sleight of fist. Nothing to say. Might be in some trouble. The Wheel of Wonder. The Fear is going to hold him in place. They drop the Golem as well. Okay, so here's the thing. As I was trying to say, BetBoom's down, but not out. Their team fight is exceptionally strong. So if they don't lose their base before their heroes come online, they can very easily turn this, well, not easily, but they can turn this game around.
Yeah, the combo they just used to kill Ember will also work on multiple heroes, which is the point of the vacuum. But of course, that's the hard part. You're gonna have to catch multiple heroes. I think throwing that many ultimates for Ember, perfectly fine in this kind of situation. But hopefully going forward for them, they'll be able to find more heroes. Does seem like Tidebound, you know, maybe they don't want to give much time to them. Yeah, they're coming straight up.
Wheel of Wonder and Golem on cooldown. You got a Meteor Hammer, just start getting aggressive, but you do have to be a little bit careful of the damage from the Ringmaster. Like, unironically, these daggers do a lot of work over time.
Though not
They don't
much
really
to
have
the Medusa.
sustain heroes. Yeah, not much to Medusa. That's true.
A lot to the Dragonite, sitting at like 3,000 health with the armlet, I think. So you're right, it does add up. We're 20 minutes in. The tier 3s have already taken a lot of damage. Just the strength of this Medusa offlane. Very cool to see. See it working so far. We'll see if they can close the game out with it.
The thing is that's cool about Medusa 3 is that health for her is mana, right? So all of the utility items that you normally buy on a Medusa are also just making her tanky. So she has this Gleipnir, and she has... Oh, Pure is hiding in the weirdest tree line, and it's gonna work. Oh, it doesn't work. They saw him. Hold on. Never mind. Oh, he's under his...
Blurred.
Yeah, never mind. He's fine. Okay.
It's crazy. Look how far he is when he Gorgon's Grasp that, actually.
Yeah.
So much reach. I feel like Bach, if we look at a heat map of his hero, it is
It's the mid lane tier.
It's been in front of the enemy's base for the majority, and we're getting a real red dot right in front of the mid lane tier 3.
Yeah. I mean, what do you do to actually push this hero out, right? The amount of damage you would need to break through 2,700 mana. You just don't have it yet. And eventually you might, right? With the PA, with GPK getting some items as well. Like, there is definitely scaling on these heroes, but we're a little bit of ways from there.
Maybe it's time for Roche. I see 4 of them around that area. I think you can do it. The offlane Medusa's been very hard to kill, and she can chip away buildings, but the damage on Roche is not that great, and I think they did need Shiro to get, a little bit more farmed, but yeah, they are capable of doing it now. We do see it's a little slow, which I think is why they wanted to wait for a bit, even though they've had the map control for a while for it.
Yeah, I mean, not the slowest Roche in history, but definitely not the fastest. Bach just lost his scythe, actually, on Courier.
Like he doesn't quite have the money. He was sending the tiara to the secret shop, but that is gonna make you miss the timing a little bit. That's 2 minutes, no courier. That you would have liked to, maybe line up that Aegis plus scythe timing.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Just a quick reminder, everybody, you are watching the official Fissure broadcast here of the Universe Episode 4. So big shout out to them, because they've been putting on a really fun event. Okay, so I gotta ask you some questions here. Scythe of Ice, obviously. Oh, hold on. You're gonna have to take over.
We have Meteor Hammers dropping in mid. Nothing more hype than that. GPK trying to cut waves, bottom. I mean, this is what he's got to do, and actually all of them have to do. Ooh, into the ward. That was a little scary. They just have to keep avoiding Tidebound in this Aegis. Tidebound trying to deal with all the lanes for a moment here, get them all pushing in, and then I'm sure we'll see them head over to probably mid or bot. I don't really want to see them starting a brand new siege on the top lane, which is a full health tower. Mid and bottom are already halfway dead. Shiro sneaks up invis. They drop the wall. It is not well, maybe it is enough to save. I can't believe he's actually surviving right now.
He can get Miro out of this too. Okay.
I can't believe
very
they pulled it out.
Well, the Frost Dragon, combined with the daggers, have actually brought him quite low. Bach with a Gleipnir will be able to catch the Phantom Assassin. Pure continues to get the blink out. Okay, is that dagger gonna kill Drag? Okay, it was close. He had to Arma toggle it.
You have to respect the Darkseer wall illusion. Shira did so much damage to himself, and he did go the Frost Facet this game, which is actually the most effective against himself. So
His
You
own worst
really
enemy.
have to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that we were talking about in the draft, like the Darkseer counter to the Medusa. Like, it's why we didn't really think there was going to be a Medusa core. You just can't really afford to give up that illusion. But Dragon Knights is definitely not bad either. So, yeah.
This
we'll see
Medusa,
if it ends up mattering.
You don't care at all about giving the illusion. No right-click damage.
I mean, does he even have the like split strike or the split attack?
1 point.
Or does he
1
just go stats? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I would probably just go stats at this point. It doesn't really do you much good. Will finally break the tier 3 mid. Yeah, he's got 3-point stats. Like, there's just no point really in having this.
That's his scythe, I believe now.
Yeah.
And you still have 2 minutes of Aegis time. And it looks like the Silver Edge is just about to finish. So I imagine with that, unless there's any other major item close to finishing, Greaves almost done on the Wind Ranger. It feels like a lot of items that are ready to go.
Dire are scared.
Counterpoint, the net worth lead is dwindling. We are down to 5,000. If it wasn't for these buildings, it would be even. Legitimately, there's so many extra towers that have fallen. Then we're gonna see a nice Glypir set up here onto the Warlock. He's gonna get saved by the Ringmaster, but is he gonna die? He turns around, drops the Golem at the last second. They get the Aegis. This wall's in a pretty decent spot if they can try and stay on top of Shiro. The Vortex will pull him back in. That's a huge kill and a defense now from BetBoom. Tidebound need to leave.
Radiant's middle tower.
I don't understand that push, actually. Mid
He didn't
tower,
BKB.
Mid tower's already dead, so if you're gonna chip bottom the same way you've been doing with the Meteor Hammer, I mean, that's fine. But he just like ran in there with the Gale Force to try to get the Warlock, but that's gonna make life so easy for Miero, which we see he then lands a great vacuum wall, and the illusion, the Dragon Knight illusion ends up doing so much damage to Dragon Knight himself. Yeah, he has the BKB. I think he probably had it backpacked for the Aegis, and then maybe just got killed before it could get back in. I'm not sure, but that seemed really forced, and I feel like if you're gonna force it, you should at least do it in the mid lane. Pretty costly mistake from Tidebound there.
And killing the Warlock with a Ringmaster just sitting behind him in the base, right? Escape Act and Glimmer Cape, not going to be an easy way to secure it. But really good stuff from Save. He actually got a perfectly timed Tame the Beast, I think, when he was respawning. So maybe he couldn't activate BKB. It was like the fear into Vortex. But Save's Ringmaster is really scary. If you guys haven't seen him play this hero, he's usually on point with it, but it is 13-6, a very low kill game compared to what we've been seeing from BetBoom so far in this event, but they are back. And speaking of back, Phantom Assassin is the top net worth. Pure, he had a rough early game, to say the least, but he is scaling.
I feel like they've made it through the hardest part of the game was that Aegis, and it had been working, right? They were whittling down the base, and I feel like Tidebound should just continue that. Like, maybe they also felt the pressure of needing to get stuff done now before you get outscaled, but it did not go the way they were hoping, and BetBoom, you have to delay a little bit longer, but by the time the next Aegis is up to be fought for, I think they'll be ready to go as a team and feel confident about it.
Oh! NTS got bombed, but still chasing here with this haster. It has a nullifier. Okay, Katomi, you're dead, buddy. That's a good pickup this game. Removes Escape Act, right?
Yes, that one can be dispelled, but I think your nullifier has to be on first, because otherwise I don't think you can target him.
Yeah, but also for Darkseer, right? We have things like Crimson Guard, which is dispellable. We have the Surge, all that type of stuff. So despite everything that's been going on, they need to be able to secure kills on the side of Tidebound if they want to be able to push the high ground, which, well, Medusa still sitting at the tier 3 spot in the mid lane, just continuing to drop Meteor Hammers on these buildings. There is a ward scouting them out, though. Oh, Shiro, he's gonna get jumped on. Can they actually keep him out of this? No. Way too much damage coming through. The Phantom Assassin stuck on the Gale. The Blur isn't gonna break it. Is he's forced to BKB TP home.
So this is, I'm glad they seem to have adjusted it. Bach during all of that is just pushing mid on his own. Is he like not scared? He's slowly doing it. I don't know why they didn't just do that with the Aegis rather than force that bottom play, but they're kind of back on track. Like, look at this. It's just walking up. He's gonna finish this. I think that should kill it.
It's dead. That'll kill him at the range for sure.
Yeah.
He's
so like,
look at his jungle item.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Buffing this up. So like, why you just keep doing this and they have to come to you, and it's much harder when Medusa is a terrible wall target in this build. It's funny to say that, right? For so long, she's been one of the best targets to get with the wall. But now it's the worst, and Shiro, I think, just sits behind her. And at some point, you're forced to just initiate past the Medusa, and her abilities are still going to be good against that. Like Stone Gaze, the Gorgon's Grasp, Mystic Snake, Scythe, Meteor, like everything is good if you're trying to ignore her and get to her team in the back. I mean, she just walked up to the tier 4, right? And like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, I think the realization on that bottom push kind of kicked in. They're like, all right, we don't need to force a 5v5. Like, we can just let the Medusa do this and make BetBoom the team that has to initiate, right? Like, I think that's the better way to go. Smoke's gonna come out, but scanned immediately here by Tidebound, so they know something's up. Question is, will any of them get found? Smoke's gonna pop. They find Pure. He does have a BKB, but he gets stunned up for the moment. He needs some help. Ice Path Macropire is out. GPK looking for an opening on the back line, but the Glimmer Cape's gonna get them to safety. Shiro, he might need to be a little bit careful. The Wheel of Wonder, the damage comes through. And now NTS on the run here from GPK. Does he have the damage? The Vortex is out. He's so dang low. Nullifier doing some work, but now Bach in trouble as Pure trying to chase after him. He can't be slowed, but you're also not that fast. Pure continuing the chase, just needs one crit here. Can he do it? A big Lotus comes in from Y. Ice Path out here onto 2. The Gleipnir continuing to hold them down.
This is so
but
deep.
the base, they will indeed. Ember's coming in. Pure, you need to get out of here. He's going to get changed up on the high ground. Nullifier is out, looking for a Blink Strike target. He gets there, but nothing to say, is looking to get really aggressive. Miro comes in. GPK, not very healthy. A shackle from Planet's got him. What a hold here from Tidebound. They get the Ringmaster. Pure trying to just go back in instead. He's got a Satanic in a second. Will he use it? You can't go for the Medusa with this. He gets the grace. He's just gonna do it himself. Pure, seemingly the new Medusa of this game, and cannot die. They're gonna chase, get their hands onto the Darkseer. Scythe comes out, will keep Pure held for a moment. Big Vacuum's gonna pull Bach in pretty far. But a slow disengaged Katomi. Will he be able to escape? They don't have a stun for him. Pure gonna blur dodge the shackle. What? Dude, this fight started in dire mid lane.
They found Pure, another BKB.
Oh, Stone Gaze has got him. Bach right on the money with this. He's gonna need help, but now that Shiro is here, I don't think he's getting out of that one. The Silver Edge break will finally do it. Dude, where did this fight begin, and how did we end up in the Radiant tier 3?
It was so long. I mean, I think BetBoom really wanted to push it, right? Their smoke gets scanned, but Tidebound still wasn't in the greatest position for it, so that initial fight goes really badly. And after sitting in your base like this whole game, I think BetBoom really felt like this is our time to get back into this, but going past a tier 2 into the tier 3, I think was just, you know, pull it back a little bit. Go Roche, you know? You did get buyback out of the Ember, but they do eventually push back, even get the PA kill, thanks to the Stone. I'm pretty sure that was 2 BKBs and 2 Stone Gazes in that fight for how long that went. So maybe he just forgot. He's like, oh yeah, she used it in the fight. You forget you've been fighting for like 2 minutes at this point. She had it again. So now the Aegis picked up. Now you have the Banner. Amplify damage rune spawning as well, letting them really line up these timings. I think you go bottom. Bottom tier 3 is already down to 600 health. his win probability. Still at 75% for Tidebound, but I feel like it's a little closer than that. I agree. BetBoom push too hard, but I think we see that they can certainly win fights, and Shiro is having a hard time entering these fights. Like the vacuum wall is just doing so much to him.
If his illusion gets created, it's like his BKB doesn't matter. And I think that's what happened in this last fight, is he BKBs to try and get some damage out, and they just walled him, and his illusion just shuts him down. And he doesn't have the damage to kill his own illusion that quickly. So it's a little bit scary.
You said it earlier, his own worst enemy, which is so funny.
And I mean, we saw this last fight. Pure was just like 1v3. It wasn't until the Dragon Knight respawned that he was really under any threat at all. So I think we'll have to see if this PA can continue scaling. GPK has also not really had a super impressive game on the Storm. Like he gets a lot done in this last fight, but compared to what we've seen from him so far in this event, this is like a pretty quiet game from him. He does have the Scythe and on his way to the Parasma, which will be a huge damage boost for him. The game is still so even. It's a 3,000 gold lead at 37 minutes. I want to say this was a 9,000 gold lead at 12 minutes for Tidebound. Something like maybe at 15 minutes. So in like putting it in that perspective, BetBoom have managed to claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, it really comes down to they have the tools for the big team fight on BetBoom. So it's up to Tidebound to be very careful how they navigate the fights. And if you can find these small pickoffs first, if you can make them waste some of their team fight abilities, especially the wall on the Dragon Knight, if you can dodge that out, you're looking to be in a good spot to then win the rest of the fight, potentially the game, since the base is open at this point. But if you just slip up a little, you lose sight, a couple of you get vacuum walled, I mean, that'll be it. And PA is going to take your base real fast. Arrow's working on a blink next. He's built up so many auras. I like this a lot. This will make it a lot easier for him to find that critical vacuum wall that we were just talking about.
Yeah, I agree. Dragon Knight is now finally picking up some more damage. The MKB is on the way. The Medusa is going to go for an item that we haven't really seen, but I legitimately think is good in certain games. The Conda, a very low cooldown break that she will be able to bring to the team fights.
Right, it breaks. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, right. I don't think anyone remembers that this is a break item now. It's the spellcaster break.
Oh, Bach knows. Don't worry. Bach's on it. Will it proc on cold-blooded?
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Because it's just a single target spell, right? I think. But I mean, maybe that's like not what you want. I don't know. I mean,
well,
okay.
I mean, the one who's procking it is probably
sure.
probably Pure, right? Like when Pure jumps at him, so could work out. I mean, he doesn't have it yet. He is closing in on it, heading back to his favorite spot in the game, straight in the mid lane. Doesn't know anywhere, no other way of life but pushing mid lane on his own. This time it's a bait though. His team smoked behind him. Cutting off. This might be huge.
We'll see if they find their opening. They get the DK form up, but an immediate goal and a fear to follow. Goodbye. Tidebound. You lose 2 right away. They're going to pop the Stone Gaze out. Fox going to be able to TP, but it's leaving NTS here to the devices of the enemy team. Y getting chased down from GPK. Miro able to help secure that one. Oh, we thought it was going to be good for Tidebound, but what a golem into fear from Save.
So they had the ward there. That's why they felt confident moving up. But the way BetBoom happened to be positioning, the supports were perfectly safe in the back, ready to react instantly. You get the vacuum on, I think, 3. But again, the most important part is that you had the Dragon Knight in the wall. And off of that, just everyone died right away.
Yeah, I mean, no BKB possibility, right, either. I don't think he even got to cast it. I think he got chain stunned out the moment the golem connects. It's a fear into the Wheel of Wonder.
Bach, this is I think they've learned their own lesson from the last time they dove the tier 3s.
Yeah.
I think you take the safe objectives you can.
So one thing I wanted to talk about earlier is the majority of Tidebound's lead was in structures. And now that they are losing their structures, BetBoom will have the gold advantage.
Dead even right now with a little bit more farming, and maybe this...
That's a Divine Rapier queued up, baby. Pure is gonna go ham.
Heading up to the Tormentor for BetBoom to... I think this is the first lead of the game. Maybe moments in the laning stage, but...
I don't even think they ever were ahead, if I'm honest. I'll double check the graph, but I think this might legitimately be... They were ahead at the 0-minute mark. Maybe they got like a D ward before the creep wave spawned. I don't remember, but outside of that, they've literally not had a single advantage in either gold or XP until now.
This
The gem on GPK is pretty scary as well.
I feel like from here, it should be BetBoom favored. Because from this point, right, I mean, Divine Rapier, sick. But also, you've already seen the strength of the vacuum wall combo. At this point, it's like, what? Ags and Refresher are probably the next items he has in mind. Warlock probably has the same items in mind. And the longer you go, you get more and more tools to do the exact same thing that is winning you these fights. And I don't think there are items that answer that for the side of Tidebound. Like, what do you do? I think maybe a blink on the Dragonite, because currently he just has to keep walking in, which is getting him caught every single time. Silver
I think it has to be Planet, maybe.
Not doing enough. Planet has to scale up.
Yeah, I think your damage has to come from the Wind Ranger now, right? Like you have everything that you could get on the Medusa. Like she's pretty solid, very much utility, but her damage is all spells. And now that we're 43 minutes into the game, it's not a lot of burst damage. So I think Planet needs to be your second scaling damage hero here, or maybe your third, right? Because NTS and Dragonite do quite a bit, but I think that might be where it needs to come from. We'll jump in. GPK just rolls the dice and he finds two. The stuns are out from the Wheel of Wonder, and Bach with the Stone Gaze is going to try and run away. But guess what? Storm Spirit's looking for more. Lincolns will protect Planet, but Bach and Shiro in some trouble. They want the BKB. They're going to get it. The spotlight is out. And now Miro in pursuit. He doesn't have the wall, but they force the buyback on the Ember. GPK, a little bit of trouble. Big Gorgon's Grasp gonna catch the whole back line, but can they do anything with this on the side of Tidebound? Dude, how does he guess? Did they scan? I don't know. How would he see them?
I missed that too. I don't know if it was just like a zip in, zip out, break smokes. But if you do that, usually you're like spamming the zip. He zipped in and then reacted to it. So I don't know if we missed something there, but that is really impressive from GPK right there, and finds maybe some luck there. The perfect target on NTS, the most mobile hero to instantly hex and just remove from the fight instantly off the chain combo of Wheel of Wonder and Golem and everything coming in there. All of these fights are BetBoom starting off with just like 2-3 hero kills.
Yeah, there was no scan. I had to go back through the text log to see there was no scan that came out. This was just a feeling moment from GPK, I think. He just went in, spamming the hex button. Yeah, just spamming hex. Like, hey, if I find something, we'll kill it, I guess.
I got game-winning vibes from right here, guys. Let's go.
Sometimes it's all you need. Shiro might be in trouble. Hex comes out to break in for the Phantom Assassin. He's dead for 90. No buyback is wise. Gonna get caught from the Nullifier, and just like that, BetBoom have blown this game completely open.
After struggling for so long, it does seem like they want to get the Aegis first. I actually think you could push harder on this, but I suppose you don't know the buyback status, so they just want to get the Roshan. Actually,
I feel like you wait for Roche. There's no reason not to, right? Like,
yeah,
going high ground is still scary.
You're outscaling at this point. Roche will give you a bunch, and this is the third Roche. So it should have Refresher, all that. Or I guess it's Dire side, right? So Ags. But I mean, Ags is good too. We were talking about that. Like stick that on the Darkseer if he doesn't have one could be good to make sure you get like guaranteed punch onto the Dragonite. You're right, PA could also get hers.
I think the Ag Synth on PA this game is actually cracked. She has the Divine Rapier. You just need to let her get on a target. And so once she kills one, which she will with the Divine Rapier, she just picks and chooses another target. So I think PA's Ag Synth is pretty scary. Either that or the Vortex AoE on Storm is also very good. There we go. Roche is up. I mean, this game has been so close for the last like 15 minutes, but the last 2 fights did not feel close at all.
Oh wait, it is Cheese Refresher. What am I?
Oh, Cheese Refresher? Okay.
What am I talking about? I mean, that's fine too. I think Refresher is also really strong. Who did they give it to? Also to Pure. I mean, that's fine, right? Like, he's got the Divine Rapier. Give him as much power as possible to keep him safe.
Is he just buying an accent, actually? I mean, you don't really hold buyback at this point, do you? Maybe you do.
It's a little Divine, scary. But... It's a little scary. I think the thing is, I think if you lose your Divine, you can actually still play because who's picking it up? If it's Dragonite, you have the answers to Dragonite, and it's not even the PA with the Divine. It's the wall. So I don't think it's the end of the world. If it goes to Medusa or Wind Ranger, even maybe NTS, I mean, at that point, okay, maybe you do have issues, but sometimes you can't control that in the team fight. So I don't know. There's a part of me that wants him to save buyback, but I would also respect the all-in nature of like, I've got the Divine, you know, like we're in. He also has Aegis, so if you were gonna do it, like now's the time. And there's even an amplified damage floating in the river. Who are they gonna give it to? I feel like, on one hand, I want it to Pure, but like, he does not have the slots anymore to bottle a rune here. All right.
I still just keep thinking back to that GPK initiation, and I still like that will be one that I will have to rewatch over and over to try and figure out what it was. Maybe someone's smoke just popped and I'm overthinking it, but that was wild.
Whatever it was a fantastic jump, and he was ready for it. They picked up the amplify. I thought that would force something, but they have about a quarter of the duration left. It looks like nothing will come of it this time, but for now, maybe they're just comfortable. Like, hey guys, it's pretty nice being the one controlling the map and growing the gold lead. Let's just maintain, because the longer this goes, we're in a good spot. And you know, we were talking about maybe Pure buys out. It's like, well, what if I just wait? What if I just farm buyback and the Agson?
Yeah. I mean, you're not on the timer for BetBoom, right?
Never mind. He's buying it. He's not saving buyback.
Yeah, why not?
You got 2.5 minutes on Aegis. This is the time to take the risk if you're going to do that. Could backfire though, so he has to be careful here not to die twice.
You play a lot of Ringmaster. How do you feel about the Spotlight? Does it provide vision actually? On paper, I feel like it should, but I don't know.
If it didn't, it would make no sense. Yeah, it gives vision, and the miss chance is not bad.
The miss chance
also reveals invis heroes, which I think people forget, which is kind of nice versus Silver Edge. You don't have to carry dust and fill up a slot that way.
Okay. Oh. Here. Taking a decent chunk of damage. They just jump here onto block. The Hex is out, but again, the Medusa, the tankiest target on the side of Tidebound. Pure again, just getting chipped down. Needs to be careful. There's gonna be the escape backs coming through for the Ringmaster. Jumps away. He has a Satanic to heal off of.
Just a momentary pause.
We're gonna rinse and repeat.
Full health. Yeah, the tower dropped to a little less than half on that push, so full heal. Go back. Got a minute and a half on this Aegis.
Gearing back wall. They got two. Can they actually bring down this Medusa? For now, he's surviving Shiro with his BKB, doing what he can, but in comes the Phantom Assassin. The Stone Gate's trying to keep her at bay, but Pure's gonna turn right back around, try to finish off Shiro. Can they do it? It's GPK instead. The Vortex holds him down, but he zips back to safety. In goes the Phantom Assassin. One more time with a refresher. The second vacuum pulls them back in. Can they actually get out of here? Shiro's dead without buyback. Bach on just a sliver of HP. The Ice Path will hold this Phantom Assassin back, but it's the lanes of Barracks that are in trouble.
No Shiro, though. I don't think you can kill her a second time without him.
I mean, Bach is very disruptive in these fights. But yeah, without the Dragon Knight, how do you kill Pure? They've already got the golems getting to work on the bottom tower. They're thinking about going back in. They technically don't know the buyback status, right? It's just a gold deficit. And Embers is up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and your PA bought out the Ag Synth, lost the Aegis on that push. So call us to play it safe, deal with the lanes. You know you're in a really solid spot at this point. You're outscaling, you've equalized Barracks. Dude, okay, first GPK's initiation earlier in the mid lane, Miero on that push. He's like, yeah, I'm feeling game-winning vibes from right over here, guys. Just Shivas runs in as soon as they have vision, processes it, blinks in, vacuum walls 3. They're so fast on this, and it's been catching Tidebound off this entire game.
Yeah. The ease of initiation for BetBoom now is there, right? Whereas for Tidebound, it's been a little bit difficult. They've just been baiting the Medusa, trying to force BetBoom's hand, and previously that worked, right? They didn't have the damage to actually kill the heroes they were going to go on, but this late into the game, they do not mind jumping anybody. I mean, maybe you still don't want to jump Bach, but here.
Yeah, they're passing up on the... You're right. Yeah, don't want to jump Bach. He's just too tanky. He's not only tanky, but getting an illusion of him is just not that great.
Not worth it, yeah.
I see him he's got an MKB, you know, maybe he's like, okay, I think I might have to start scaling here. We're not doing enough damage. It does mean, though, the more you do this, it's another good vacuum wall target now.
Mm-hmm. At some point, the Medusa has to turn into damage here, I guess, right? And then that just makes Darkseer stronger.
Yeah, where's
Gosh,
Planet
that's another
at?
refresher.
Still working on an MKB.
So double Warlock Golem, double Fatal Bonds will be an option here. They did a good job at splitting the map. Miero's gonna have to come back to clear this up, but he is level 25 on the Darkseer. Some really big talents coming out on these heroes as they hit that 25 mark. The Medusa did end up going the Int instead of the Gorgon's Grasp. I think makes sense at this stage of the game.
3,000 mana, which is like what, double that, 2.2, like 6,000 plus effective health versus this. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, she's essentially a 7,000 health hero walking around the map right now.
Okay, BetBoom playing it safe, getting to work on the level 30 for Pure. He does have buyback. He's queued up an Abyssal. I feel like you save it. I was up for the risk earlier of you know, Divine, Aegis, you know, go all in. I do think now that things have settled and you're in the position to win, you should be saving buyback, at least until you get Aegis again. So I hope he doesn't buy this Abyssal until then. GPK joining his team, perhaps looking for a fight, as Roche could potentially spawn.
Oh, Hex in, the ward on the backside of the tower. It's going to be able to find the Jakiro. That's a good pick. No buyback for 3.5 minutes. That ward on its last limbs here. It's about to expire. They're just going to jump right in here on Pure. The ward, it expires as well. Oh, that hurts. All right, we've seen them kill the Phantom Assassin before. The Nullifier has to be on there again in advance in order to prevent the escape back to jump in. The Hex, they're going to put some damage here into the Medusa. Now, can you actually kill this monster? They got her, you're kidding me. What is this? The Phantom Assassin is too strong. 95 seconds, has buyback. But can they do anything with it? They're gonna jump in, the Phantom Assassin, but there's the escape backs once again to get the safety. Pure is gonna blink on out the wall, holding back this Dragon Knight, and well, the Ember gets caught on the front side. Big Stone Gaze is out there trying to chase for more. There's a vacuum as well. GPK trying to do the work that he can, but the BA's dead. She hits the deck. Aegis gonna hit the Rapier as well, but the Golems, hold up, Warlock is destroying these guys, and Shiro can't stand his ground. In comes the Medusa. Vortex are back into the swamp, and now 3 dead, no buybacks. BetBoom looking to close out game number 1, and they have done it for what seemed like complete and certain defeat.
That is a very impressive win from BetBoom. They had to hang on for so long. I'm sure they're going to be feeling relieved after that game. I know a lot of people are probably looking at this and be like, Medusa offlane lull, but I actually think they should have won on Tidebound. I feel like they messed up their first Aegis push, and they were on the timer, but they were on track, and that one mistake, unfortunately, that was their window. And after that, BetBoom had all the tools they needed, and they never made the same mistake. Their team fights were so good. All the initiations we talked about through it, like finding the perfect targets. I'm pretty sure Vacuum caught 3 heroes minimum. Like for the last 30 minutes, I don't think he got less than 3 heroes every single Vacuum, which is pretty crazy. They just did everything right on BetBoom. They had to wait for that one mistake. Even if that mistake doesn't happen, I mean, they were doing a good job just finding the farm as much as possible, limiting the net worth difference. They might have made it there eventually, but Tidebound gave them that opportunity, and they took it.
Yeah, this was one of the most impressive comebacks, I want to say, but I agree with you. I feel like Tidebound had what they needed to close out this game, but sometimes you just get a little antsy when you feel like and they were really far ahead. It's not like they weren't, like in a commanding position over BetBoom, but the decision to not slow siege with that first Aegis was definitely the kind of Achilles heel for them. And you just got to give props to BetBoom for taking advantage of it, right? In that situation, if they weren't there to capitalize, kill the Aegis, kill Shiro a second time, I mean, this game would have been very different. So close game, interesting strategy, a very creative one from Tidebound. I would love to see this again. I think the Medusa had a lot of value, and versus the lane of the Phantom Assassin seemed to be pretty valuable, right? It completely shut down Pure for the first 15 minutes of this game. But as we take a look at the kind of post-match statistics, I mean, GPK Storm, just to highlight back into that jump in the mid lane, I think what ended up happening is Shiro's smoke got popped. And I don't think he realized, because he was standing right next to a smoked up Jakiro, but Shiro's smoke had gotten popped by, I think, the blurred Phantom Assassin. And so GPK just went for it. And those are just like little things that, you can't really afford to make those mistakes at this level of competition.
Yeah, BetBoom, mistakes happen in every pro match, right? We're all human. It just happens, but it's like who capitalizes on it the most. And I feel like BetBoom, they were ready. Like the second they see the information they need, they're like, we're all looking. If we see the right heroes, just go. And everyone was ready for it each time. Just such an impressive performance from them.
Yeah. Well, a exciting series as we come to expect with all of BetBoom's games recently. So we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 in this upper bracket, Tidebound versus BetBoom, here on the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
Yeah, they don't know what it take to get this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Welcome back, everybody, here to the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. My name is Cryptic here with ZQuixotics. What is it? I don't know how we've just been getting blessed with insanely awesome games, but this is another great series underway here between BetBoom and Tidebound. What looked like sure victory, for Tidebound. Just 15-20 minutes into the game, BetBoom slowly claw their way back in an almost 60-minute barn burner. And it's not even like the first time this has happened. Something that you said between the breaks. How many long games have they had at this point?
So they've played 15 games this tournament so far. 7 of them have gone over 50 minutes, and 8 of them are like in that 35-minute range, which I don't want to read too much into the sample size, but the feeling I get from BetBoom is that when they're off to a good start, they are very clean in the process of like, okay, we do this, we get this lead, we finish the game on the second Aegis type play, which lines up with a 35-minute endings. And if they fall behind, they've been doing a great job of recognizing we're losing, guys. We should not engage in fights. We should avoid split. Like, here's our timings we want to wait for. And that's what causes the games to drag out really long. Whether they win or lose, they recognize if we try to engage, we're going to lose faster. So we need to give ourselves a shot later on in the game. And it absolutely paid off in game number 1 there.
Yeah. And as we get ready here for game number 2, okay, so we weren't even like late to the draft on this. They just blew through these first drafts, first bans and picks in like 12 seconds. So unlucky, but not a lot of oh dude, look at that studio. That's super cool. What the heck? I want to be there.
I like those stuff in the back.
Yeah, as for this draft, sorry, I'm getting a little sidetracked, but it's the Monkey King and the Night Stalker. First pick Night Stalker, responded to by the Monkey King here of BetBoom. I think Monkey King traditionally has been pretty good at dealing with this hero. Anytime he wants to like go for these fights, you just can respond with Wukong's command, and then you're flying into Wukong's, right, to take the fight. So it's a little bit scary, but typically just to support Night Stalker. I think the only people we've seen run it as a core has been BetBoom, right, for Mira.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Not that other teams couldn't, right? I'm sure if they think it fits the game, they will, but I feel like with this Monkey King pick, you can flex it, carry or mid, and it would do fine versus the offlane Night Stalker. You'd have to survive that first night, but that's what Jingu's good for, right? He tries to beat you, you beat him, you survive, and then when it enters that daytime period, you can punish hard. So I feel like that for that reason, you just want to go, okay, forward Night Stalker, we'll get the flying vision fights to find the Monkey King. That's enough for us. We don't need more out of this Night Stalker. I say we're like 1 pick into the draft, so maybe they'll see more that ends up making them want a core Night Stalker. Will it be this next pick of the Ancient Apparition? Actually, offlane Night Stalker would not get punished that hard by an AA, so I guess that opens it up.
Yeah.
But for the same reason, I think 4 Night Stalkers will also be fine versus that AA.
We've actually seen the Night Stalker pick specifically into Ancient Apparition lanes, right? Like knowing like, okay, it's an AA lane, the hero's a little bit weak. We can run this as a 3 position and like up the priority on this Night Stalker and have it a little bit more farm. So that's an option, right? We might see that from Tidebound if they pick an aggressive 4. That would be kind of the way to go about it, but we'll see what they do. Because the Monkey King is still very flexible. We don't know exactly where this is going. Could be mid, could be safe lane. GPK has beasted on this already in the tournament. They do respect ban out the Coddle. Not that surprising, being that you're playing with a Monkey King. You could be anywhere on the map at any time. And they will go for their gyrocopter, something that was banned out early from the class. So very safe picks for them. They feel comfortable on this. I'm not shocked. I mean, gyro is just a very stable carry.
Yeah, should be fine. You'll have to be careful of the Ice Blast though, because I do think Satanic is a natural pickup for the gyrocopter, and you like to kind of like bait everyone in and then heal up with the Satanic and they're all clumped up around you. But Ice Blast could just put an end to that. So you will have to be careful. That's maybe something the Night Stalker is going to be looking to do, take the AA out of the fight so that it's just forced to run around to survive and can't focus on the Ice Blast.
BB teams turn.
And they pick the Ringmaster. Cool. So we saw a lot of value out of the Ringmaster this last game. You have the options of Escape Act against Ancient Apparition, which is kind of nice. The Ice Blast will still hit you, but being able to prevent the immediate burst follow-up is kind of the idea with Ringmaster, and it does have a lot of damage. The Wheel of Wonder and the Tame the Beast combo is incredibly strong when it hits. And for BetBoom, they're going to themselves up the Bristleback here. Again, very flexible in their draft at the moment. Monkey King Bristle can go pretty much anywhere. As for this next pick, I'm just going to guess it's a pretty stable 4 position here for save. They do need some lockdown and some initiation to really set up this Ancient Apparition. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to go for the Muerta. This hero's still really strong despite the patch. They tried to make carry Muerta more viable with the Ofrenda, but let's be real, Gleipnir Ags is bonkers.
Yeah, it's still perfectly good. And that'll be a nice pairing with the Bristleback, especially if this ends up being the offlane Bristleback with Snot Rocket, which I think is good versus the Gyro. You would be able to run down the Gyro, drop the Calling, knock him back, and he'd have like 0 move speed for you to both just send in all the physical damage against him. So I like that pairing, but it is flexible. Like you said, you can still move those heroes around as you go into the last pick, which BetBoom does have. So they get the full information before they have to commit one way or the other. I say this every time we get to this point, and then I feel like it doesn't happen. I do think some initiation would help because Ice Blast is not the easiest thing to land. So having some setup, especially like a mid hero where you amplify their magic damage with Ice Vortex or just spell damage, and then the Ice Blast is easy to follow up on like a zip-in Vortex, you know?
Yeah.
That is something that is lacking. It can still work as long as you're ahead, and then you run it down and they have to engage you because you're taking buildings. But if you fall behind, you fall really behind. I feel like every time I've said that, the team then goes all in on like, we're gonna win our lanes and have no initiation and just run in. We'll see if BetBoom wants to go that route as well.
All right. I like the Mars here. I think this is another really good hero into the Monkey King, obviously, like being able to potentially cut the trees the moment he's jumping through with the arena, or you can just spear him or God's Rebuke him off of a tree. So there is a lot of counterplay potential with the Mars, so we'll see what Bach can get done with that. In general, also good in the lane versus Monkey King. So if this ends up being a Monkey King carry, you're not really under threat at all.
Even the Bristleback with the slows, you usually go seeing red if you're carry Bristleback, but you still have slows from the nasal goo, and you can start running down the Mars, but he just spears you away. So it should be pretty safe into either of them. Potentially another carry could be picked instead on that final pick, but Mars is a generally safe offlaner anyhow, so can't imagine something coming up that would crush him in the lane. I think that's why it's so safe there, especially with a Night Stalker 4, it's looking like with that Mars pick. I can't remember ever seeing Tidebound run the mid Mars like we see some other teams occasionally. I say other teams, it's mostly just Dark Mago.
Yeah, it's just Dark Mago. There's literally no one else in the world who plays mid Mars.
I feel like I've seen it
commonly.
Someone else do it, but I can't remember. So yeah, essentially none.
5 seconds.
I like the interesting mid bans here, OD and Sniper. So protects a little bit of the Monkey King mid, right? If that's where they want to go, but they still have to kind of hedge their bets here on Tidebound. Since BetBoom have last pick, you don't know exactly where the Monkey King and the Bristleback are going. This could be Bristle carry, which I actually wouldn't mind. And you could pick a new off lane here. But I would actually really like a mid laner that can set up the Ancient Apparition. They're going to go for the Lina on Tidebound. A pretty safe pick, susceptible to gap close.
At the same time,
I was gonna say, do you run back Darkseer, but it's banned. Never mind.
At the same time, in the early game, those gap closing heroes tend to struggle versus Alina. So maybe a bit of a preemptive pick. Like, I know if you want to go Storm Spirit, you know, like I'm gonna punish him in the early game at least until he gets his level 6. It's also more damage with the rest of the team. I feel like Mars and Night Stalker give you a lot of zone control in these team fights. So being way back, doing damage like Lina can, pretty nice.
And Lena's been going like the Mjolnir build, right? We don't really see as much of the Aghanim Scepter, like Shadow Blade anymore. We see a lot of like Mjolnir is just such a strong item at the moment that just getting the farming and attack speed damage that it puts out is seemingly the best way of playing her. But they have 50 seconds to decide what they want to do. I don't know if putting Monkey King mid into Alina is going to feel super good. So this might just be Monkey King into the Mars lane. It should still farm well. You won't really... Dude, actually, into the Night Stalker as well. I don't know if Monkey King can actually survive the harassment damage. Between God's Rebuke, Spear, the Voids, you might have to put Monkey mid and just suck up the lane matchup. Yeah, they do. So they go for the Chaos Knight once again. We've actually seen them do this exact combo with the Ancient Apparition, and it owned. So I am very curious to see if they're going to do it again, like how well it's going to do this time.
It is an old school combo because you do set up the Cold Feet. These are some bulky heroes to be going into, though, the Mars and the Night Stalker. So will they actually get the kills? I guess we'll have to see. I feel like you can do a good chunk of damage to give you space, but I think as long as the Spear is available, right, it should buy you enough time to get out. But you should at least get what you need in that lane and have an easier time than, like you were saying, the Monkey King. You kind of need to hit 4 times to then get the Jingu, and then you get really scary, and that's tough versus Night Stalker being super fast, and then Mars having 2 spells to kind of like push you away. So you would take a bunch of chip damage and maybe never really get to heal back up. So CK could be safer. The mid matchup will be tough, but Monkey King is one of those heroes. You just get a few levels, you start rotating around, and then kind of get back into it, which I think he's going to need to do since these supports are not the greatest at helping him out mid, showing up, ganking Alina, maybe stack for him at least. You can do that for him.
I will say the other thing that's interesting is Chaos Knight going the fundamental forging facet. We saw this last time, and we're like, we'll see if the 2 choices he get actually matter, if they're going to be good for his hero. His first one was kind of bad. He got the essence ring
in the end,
yeah, which didn't really matter. We were wondering like maybe it'll keep him alive in one of these engagements. It didn't really matter. But the second one he got was the Ogre Seal Totem, which legitimately saved his life the instant he got this, because they were not expecting him to be able to get away. And then he gets a really early Nemesis Curse, which that item on a Chaos Knight before you're supposed to get it is very scary. So we'll see what ends up happening as we get ready to jump into game number 2 here of BetBoom versus Tidebound. We've got some really fun heroes this game. The Chaos Knight Ancient Apparition combo coming out once again for them. See how this can lane against this Mars Night Stalker.
And we'll see if anyone wants to go for first blood. Tidebound is grouped up. Actually, both teams gonna smoke for it. Not something we always see because of the Night Stalker Night Reigns, but both gonna try their luck here. I think in the mid lane, Lina smoke breaks to the Chaos Knight. I'm gonna try to catch
the thing is when you have Nights, it's like when you have Night Stalker, like you never really get first bloods off of smokes because it's day vision, right? Typically, but that being said, NTS is in a really rough spot. Here comes the snot, baby. He's so dead. There is no way out of this one. First blood's gonna go over to GPK, and in a rough lane, that is the absolute best case scenario for him. He gets a full wand. He gets extra like circlets, some tangos. Like his game is going to be much better. It's still not going to be easy, but it's going to be much better. That being said, bottom lane CK is in a lot of trouble. He has to TP immediately.
Right, this is what they
TP. Oh gosh.
Oh, close. Yeah, that's what they committed for. They waited down there for that exact interception, and it does pay off. I mean, you're entering the lane very low health.
Yeah, Night Stalker's just gonna run at him. He actually might die. Chaos Knight? He is dead. Okay, and that was a TP to the lane, so Pure is gonna have the walk of shame.
So we have two really impactful things there. The first blood on mid, first blood matters a lot because of how much gold you get, and that was supposed to be Lina favored. Massively changes how much extra stats, regen, faster items you get on the Monkey King can help save him there. This bottom combo was going to be a volatile lane. How strong can that Chaos Knight AA combo be? And now your Chaos Knight is way late to the lane. He's going to be level 2 slower than everybody else. This should just be Tidebound's off lane now until some kind of rotation comes in to change it.
Oh, nice dodge on that LSA there from GPK. That's the big thing that's going to matter in this lane. We'll have to see how much of an effect it has. But topside Shiro, that's 5 Nasal Goose stacks. You stand no chance against the Bristle. Miro and Save grab themselves another kill. And this is where Snot Rocket Bristle is really good. The further down the lane you are against this hero, the more likely you are to die. So you need to make sure this creep wave is near your tower.
Which off of that kill, they actually grab the creep wave and then kill the small camp. So now you can't really do much to affect equilibrium. Miero just holding it outside his tower. So things will be pretty scary up there.
Overall, mid lane is looking pretty good for Monkey. 11-4, 11-5. Like, he's getting a ton of denies because of how this first blood plays out. Having that much extra regen and stats to play around, he's doing an exceptional job on the mischief dodges here. And that is, again, where the skill part of this matchup really comes in. Most people would see this matchup and get obliterated by the spell spam. But if you're able to dodge the LSAs or the Dragon Slaves, which he is. I mean, we've seen him dodge multiple already.
That's not easy. They did change it to be a 0.1 second on the dodge. Your timing has to be really, really nice.
There we go. Combo here in the bottom lane. The Lotus is up, so they need to try and grab this here for Katomi, and they will. Pure takes quite a bit of damage in this exchange, but securing the Lotus, worth it to them. You kind of just need to weather the storm through through the first 5 minutes now, right? Like, the lane's already kind of rough. What other option do you have?
Continued aggression? Yeah, down here we do see that early kill on the CK is putting him at the bottom. But you know, as we go on and Monkey King maybe considers rotating down here, I think he could salvage Pure's game.
Ooh, they're gonna try and turn. Gets the stun. The Crippling Fear will prevent him from getting that Chaos Bolt and triggering that cold feed. So it looks like Pure Katomi maybe a little bit on separate pages. Topside, the tower dive comes out from the Bristleback, and they take Shiro down once again. All right, Miro is cooking on this Bristle. 22-2 with 2 kills to his name and an assist now.
Both carries struggling right now. I want to say that might favor the Gyro a little bit because you have faster recovery thanks to your flat cannon.
I don't know. Chaos Knight can farm pretty fast once he gets level 6, but it really depends. Oh nice, my gosh, shot. Another beautiful dead shot into the calling. That TP is not going to do great stuff here for the Night Stalker. He's just silenced the second he comes in, and yeah, they just get the kill. They're going to try and turn it around, take down Save. But I don't think you're killing Bristle here. I don't care how strong you are.
I don't think you should chase very far there. And they realize that. They back off. Miero punishing harder than Bonk is able to right now. Bonk's got to be a little bit careful. Night Stalker left.
It's daytime as well. If he gets this Reality Rift, yeah, forced to spear him back. Nicely done. Oh, hold on. Mid lane, the calling's out. Nothing to say, actually surrounded, and GPK gets a kill. That's the big one.
I didn't think Muerta would be a hero that could find that kind of opportunity versus a long-range hero like Lina just sitting far back, but while the lane was pushed, they do manage to catch Lina out. And you know, we were worried about this mid matchup for GPK, but foolish on us. Somehow BetBoom, I feel like every time we question the mid matchup and think it's going to be hard for GPK, there he is, nearly 1,000 gold up as the landing stage starts to break down.
Denies a regen as well, so not the most effective rune here for the Monkey King, especially one that doesn't go bottle, but denying that from the Lina, who's already struggling. And top lane Shiro, dude, he's just getting completely forced out. Yeah, I feel like this change for the creeps actually benefits this off lane Bristle quite a bit. Now bottom lane Bog taking a lot of damage, the blood grenade as well. He does have a Lotus and a stick, so he's not under pressure of death there, but a lot of resources committed onto him. As we get closer to the 7-minute mark, heroes are going to make their way to this. Okay, a lot of heroes. We have 8 heroes heading for this bottom Wisdom Shrine right now. Who's it going to be? Monkey King has been the king of these Wisdom Shrines as long as he can get the Wukong's command out, and I think they're realizing that now. Wukong's is out, Bach trying to get away, will not be able to in the tree save surviving, but Shiro, you are getting beat to death by these things. He's gonna pop the Rocket Barrage, it works, they get the turnaround NTS, he dies to the Wukong's followers. A bloodbath for these runes. It ends up being a 2 for 3, but you get both of the shrines for BetBoom.
If you got the shrine on Tidebound, I'd say that would be favorable. But yeah, losing the shrine first and all of that.
Dire's top tower.
And Lina died really, like dying at the end there, like really hurts. LSA does connect. Boundless Strike is out. Save needs to get in range here for the dead shot. Doesn't connect, but it puts her in a really awkward spot. GPK with this Orb of Frost might be enough. No. Doesn't finish it off, but again, she just TP'd to the lane and now has to back completely.
Yeah. A rare dead shot miss from Save, but I mean, that was a pretty sneaky sidestep into the trees there. So good foresight from NTS to stay alive. Shira's just farming away up here, though. I will say, despite the deaths, Shira's not that far behind in that top lane. I think it does go back to some of the strength of the flat cannon farming in the jungle.
This Invis rune from Save here. Just scouting out the back line, and it's going to set up a huge Ice Blast into the Wukongs. They really want Shiro, and they will get him. A full rotation from BetBoom to the top side, putting that Ice Blast on cooldown really early. I mean, this is where the double shrine makes a huge difference. You got the ults on Katomi so quickly.
Yeah, the fact that you have that available is just so much extra damage, which without that shrine steal and that ensuing fight, because actually Katomi survived for so long while his teammates were falling, you get so much of that XP. You got this like a minute or two faster than usual, and they weren't happy with Shiro, you know, being able to farm up here, so they immediately bring the rotation up here, draw the attention away from the Chaos Knight, who can now sneak his way up, has Phantasm online, so that does help his farm speed. It's a little worse than it used to be, I think, because of the change to Chaos Strike, but still much better than not having it.
Ooh, Fundamental Forging. What neutral item did he get?
Ooh, the Iron Talon. So even...
He did get it. All right.
Even better for catching up in the farming speed.
Yeah, we talked about this previously.
Yeah, it's going to allow him to do Ancient so much faster than he otherwise would be able to.
Yeah, so for those of you who are wondering what in the heck we're talking about, Chaos Knight's Facet allows him to have 2 selections, or 2 options, of the next neutral tier for the artifact itself. And he gets himself an Iron Talon here, just 7-8 minutes into the game. So
that's the best one he could have gotten.
Yeah, it's easily the best one you can get on a hero like CK, because you can now kill ancient camps. And we'll see it kind of amplify his farm speed here a little bit. Shield rune protecting GPK as well as the supports behind him here in mid. Got to have this catapult. They want to try and bring this tower down, even a fortification to protect this wave. Planet wrapping on the backside. I think they saw him under a ward, maybe, but tower's dead.
To do anything, even if he's here.
I mean, they know Planet's here. They see him on the ward. They're not afraid. Here, looking for Bach. He pops that ult. There's going to be Ice Blast coming in. Reality Rift's going to hold him in place. Long enough save. Drops the calling. Needs a dead shot maybe to help finish the job, but won't be able to. He gets the damage, but Bach, oh, it's so close. Just a sliver of HP. That neutral item actually maybe giving him the armor to not die to that CK.
That was right at the edge of the threshold.
Does have a salve. He's going to be back in this. And now with Phantasm Ice Blast off cooldown, or on cooldown rather, Tidebound want to get aggressive. They're going to smoke up
again.
CK is in a really susceptible position here on the Ancients, and they know exactly where Pure has gone. Dark Ascension is out into the skies, and now with the full damage of the Gyrocopter, it will take him down. Nothing to say in the mid lane here. Does manage to get out for the moment. He has a defusal. Oh, okay, never mind. GPK's got defusal. Save bottom line, pops Pierce the Veil, but they have plenty of spell damage followed up. Kills all over the map. A nice play from Tidebound. You finally take down CK bottom, but you lose your Lina mid. You'll get the tower as well. It's worth it, but it's still not without cost.
Yeah, at least you get Wheel of Wonder online for Ringmaster, which they might need here, as it looks like BetBoom's coming in to defend.
Phantasm tries to go for the time, doesn't high roll on the illusions, but GPK is here with another Wukong's command. Shiro just gonna die inside the ring. Y will be able to TP on out as well as Bonk as he hits the twin gate. You get the tower, but now you lose your gyro again. And I don't know if this Monkey King is gonna let you just walk out of this one.
If he knew where you were going, he would chase.
He's got a ward, yeah.
Guess the wrong way at night. What can you do?
We're looking for NTS here. Ice Blast. It's gonna connect. Dead shots on the mark as well. And here comes GPK. Oh my goodness, dude. Lina cannot catch a break.
Did you have that Jingu up from the last fight still? Where
yeah, it was still there.
Oh, we gotta nerf that duration, man. It's so long. That means you're in position for this 14-minute shrine, which they got both last time. Already had a huge advantage. Like, I think if we compare the difference, Karaomi had his 6 for that 9-minute kill with the Ice Blast on the gyro, and then Y just got his Wheel of Wonder off that CK kill at like 12, 13-ish minutes. So it's a huge deal when the lanes are maybe not perfect for you, and then you lose both shrines, and it's looking like you're gonna lose both again. Miero steals this one. The other one's still available, but no one is over there.
You can't get over there. Grab it. Katomi just drops a ward, immediately dewarded, but now you at least will force the gyro out of this area. You kind of know what vision they have now on Tidebound. Yeah, I mean, that right there is the Iron Talon. Yeah, doing work.
Someone's been hoarding wards a little bit. There's so many up for Tidebound.
Yeah, there's 4. I just realized. You're right.
Oh, they were getting killed every time they moved on the map, so you build up some observers in that time. It should hopefully, with this amount of vision, hopefully it gives you a little bit of space to know where GPK is moving, because he's really been the deciding factor in what is safe or not. So if you can at least see him moving somewhere, you can dodge, farm up. Because now it's Tidebound that's on the back foot compared to game 1. Got to catch up a little bit, though. I think this is the blink reveal for Mars.
Yeah, they want Miro. He was under a ward, but that being said, he has a ward. It's going to scout Bach right now. It might give him the distance to escape. He blinks on the minimap. No! Oh, that hurts. That was definitely a misclick. All right, they're going to come through the twin gate. They want to fight. Miro willing to put his body on the front line. Even though this Tormentor is top, they want the kills first, and it will be onto the Ringmaster bottom.
I'm actually a little surprised about that.
He either double pressed blink or clicked the minimap, and both could have been possible.
Yeah, that part was unfortunate. I thought you would, as they come through the Twin Gate, you have the Ringmaster Wheel of Wonder. I feel like you should take it and then, you know, go from there.
They didn't know.
I'm surprised BetBoom was like, we can do Tormentors. Like, now let's go over there and kill someone and then come back and do Tormentor.
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine, thought they were just going to kill the Tormentor, like you were saying, instead of going for the fight. But wow, good stuff from BetBoom, further pushing their advantage. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date with what Fissure is doing, you type !F in chat, much for F's in chat for your favorite teams that have already been eliminated. But there's so many more good teams to root for, so stay up to date with us. Keep watching this event, but also the future events that have been put on by Fissure this year. This can be great.
We've had so many hype games already.
Dude, true.
See if this one can build up.
You and me.
See if this one builds up to be another hour long, because currently this is looking like BetBoom on track for one of their 35-minute wins.
All right, here we go. Pure farming towards his next neutral item. What's it gonna be? Oh, Hitomi, super dead here on the top side. Great find from Bach. Now, this is not quote-unquote the blink reveal, but, you know, the first real grab with this blink dagger. It's onto an ancient apparition. Not the best find, but you need to get something, right?
It's a pretty rich ancient apparition, at least, since he got the shard, so
true.
A little bit of extra value than usual, but you're right. Yeah, not a core kill like maybe you're hoping for. Though when you are falling this far behind, you do take whatever you can get. Let's see, for the neutral, he's got it. He's maybe thinking through it.
No, it says he needs one Madstone still, which I don't know how. I could have sworn it. Oh, because it was a stacked camp. Yeah, never mind. Well, that's a real easy kill. The Atos now with the Diffusal as well. You're not getting away from these two. All right, now he has it. What? Click the hammer.
He's got
his options.
Brigand's Blade, Ninja Gear, and Serrated Shiv are the good ones. The last one's Searing Signet. But he's actually...
Serrated
I think he's actually going to
dude.
keep farming with the Iron Talon until he wants to fight, and then he'll switch it over.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. I feel like he'll take the Serrated Shiv. Maybe you go Ninja Gear, but I feel like Serrated Shiv is so much damage this early into the game.
Oh, he just TP'd out. Oh, no.
Simple. And Planet actually just dying to the neutral camp.
Oh, okay. A win. Nice.
Yes, we did it, guys.
Totally
I think you're right. Yeah, use the Iron Talon to continue farming Ancients. Yeah, why not? You guys, on the side of BetBoom, it feels like they're content, just kind of farming right now. They're looking for picks, you know, with this like Bristleback and Ancient Apparition. Like the other four heroes are constantly moving around the map.
I mean, if we think about the scaling,
yeah.
I feel like they're fine.
This did not last long. So much minus armor between the Reality Rift as well as that Nasal Goo, Orb of Corrosion. Everything adds up, right?
Yeah, much easier than the previous game. We saw a very slow Roche in that one. This is a nice thing about the Bristleback. No matter what facet he brings, but even better with the Snot Rocket. So much negative armor.
So it's a 7,000 gold advantage right now, but they actually have 5 levels of advantage over them at the moment as well. So we're gonna start feeling it a lot as like the level 2 ultimates come out from some of these heroes. Gonna make a big difference in some of these fights. And Miro has, I think, his full pipe done.
Yeah, it's on the way. It's about to be delivered right now. BKB is queued up for Pure. A while away, though. I don't think you have to wait for that one.
Miro just walking into 2 heroes, and they will be the ones running away. I mean, they have a ward here on Tidebound that actually scouts a lot of this rotation topside. They see the CK coming through. Planet doing his best to just dodge this out. He's got a Blink Dagger if he wants it. Maybe he holds it for something else. No, he will buy the Blink. He needs to get to the Ancient Apparition. Right, that's the idea.
Yeah, you're gonna take Ice Blast out of the fight. Bottom lane.
Planet jumps in. He's got 0 mana to play with. I do not think the Monkey King cares too much about you, but mid lane instead, they get themselves a kill here onto box. Save falling quite low. Plenty of magic damage through that Pierce the Veil. to secure
keeps
this
following
one.
from behind.
So is Pure. He's really trying to get his hands on Shiro. Won't be able to. As Planet flying by on the tail end of that Dark Ascension to reveal a little bit of where BetBoom was up.
One for one, but it's your Mars. I think BetBoom's relatively happy with that. They seem to be pretty patient here. Really just wanting to line up some item timings here. The Shard now done for Monkey King. They do keep grouping up. I think they're trying to find a bigger fight before forcing too many objectives. It hasn't, like Tidebound's mostly avoided, but now with these items all done, the Pipe, the Shard, they do seem ready to go with the remaining Aegis time.
I think for now, like, they are strong enough to win fights, but they also, once they have BKBs, will be, I think, unstoppable. Top side here, found the strike from GPK. Great dodge there from that escape act, but the Ice Blast connects, and thanks to the Shard from the Ancient Apparition, locks him down just enough to finish the kill. GPK now unstoppable. He's had such a good game on this Monkey King.
Yeah, sneaky play there. They surely thought he would be with his team pushing mid, like watching in the trees, but he's actually out scouting around. And maybe he wouldn't get a kill on his own usually, but you've got that global Ice Blast follow-up, so helps push him over to grab an extra kill there while his team still takes that mid tier 2. And the lead just keeps growing. It's 8K at 22 minutes already. I see...
They got the Wisdom
Kings
Shrines
on one more tower.
They're so back. They
They got
actually got
one?
both Wisdom Shrines.
Oh, nice. So
It's the
bad.
first time this game. Unironically makes a big difference for the supports, because I think it was both Y and Planet who picked them up, so a lot of experience for them. Miro kind of role-playing the Medusa from last game, it seems like, right? Just walking up, hitting towers, waiting for someone to try and punish him, which here comes the response potentially from Tidebound. You have the Aegis protecting GPK, but not this Bristleback. The Wheel of Wonder actually going to allow him to face the back end. That just puts so much goo onto this whole team. You trade 1 for 1, you take the Lina out for this Bristleback. Will TP to safety.
That was such a good dead shot.
Technically worth, but yeah, the dead shot was so on the money.
GPK knows. That was a great Hurricane Pike to just get to the edge of the Wukong's ring, and then maybe you have a fight there from outside, but the dead shot immediately knocks him back in.
This is like one of those things where, like, the Fear Wheel of Wonder is kind of anti-synergy against Bristleback because you want him facing you. So you do a lot of burst damage as he gets feared away, and he put 3 Nasal Goose stacks on the whole team immediately.
Yeah, I guess it just depends where he ends up facing with the Wheel of Wonder, which is pretty tricky with how fast he is. You got to get in the right spot, and I mean, it's not the easiest initiation when your team is this far behind. So certainly a skill element that we're gonna have to keep an eye on for the Ringmaster. It's essentially 3 skill shots on his abilities, so the impact of this hero really does come down to your placement of spells and how many you can land.
And you always have the Mars Arena, right? Like, being able to spear Arena will always, you know, have Bristleback face towards the center of the arena.
That's true. Could be the easy follow-up.
Yeah, I think that was what we saw there, right? Like, the Wheel of Wonders out into an easy setup for the arena.
Well, it may not work much longer because Miro is going for a BKB.
That's the big timing for all of these heroes.
Yeah, still a little bit till he gets there, but maybe they don't even need to wait for it.
Gleipnir's out. Ice Blast gonna connect onto Y. Planet in some trouble. He throws the escape act out, but the silence actually clips the Mars. He's stuck inside of it. There's gonna be the damage up from Pure as well. Bach has to drop the arena. The spear will pull back the CK, but a great dead shot again finds Shiro, and he is crawling away. Forced to BKB. There's the Wukong's command. He's gonna be able to make it out of this one. Has to TP home. But my goodness, the dead shots once again are so on the money.
They want to go fast. They're immediately down here looking for the Lina. Whether you find her or not, you can go for the Tormentor right after this.
Monkey King's got her. Right on top. Doesn't have a way out. Does have a Boundless Strike that's been used. He's trying to, he could TP, but with the rest of the heroes nearby, nothing to say. At least finds a kill onto the Muerta, but it costs you 2 more in the process.
This is such a fast call from BetBoom. I really like the pace that they're playing at. You win that fight over on the enemy's half of the map. You know, they might think, oh, they're going to steal our farm. They're going to push our buildings a little bit. Now let's go try to push out the rest of the map. That's why Planet runs down there as well, even though Lena's there. But BetBoom instantly TPing after that fight, running over to try to find that kill on the Lena, finds the bonus onto Planet. And I now see the Monkey King, you know, he like pushed that lane in. I think he's going to head over through that twin gate, get the next Tormentor going. Who can get it this time?
I mean, either goes to CK or Muerta. Both,
Yeah.
I think at this point, are pretty good.
How many kills does Save have? I guess we'll find out in a moment.
How many stacks? You
None.
see?
All right, I guess you'd wish it went to the CK then.
Normally
the
at this
awkward-
point, you would expect to have at least a few stacks, but I mean, that's the thing, right? Muerta uses her ult as a defense mechanism. Usually when, you know, she's the one getting jumped in a fight, it's not really an offensive tool anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's just doing too much with the long-range dead shots. She's not in range for the bonuses. He's too good. And with that, Roche, you're just waiting for it to spawn. The timings are really lining up here. The BKB finished on the Bristleback and the Chaos Knight. I think Monkey King, he's actually going for a Scotty, which he's about 1,000 gold off. So you just wait for this Roche, you'll get the Scotty. The supports, I don't think are gonna hit any major items in that time, but I mean, you've got 5 minutes of Aegis, so if you wanted to wait for the Aghanim's on the Muerta, or I don't think you have to wait for the Blink on the AA, but that's actually kind of a heads up item to buy. He can stay further back away from this Night Stalker to make sure he's getting his Ice Blast off in these fights.
So once again, we see him get the Ogre Seal Totem on the CK. Now, this item it catches a lot of people off guards, even when it comes out at its normal time. But at 27 minutes, it's going to make killing this CK pretty damn difficult.
Actually, it's 25 minutes now.
Well, you got it at 27. No, you're right there.
Oh, you got me.
Adjust glasses loudly. I don't know. Smoked up here on BetBoom. We'll see what they can do, right? Like, they're super close to finding Tidebound. Nothing to say. They actually see him cutting some trees here. But as the outpost gets taken, they'll know exactly where BetBoom are. I think you're right. Farming to this Scotty here for GPK is a pretty big deal. Waiting for next Roshan. There it is, Scotty on the way. All right, wrap around in the mid lane. Will they find an opening here? Pure's gonna pop the smoke. He has the Ogre Seal. Gets away. Okay. Dodge. He's gonna turn right back around. Escape Act is out. Ice Blast. Will they connect with it? No. Nice blink to safety there.
Any dodged fights is good for Tidebound at this point. Unfortunately, you're going to have to engage pretty soon, either for the Roshan or at your high ground. If you can find that fight sooner, too, you could get Roche, but they're
trying to force the BKB. They're really trying to force it. Escape Back comes out. The Ice Blast, it's not going to hit. Okay, this gives you a potential opening here for Shiro. They need to back away. He's going to just BKB TP. Can the rest of the team get his lucky buck? 4 stacks of the Nasal Goo. Miro with the high five. Open to find him. A Boundless Strike actually just crushes Planet on the backside as well. Roshan respawns. His 2 die on Tidebound. And BetBoom further push their advantage in this game.
And once you have to BKB on the gyro, you have to fight at that moment, or you're in full retreat while he TPs out. And they're trying, but you just can't get away from the long-range dead shots, the Nasal Goo slows, and this Monkey King who's been popping off the whole game, just running around, finding you as you leave. So the gyro gets out, but it was really costly, and it looks like maybe got caught while farming.
He didn't BKB. NTS, gotta be careful, man. This Chaos Knight will put the damage out even through.
I don't know if you're getting out.
All of it. It's gonna be close. Wheel of Wonder, everything, just to try and bail out NTS. Ice Blast! Oh, it's so close. He gets him. Katomi, an up main from downtown, secures the kill against the Lina as they finish off Roshan.
Look at him.
Look at him dancing in the river. He knows. Yeah, all right. Save might be in some trouble. Wait a minute. They get the turnaround here onto the gyro. The BKB out from Pure. They said maybe we'll just settle for Bach. Another fear back. Save is absolutely mind playing, but now GPK, he finds Shiro right inside the base. He gets the 4-step out in a sliver of HP, but why? Not going to be as lucky, crumbling on the doorsteps. Tidebound in so much trouble here.
That was like the last tree alive. Arena broke every tree over there. There's a 1 tree left for Save to knock back the Mars to get that kill. Here comes the banner. They start whacking away at this tier 3. You gotta wait for so long for your team. I think this tier 3 is gonna be dead by then.
I gotta say, BetBoom has looked so impressive these last few days, even off for what looked like an impossible game 1. They are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah,
and it really shows the level of competition, right, in Pro Dota right now. Big rally left on the bottom side, just a quick deletion of Bach. No Mars, does have the buyback. See if they can do anything with it, but with the BKBs available for BetBoom, it becomes so difficult. Ice Blast gonna come through. Shiro's gonna need some help. 4-step gets him away, but he's forced the BKB. They get the buyback out of Mars, but guess what, BetBoom, an easy retreat here. And they're not done. Oh, GPK maybe in some trouble. The Nasal Goose stacking him up, and now Shiro's got nowhere to go. Trying to get outside of the Wukong's command. He will crawl to safety, but your base under siege here. As they will finish off the mid lane of Barracks and likely back away. They've got what they wanted.
Yeah, very safe play, and why not? You still have 3 minutes of Aegis time, so you throw out so many abilities, get the base, just back off, spend your money, and then head back out.
Woo-wee! Gonna catch my breath, but I want to remind you all, you're watching the official broadcast here by FISSURE Universe. This event has been absolutely bonkers, so make sure that you are staying up to date with FISSURE and all the events they're doing this year.
We are going to get to see
3,000 gold advantage. Go ahead.
I just want to see what? I just want to see a tier 5 item from Pure before
the CK.
Yeah. We got a couple more minutes. Now at 35 minutes, actually.
Yeah. TPK, Boundless Strike. Okay, that's a lot of damage. Why? Not making it out of that one. Beyond godlike now. Mid lane, though. Ice Blast gonna come through. Dodged out, but it gives Save the moment to survive. As Bach needs to run. Dead shot comes through. He's got the Ags. You are not surviving this hero. 2 heroes try to kill the support Muerta. Cannot do it. And you instead lose the Mars in the process.
Who's the primary op main? Is it Save or is it Karomi? I don't.
They're both.
Have
op
we
mains,
seen a
dude.
dead shot miss? They're running 2 ops in the team.
Yeah, I think what happens is like Katomi kills the enemy op main and then Save picks it up and he's like, I'm also the opper. You know?
I like it. I know Mars. I mean, you're just free to take this, tank the tower a little bit, but Miero hasn't really minded. He simply turns his back. And
he's gonna stay alive for now, but here comes that ult from the CK. Instantly cleared up, however, and now Pierre's actually fallen pretty damn low. Ogre Steel's down to the low ground. Wukong's command to create some space. Shiro's BKB expiring soon, so they have to get out of this arena. Deadshot fears them in. Save, helping secure a kill onto Planet. Just needs one more attack. He's not gonna get it. They get the Aegis instead. These dead shots doing work. Maybe BetBoom. You gotta respect the damage. They'll back away. They do not want to give anything over to Tidebound right now.
The discipline from Karomi there. He had the ult. I absolutely would have launched it at the Night Stalker, but he knows there's bigger targets to save it for, to win the game. Doesn't need to use it to kill a support.
Mars. Save for the moment. He'll be okay.
And he's fallen behind the support. Yeah, it's been a brutal game for this Mars. The lane started off well, but I don't even know. The Monkey King was able to rotate over, make a difference. Even before that, just the trading power of AA Chaos Knight proved that even behind, they were able to hold ground in that lane.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where like Tidebound, like last game we saw the gold lead start out early for Tidebound, then it shrunk and then it became a little bit more competitive. I don't feel like Tidebound has been able to chip away at the lead here. And Planet on the bottom side forced to blink away or die to Katomi. So doesn't manage to secure the Wisdom Shrine. As another Tormentor's coming up. I mean, this is just denying and getting gold, right? They don't need any more of these shards.
And I'd like to highlight Pure, he got Fallen Sky. His other option was Magic Lamp.
Fallen Sky's sick.
Yeah, it might have been easier to get one of the others like Stygian or Minotaur, but Fallen Sky should lead to some fun jump ins. You essentially have 2 blinks now for a melee hero that doesn't want to get kited.
He's got Moon Shard too. He slaps.
Do you wait?
Yeah, I mean,
Roche?
This is like kind of the good and the bad of this facet, right? He definitely, I think, would have preferred something like a Stygian, but you know, you take Fallen Sky if you get it, I guess.
I'm ready for one sick Fallen Sky. He wants to be an op main too, dude. It's like, I can do this as well. I'm gonna guess for that. I'm gonna go get a Wombo combo on my own over there.
Whoop, what? Nice quick response there, but there's Pure is so strong. Level 20 now as well. They're just gonna continue to sweep across this map, preventing Tidebound from getting anywhere.
He's really going for it with the Fallen Sky. Really,
I mean, it's just good mobility. What's the mana cost on this on that item?
I think it's free now.
Is it free?
Yeah, I don't see a mana cost on it.
Oh my god, that's sick. Okay, I was gonna say if it costs mana, maybe you wouldn't spam it, but nothing to say.
Well, he also took.
BKB out immediately. Gonna try and TP to safety. Does he have the damage? It's close. So dude, if he was 2 seconds more patient and just Fallen Skied him before he BKB'd, that would have been hilarious.
We need to see one Fallen Sky kill.
We're gonna see it.
I've got to see it. They're hoping to find a big kill. If you get the right kill, you can just go in. But if not, I mean, you just hold the map. Look how much they're farming. Look at where everyone on Tidebound is. You're just going to grow this lead until Roshan's up, pushing a 30K lead as we get to 40 minutes, I imagine. I'm not really sure what Tidebound can do. I don't know where the damage comes from when you're this far behind. Even if you land every single ability on one hero, there's 2 other really tanky cores.
Yeah, that's such a good point, and it's getting more and more difficult with the items that they're picking up, because at this point BetBoom has the ability to kind of just pick and choose their battles, and they can itemize specifically to kill, you know, whoever they want. So you have this Disperser on the Monkey King to give yourself a little bit of a dispel, but also just the mobility to play around. And an Abyssal Blade is coming out soon. So if you get caught from a Boundless Strike, it's going to be an immediate Abyssal to follow. And there's not many heroes that are going to survive that.
Very patient from BetBoom, though. I feel like that's been their style. They have been very clean this tournament in getting a lead and playing around it. But once you're pretty ahead, we haven't seen too many dives. I say that actually last game we had one dive that went a little far into like the tier 3 tower. I feel like they've refocused. You know, there's a quick talk between games. Like, hey guys, this is pretty good. Don't go to the tier 3 that deep with the tier 2 still up. Close the games cleanly. Like, yeah. That was good idea. And so far, really no mistakes this game. Okay, maybe the first death, you know, on the CK that started off kind of rough, but like that's the only thing I can think of. Like, what else happened this game that BetBoom has really slipped up on?
Yeah, it's definitely not much. Shiro does pick up a butterfly, which does help, but I think if he gets stunned without BKB, he probably just dies Shiro. Being a BKB, just pops his the fear, just holding Bach in place, playing ping pong on the wall there. Hero, try and hold them down. They want to force something out of this gyro. They get the buyback, but this is in exchange for that BKB on the CK. So still a pick off, still some more economic damage being inflicted as Roshan respawns. The refresher and cheese now an option.
Double fallen
fast.
sky.
True. They're gonna smoke. I don't know how they actually take this fight. Save is in a pretty good spot to break this. They are gonna scan this one out, and it hits. They know exactly where they are, and they're on the high ground right above them. Y is gonna be the first hero. They see the silence is out against the force staff, looking for Shiro on the backside. They delete the Lina. Oh no! Ice blast right on the money. The arena, the spirits only onto the Muerta. And here comes GPK with this Wukong's command. They're gonna be able to just chain run at Shiro. The stuns are too much. The fears are too much. BetBoom is too much for Tidebound. Miro finally turning on his BKB here, and that will be 4 dead without buybacks. You get the supports, but it's too little too late. The GGs come out, and BetBoom will take the series 2-0, moving to that upper bracket finals.
An amazing fight from them, starting with such a good angle on that Roshan fight, immediately take out the Lina, and then we see the damage issues because of that. The supports end up dying, but all the cores are just being tickled on BetBoom throughout that entire fight. BetBoom, look at that, feeling good about themselves. That was a very nice comeback in game 1 into a very clean game 2 to get themselves up into that upper bracket. They're gonna feel, well, I mean, you know, further on in the upper bracket, they're gonna be feeling really good, and man, they look stronger every time we watch it, man. I've been really enjoying this BetBoom team.
I know this year has been the last, maybe not even this year, the last like 6 months for BetBoom was a little bit like shaky. This is a team that we were so used to seeing as a contender for top 3 or grand finals in a lot of events, and then they kind of dipped a little bit, and there was a little bit of a quiet period. It's not like they were like bad, right? They were just not a top 3, not top 6 team in some tournaments where we were so used to it. This seems like BetBoom is back, right? Like this has been the, I think the first time in a little while we've seen this team really coming together. They're now in the upper bracket finals, and they look so damn crisp. So I'm happy to see it. I think it's good for the pro scene. Every time we see these teams kind of level up and get back to what we've seen their potential be, and it just leads to such exciting games.
Yeah. Now, Tidebound's not out. They are going to drop to the lower bracket. I do think they had a really cool idea game 1, but their execution of it it was like 80%, and that's not enough to close out the game. And then game 2, I don't know, BetBoom just had their number and did not give them any space. We see GPK here. Yeah, he has been such a pillar for his team this tournament. It feels like he is always either winning his lane or at minimum drawing even, and then he is being the active hero for his supports. We're seeing so much setup from like these dead shots, ice vortex, ice blast, right? They're working so well together, this trio, while Pure is farming up, Miero is hitting some critical timing, and then they line the timings up so well every time. They haven't like, oh, we fought, and like, oops, we were 1,000 gold off BKB on Pure. Like, they have recognized what items they need, and they have not thrown a lead away once they are in the lead.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, it's just been such a pleasure to watch, man. And if you guys are watching, you got to make sure to be following Fissure here. Type !F in chat, or go below the stream, hit the banner, whatever you want to do. But that'll make sure that you guys do not miss any of the action, because I mean, it's been living up to the hype. This has been a very, very fun run from BetBoom, but we still have another super sick series here today, which is going to be Falcons versus Gaimin Gladiators. So I'm really excited to see how that one's going to play out. But we do have our community grade curve. I actually know who that is.
I was saying, I think I recognize the name.
Yeah, I recognize that name. Very cool. Congratulations to you. You're going to get yourself the Morana mount, a very Poggy's mount.
That's a sick one.
If you guys want to have an opportunity, just hang out and chat, be a PMA chatter, you know, none of this toxic stuff. So yeah, congratulations, Greg Curve. That's super awesome. Man, it's like coming off of this roller coaster of a game, right? Now we have like this moment of kind of like calmness before the next storm.
Yeah, which should be a great one. I mean, we got Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators coming up for the final series, and I feel like we'll see pretty different drafts. I mean, not like that different. Yeah. There's still some like, you know, top heroes, but you know, we see things like the Medusa offlane. Not really expecting that. The CK that I feel like I've only really seen BetBoom play. Every team, especially right after this kind of like mini patch, might have its own unique style and heroes they've latched onto. So I'm ready to see what that is going to be.
Yeah, same here. All right. As with all good things, we're going to have to go to a short break. Well, I guess not quite short. We have about an hour, I think, until our last series, since this was a 2-0. So we are going to be seeing Falcons versus Gaimin Gladiators to round out the day. Big congratulations once again to BetBoom, securing themselves a spot in that upper bracket finals, a spot in that top 3. But we'll be going to a break, and then we'll be back with our final series of the evening here for the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. Stay tuned, everybody. See you then.
to get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of the fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Monday night, Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Yeah, they don't know what it take to get this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to get mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle. about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflection from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop every member, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins.
is money. Yeah, yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it. Like, we've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of the fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. big hill. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. Remember me as a big hill.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. My name is Cryptic, here with Quixotics. It is the final series of the day, the conclusion for this upper bracket about to begin as Gaimin Gladiators versus Falcons. It's going to be an exciting series, dude. We've just come off the tail end of BetBoom playing some exceptional Dota, so I'm excited to see what these two teams are going to offer.
Yeah, I think something I'm looking forward to is that one of the changes in the patch was the creep hero change on Helm Dom, and then like things like Chen, Convert, stuff like that. And especially Gaimin Gladiators, I feel like historically was known for some very strong aura timing pushes, which kind of leans into the Zoo style a little bit. So they're one of the teams I have my eyes on of, if this is really back, then they might be one of the teams that would do it. Tundra would be another, and they kind of did dabble in it in the earlier series today. So I'm wondering if that's going to continue. It is, of course, just one day in, so how much time they had to practice and try it and decide like it's better than our current strategies, or no, it's not worth changing it up for. That's what I'm not so sure on, but I want to see, because the creep hero change is very interesting.
I agree. And the thing is with Gaimin Gladiators, like Celery was the Chen player, right? And he was very good at it. So I'm unsure how much they've practiced this with, someone like Malady, but this is a team that has so much experience under their belts that I have to feel they're pretty confident running these types of strategies. The Tidehunter, Ember, AA, their most picked heroes so far. Not that surprising, right? All these heroes very meta, and Ace a beast on the Tidehunter.
Yeah, these heroes still pretty good. I'd say Ember took the heaviest nerf of those favorite heroes. All of them got some small nerfs, but I think all still very good and very likely to be picked up in these drafts.
Agreed. And their opponents, of course, Team Falcons. 100% Radiant win rate. That's kind of correct. It's pretty funny to me to see how successful Radiant has been. But again, that's what some of the updates to the lanes might change some of that. We'll see. But a still pretty respectable 53.85% win rate on Tire. So yeah, Falcons looking just as strong as ever. I'm curious to see if they have any interesting things planned for this series post, slight C patch.
Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong, and maybe we ever get to talk to the pros, we can ask. I don't know if they want to give their information away, but I think a big part of the strength of the Radiant is the Tormentor initial positioning at 15 minutes being down there. So if you can hold your safe lane, which, I mean, you want to anyways, life for carries is harder now that the camps are different in the back. So you naturally want a strong safe lane. You're hopefully keeping that tower alive so that when that 15-minute mark comes up, you have that tower to stage your 14-minute siege to try to steal their Wisdom Shrine into falling back into that Tormentor. And that, I really can't come up with a better thing to be doing at that time, unless you happen to have a lineup that can steal Roche at that time. And then I think that's a relatively potentially even trade-off. But it's so much easier to set that up as a Radiant team, unless you manage to get the Night Stalker on Dire, and then it becomes the exact flip of it, right? You're in the Dire safe lane, Dire Tormentor, but Night Stalker just gets banned in most games, so it's down on the Radiant side.
Yeah, and the Night Stalker we typically find more success on Dire because of the fact that he pushes the Tormentor top for his Dire side. But yeah, it happens, right? Like where sometimes we see it on the Radiant still, just to kind of mess with the Tormentor timings. Just the fact that it's a generally strong hero early on. There might be a slight delay on the start of the game. I think maybe a Dota update might have pushed out, but we'll see in just a second if that's actually the case. But yeah, I think overall, Crit is going to be the person I'm keeping my eyes on most for like the interesting picks going into today. We've been seeing his Clinks kind of get a little bit of a revival, which he loves this hero. It's one of his favorite heroes in Dota. So to see the 4-position Clinks, like the Orchid Rush, stuff like that is still very scary. But now with the Hoodwink buffs, he is like the Hoodwink player. So I have to imagine if Hoodwink is good again, we'll be seeing it in the series.
Yeah, I love support Clinks. So if he can continue to make a case for it, I'd be very happy to see that. Otherwise, I imagine, Muerta still looking very good. He's been great with that. But I think you and I had been talking somewhere earlier in this tournament. Many of his favorite heroes are not very good right now. So I'm sure every time a patch comes out, he's going through, like, please bring back some of the heroes I love. I don't know if Hoodwink is the only one I can really think of. A lot of the others, Earth Spirit buffs, like didn't feel nearly enough. So yeah, maybe Hoodwink, which I think some teams have been exploring since the patch.
Yeah, I will say there's some heroes I would like to see. I don't know if it was enough. Like for instance, Kunkka is probably one of those interesting heroes where he has been dead, like completely dead since Facets came out. Both of his are just not great. Like High Tide is probably the best. People experimented with Grog Blossom, but it was super underwhelming. His Innate is also just not that good. So this is just one of those heroes that kind of everyone else in the game got stronger and he mostly got weaker somehow. So they like slightly buffed him this patch. Like, is it enough to maybe let Kunkka resurge as like an offlaner potentially who builds like different types of aura items? I don't know. There's just certain heroes that are fun in Dota. I would like to see them again, but I don't know. We'll see if it's enough to push him back over the edge.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I thought his Innate sounded quite good when I first read it. The Admiral's Rum coming online when you drop below a certain health, kind of like how when Shadow Shaman first got the foul play, it was really good because you have a chance to survive. I thought this was in a very similar vein, and I still kind of believe that. I just think his laning just doesn't feel that strong right now with where it's at. And I don't play enough Kunkka to know it was some buff to Tidebringer, which is a huge part of his laning stage. In particular, I think the range creeps, like how easy it is for him to secure that based off the cleave. I don't know those exact damage thresholds, but I feel like when it's really easy for him to secure those range creeps and harass, that is when Kunkka looks the best. Into then the usual Kunkka you see, like some aura / playmaker hero that just comes online really quickly. But if you have a bad laning stage and every range creep's getting denied from you, then you never get to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, we'll, keep our eyes open, see if anyone actually wants to pick it. It looks like there was a Dota update push, like literally as we're starting the lobby. So everyone has to kind of restart, unfortunately. So we are not, delaying for any specific reason. They're almost had the game going, but unlucky. What can you do? So we'll be back in the draft here in just a moment.
Talking about 7.38C, new fun stuff.
Dude, I still cannot believe the Faceless Void change. That blows my mind. That has to be like the single most like specifically, screw this hero moments where they're just like, yeah, we experimented with this facet. We don't want anyone to touch this ever again. And now here we are.
I want to see what it becomes because, yeah, I mean, if they weren't happy with it, then sure. It can't stay in the state it's currently in. You know, I feel like it really won't see any play if it does. So I assume it'll get some kind of buff, or the hero will get some kind of change later on, and we'll see. I thought Time Zone was cool. It was such a meme for so long, and it finally found play. But I guess considered a little too good by Valve, and we'll have to see what they want to move it to.
Yeah. Oh, all right, almost there. I'm looking back at some of the patch notes here just to try and get an idea of, you know, maybe what could change. We've talked about already the Helm of the Dominator and stuff. I feel like this has got to be good. Spirit Vessel also got buffed, which is an item that was still actually being picked up relatively often. So it'd be cool to see some like offlaners or some mid laners or like position 4s maybe go back for the Spirit Vessel when they need to. I'm trying to think if there was anything else that really stood out. Oh, it was Bat Rider's update, right? Where they made Flaming Lasso technically better, but it still might not really fix the issue with the hero. Like Firefly's radius is larger, but also doesn't really change too much. It's like a lot of his offlane duos that he used to pair with are not strong right now. And I think that is like one of his primary issues.
Yeah, you need a strong start in the lanes as Bat Rider because he's a bit greedy, very early aggression, but that means you got to have a good start. And so they've been, I won't call it a total rework, but something shifts on this hero like every major patch. And I think the last time it happened, it just hurt his laning stage enough that he can't get a consistent start enough. So he dropped out. I don't really think the radius of Firefly was what was holding him back. I mean, it's a nice addition to have. I think he's going to need something else to buff it up because, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think Lasso being canceled too easily was really the issue. As like if you just constantly have slow blinks and all that. But yeah. I'm not a huge Bat Rider player, so maybe I am wrong. Maybe the Bat Rider players out there like every single Lasso is being canceled by all this stuff. And this is the change he needed.
Yeah, that was definitely some, you know, potential Bat Rider buffs. We'll see, though, if we ever end up actually grabbing pics of him. I think some other notable buffs, though, were to Snapfire. So she got a slight buff on Little Shredder, but also the ability to use items during Mortimer Kisses is kind of cool. So, like, Glimmer Cape.
Glimmer.
It says use items and abilities that can be cast during channeling.
That can be cast while channeling. I think it's like items that can already be cast while channeling, like Glimmer Cape. I don't think you can use other items. I don't think
I can't remember, actually.
Think like
if it's
Glimmer
just Glimmer,
Cape,
that's like less.
I think it's like all the shadow items, like Shadow Amulet, Shadow Blade, Glimmer Cape, the ones that you can activate while TPing and other such channelings. I think, but that is one where the wording maybe I didn't think to check that one.
Yeah. Okay. If that's the case, that's less impressive then, and that's an unfortunate one. One buff that I'm unsure of on whether or not it's actually a buff or not is the Wraith King one, because you lose your 25% talent in terms of the damage and cooldown, but now they're like 16, or the duration and cooldown. Now it's like a 16% buff to the base spell, and you have a better 10 talent. I love Wraith King. I think he's a really cool hero. I think Bone Guard is like by far the best facet. I think the other one's a huge bait.
The boys.
Yeah, it's just so fun to see him run around the map.
I love him.
I do feel like if you go the other facet, you're losing a lot of farm speed. So we'll see what happens. We finally have a draft ready to begin, but we've got the coin toss ready for you. And it's going to be Gaimin Gladiators choosing second pick, which means Falcons choose Dire. This is the exact opposite of everything we've seen so far in this tournament. So maybe there were some big map changes that were enough to get them like interested in what's going on here.
It's hard to keep up with exactly what team picks what. From what we've seen, it usually is the first pick. I don't know if like on other games that we weren't casting, this has been more common. But my theory, Falcons is frequently a team that I think does prefer second pick because they have a wide cheese hero pool. And I think when you have something like that, where you have this hero specialist, you see he's got a good matchup that he will dominate, you want second pick so that you can get that very favorable matchup. So Gaimin Gladiators, I'm guessing, is like, you know, let's take that away from them. Don't get ourselves Huskard on the final pick. And in fact, Gaimin Gladiators could maybe do something like that on Quinn. He has some strong counter pick potential in that mid lane. Get him off to a good start by giving him the last pick. For example, the Huskar as well that he will sometimes play.
Yeah. As we take a look at these first set of bans here, Nature's Prophet, Bristleback, the Abaddon, and then from Falcons, they've gone for the Darkseer and the Ancient Apparition. Now, this does leave in the Night Stalker, the Dazzle. If you want to go Dazzle, you could just ban the Night Stalker. So you have the vision. You don't like have to worry too much about the vision issues against that hero. But maybe they feel like the nerfs to Nothal Projection was enough to kind of balance this ability. It needed to get heavily nerfed, as that ability was certifiably broken. But we'll see based on the numbers, like what they kind of think.
Yeah, I think you can push it off later. I think it'll still be good in the right matchups, but that's kind of the key thing. Like, you need to see, oh, I'm versus an Ember, I'm versus this melee hero, and I'm gonna beat them in the lane, and I'm gonna have a strong start. I think the nerfs to the hero, I think first picking it was already leading to a negative win rate in this tournament anyways. So I think teams had started to figure out the Dazzle, and in combination with the nerfs, we might still see it, but I think it'll be more that second phase area. Magnus did get touched a little bit. I think the carry Magnus looks a little bit worse. I think it was like 20% on the self-empower, but the spell casting I think should still be fine if you want to play the playmaker Magnus, the mid, the off lane, getting the blink and all that. TA though, that's a cool one. I was actually surprised. TA seems like she fits the meta right now, but I guess her numbers just weren't good enough. And with this buff coming in from this patch, it looks like Gaimin Gladiators wants to try it out.
This is a hero that I like never quite understand, because I'm the same as you. I thought it should be good in this patch, just because of the style of Dota that we're seeing. Because she's a strong lane hero, can flex between mid and safe lane.
Ancients early, Tormentor early,
right?
Roche early.
She can take the Ancients behind her tower at like level 5. Like, it's actually straightforward. But she just wasn't getting picked. Not really sure. So now she got some slight buffs to refraction. Actually, some pretty sizable buffs to refraction. 16 to 14 seconds on the cooldown, and then 1 extra instance of refraction for each level.
I think that's the big part.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the meld change, like, this line on the meld change where it's like fixed not applying to both attacks if meld is used twice in quick succession.
That sounds like a bug fix.
Yeah, it seems like a bug fix. I don't know
Mm.
what it even is or like what it means, but
I think it's when you're you'll sit in meld waiting for them to come close, and it'll come off cooldown, and then they walk by, so you hit them, and then you sometimes meld again right away and try to hit them again. And I guess the second one wasn't doing the bonus damage, is my interpretation. I don't play TA. I don't sit there in Viz waiting for people to come up to me, so I didn't really experience this one.
Yeah, that was also my interpretation. But I just don't think I'd ever seen a scenario where it didn't apply to meld strike, like 2 sets of minus armor. But I mean,
it might visually, but the numbers maybe weren't going through. It's something that is not easy to notice if you are not the TA player. You're like, wait, I should have done more damage on that.
Yeah. All right. Well, we get a Jakiro for the side of Gaimin Gladiators on their first pick in round 2. As we saw, the Huskar, Tide, and Beastmaster all removed. Ace is getting targeted here a little bit, right? 3 offlaners, potentially 4 if you consider Terrorblade. I'll pick up something pretty straightforward, like the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, strong support coming out here. Jakiro and Crystal Maiden still very good. Sets up the lane well. I think this is, I mean, the value of TA is that you can flex her. Recently, or like the previous patch, it was mostly carry TAs. So I don't know if this is just the safe lane revealed. Quinn's a very good TA if he thinks, oh yeah, this buff is totally enough to make me a mid TA player again.
I think it works well into Magnus. There he is! My boy's back! Bat Rider. All right.
The most relevant change for this patch, like the lasso not breaking, Muerta Deadshot would do it. And she has been extremely popular as a position 4. So that one is a very direct, relevant buff in this current meta. And we're going to see if 50 more radius on Firefly is good enough for his laning stage as well. If it is the off-lane combo, Magnus is pretty good at being left alone, but there's also a lot of repositioning kill threat there, which TA really struggles with. If this is a TA carry, there's a lot to break her barriers, excuse me, and then you like flame break, knock her back into shockwave, skew her back, and she has no form of escape. We're trying all the buffed heroes.
It's like we're just going straight into the buffed heroes. I mean, Snapfire has genuinely felt weak for a while. Like her numbers just seemed a little low, even in games against like the hard counters on paper or things like Phoenix. She just gets completely dumpstered. So I would love to see this hero become a little bit more popular. The question is what you pair it with. Mars seems pretty decent here, being able to pair up with the Snapfire ult. But there's a lot of carries still available that you could pick into the Mars. Or you go for something a little bit more flexible because you still don't have to reveal where the TA is going.
Yeah, I think if you want to hide it, an off-laner sounds good to me. Some kind of initiator.
Centaur, okay.
That's a good combo with the Snapfire. Cookie him in, stomp, double edge, scatter blast from behind. That's a very dead Crystal Maiden. Yeah. If it's Magnus carry, you're maybe not killing him because he is pretty sturdy, but if you're going mid or off lane Magnus, then your carry needs to survive that combo threat.
Yeah, I think it's a smart not to go for the Mars, also because like heroes like Phantom Assassin are still in the pool. You don't really have great tools of dealing with her, whereas Centaur is going to be a little bit better at managing her in the lane. And you do have potentially more gap close and lockdown to kill her. Okay, they go the Monkey King. Fairly safe pick, but very good for the safe lane.
Yeah, that'll be a strong combo with the Crystal Maiden. Should easily set up the Jingu. And you have the chance to dodge, double edge, and hoof stomp. Actually, a lot of these spells, like up to you which one you want to choose to dodge with the mischief.
5 seconds remaining.
I am curious what they want to pair with the TA, because this is a hero that really benefits from just a little bit more minus armor, and you get some from the little shredder of the Snapfire. But something you have to consider is something like a last pick Slardar here. If they want to pick like a Slardar mid, it is definitely an option depending on your mid matchups. And Gaimin Gladiators does have last pick. So if this is going to be revealed as a like Monkey King safe lane and the mid lane's abusable by a Slardar, it could be very scary to let that duo through.
10 seconds remaining.
Or there's just Pango, right? Which we haven't really seen have a great tournament, but it is Quinn. So I don't know if they'll want to pick an actual real hero in Dota or anything, but like Pango's an option.
It is one of the safe options, since this you could still end up against the monkey mid. Like this final pick could be something flexible as well that Falcons is waiting to see what Gaimin Gladiators goes for the last pick, and then you mix and match your cores to be in the best lanes possible.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Last set of bans here. Dragon Knight. I feel like the hero is definitely in a spot where like this is kind of like the time we see him most often banned is heading into final phase, because it is still such a flexible hero. It also would have been decent for Gaimin Gladiators, I think. So being that they don't have the ability to just snap it, they'll just ban it out. Lifestealer, the final ban. Very good Lifestealer game into both Centaur and TA.
You know, depending what we see on this final pick from Falcons, Dazzle is still in the pool, and I know he just got nerfed, but I think Dazzle has some decent matchups into the Magnus and the Monkey, and that could be more negative armor that you're hoping to pair with the TA. I do feel like there's a couple heroes who can get to the Dazzle though, which make it a little worse. But you know, if there's another melee pick for this final Falcons hero,
you're actually 100% right. That is the potentially very scary mid matchup.
Like Tiny's actually still in the pool, surprisingly.
Whoa, how?
Well, you banned out all the offlaners and the Hutscar.
That's so weird. I mean, I don't feel like Tiny got nerfed that much. They did tweak the numbers a little bit on like the right clicking builds from Tiny, but crash landing is still very good. They actually buffed some of the numbers on the crash landing percentage. They banned the Queen of Pain.
Falcons turn to pick.
Queen of Pain.
Is it just gonna be
pool?
Lina?
I mean, that would be very safe.
It's rough into Centaur, but yeah, it does feel like kind of a safe pick for Falcons.
Especially if this TA ends up mid, then the Lina TA is a classic equal.
They take the
matchup.
Dazzle.
Gladiators turn to
Okay.
Snake, I don't know if he's happy with that pick. All right, so the Dazzle does come out, but for a different team than we were expecting. But I mean, actually, some of the same synergy is there, right? The negative armor to amplify your Monkey King, even the Magnus. Even if he's going spell casting, right? Yeah, he still does a good amount of right click damage.
Are you worried about Storm Spirit here, or do you feel like it's covered with the Bat Rider? Like, they have some great hard lockdown on Falcons, but I feel like you need something that can get to the Dazzle. You have this Centaur. TA will eventually build a Blink. Maybe you just leave TA mid and pick something that abuses the Magnus like more, but I feel like TA is gonna win that safe lane.
I mean, you could still just do mid Magnus and then go off lane Dazzle as well.
That's true.
So if you end up picking a carry that struggles to that.
There he is, the Outhouse Destroyer. So we've seen some pretty impressive ODs in this event so far. It's a late game hero though, right? That's what we've mostly seen. It doesn't really come online super early. It can be annoying in some of the fights. You can save people, obviously, with the Astrals, but the main thing is getting to that late game, get your Sanity's Eclipse multiplier, getting your BKBs, your refreshers, and suddenly your ult is one-shotting heroes. And it takes some time. So how do you feel like tempo-wise these two teams are lined up?
Feel like there's a little bit of a roller coaster here. I like the early game from Gaimin Gladiators. I think this OD usually quite strong in the mid lane, especially versus melee heroes, which I believe the Monkey King is going to be there. So you should be able to get denies. I see a lot of value to the Astral, the lasso saves, the grave targets that either they do get graved and then you just Astral them so they die at the end, or you Astral to avoid the grave, all just like straight up. Then I think as you pick up more BKBs, you start being able to ignore a lot of what Gaimin Gladiators has. And then there's a lot of strength for the Falcons lineup. Then, like I said, you get into the ultra late game where this OD has like 5,000 mana and a refresher, and then double ult just deletes these heroes that don't have a mana pool that even comes close to the OD. And it is technically, you can say like, oh, you'll BKB or whatever, but it is very tough. It's such a fast ultimate. You wait out the BKBs in the late game, and it's just so tricky to navigate. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, like a strong for Gaimin Gladiators in the early game and late game, but the mid game time for Falcons looks pretty strong.
Yeah. I kind of agree. I think that makes a lot of sense. I am excited to see how well some of these new heroes, the ones that we haven't seen in a little while, things like the Bat Rider,
old heroes.
Well. The new old heroes, the Bat Rider, and of course the Snapfire are going to do. Like, these kind of fell out a little bit, but both received a little like tiny buffs, maybe slightly more than tiny buffs in this recent patch from yesterday. So maybe they have more impact. Maybe we actually see the ult change for Snapfire matter. But the little shredder damage is kind of interesting as well, because you have quite a bit of minus armor from the like Templar Assassin. So maybe that's something they want to put some more points into early. I don't know. We'll see as we get ready to jump into game number 1 of Gaimin Gladiators here versus Falcons in this upper bracket. One of these teams will be advancing to play BetBoom, which have looked almost unstoppable these last couple of days. So that should be a really hype series when we get there.
Now, which team will it be? Let's find out. One thing I'm kind of worried about is the Snapfire combos. I think it's easiest when you have heroes to set you up, and that could be the Centaur. And it has to be the Centaur because the other hero is OD, and you can't actually combo anything in Astral. It can be very tricky. So I want to see how they put that into play, but I'm now noticing we got some interesting facets here. Twin Terror for the Jakiro, and then Ricochet for Snapfire.
They're scaling. This smoke's gonna pop. Crit is here to break it. Batrider is so fast early on, but Snay really big. Crystal Nova Boundless Strike connects onto 4. Who's got the damage though? He just gets denied by Watson. They do not want to give that first blood gold away and instead look for Malrine. It's gonna be Tofu who dies first. It goes to Amar. Blood grenades out from everyone, but it's just a bloodbath. Staking now continuing to look for more. Watson with a Metal Strike hiding in the trees, but Ace burning down here to the damage. Crystal Maidens, Crystal Nova is too good. 3 kills for Falcons as Melody's just hobbling across the map trying to get at least the bounty runes. He will TP away, but guess what? Malrine's back with a Boundless Strike, and he'll have no TP to get to that lane now. What a huge start here for the side of Falcons.
There's a 1K gold lead at the start of the game for Falcons. That is a disaster. That was even a 5-on-4, was it not? Magnus was just sitting top, wasn't he?
No, Magnus. Wait, was
Am
he?
I crazy?
Dude,
Maybe I
Maybe
blanked
he
it out of
was.
my mind, but that is no matter what, that is a very strong start for Falcons, getting that many kills. TP cancel on Malady, so now as he comes to the lane, he's late.
So they're having the Monkey King bug. This one's super annoying. You basically just can't see the hero until you restart Dota. It's a very weird bug where if the first time you see him, I think is him boundless striking or out of like mischief, it just bugs the model. So it's really weird.
Should be fixed now with that. So we'll get into the lanes, and for all the mid matchup discussions, when you get some kills, it always helps your mid matchup. So this Monkey King should have a much easier time now than what we would otherwise expect. I think that's true for all the lanes, right? Because
they got 4 kills, you know, like
I guess the Centaur got one of the kills and Magnus wasn't there. So maybe that's something for Gaimin Gladiators off lane. At least the CS is starting all right for the OD and the Centaur. Watson looks like facing a lot of pressure. Had to solo the lane for a little bit while Jakiro walked back. And it is
also just need your level 2.
Yeah, it's a dangerous lane versus this Batrider and Dazzle.
All right, Twin Terror auto attacking. It's owning. To be fair, it is a lot of damage that you're getting back on your, just straight right clicks. TA in a lot of trouble in the bottom lane there. They do try to get aggressive. Maybe turn around the denies. Not there. And Amar will pick it up. Another poison touch.
Feels like courier before it delivers the items, but probably not worth losing the TA over. At least as a consolation prize. Twin Terror does give you, I forget the exact math. I think it's like 6 damage per auto attack at level 1. So the right click harass is better to start, but I think a lot of that gets negated when you get 1 to 4 killed at the start of the game, and then suddenly that whole idea of Twin Terror, having a stronger right click to win your lane, goes a little bit out the window.
Especially when you're against someone like a Bat Rider, who is also mostly like pretty heavy harass like that. Malady has 10 stick charges, will pop them, but Crit's gonna try and just chase him to the tower. Won't be able to finish the job. But again, just easy harassment coming in from the side of Falcons in this offlane. We'll see how much it's gonna stick though, because TA is still farming fairly well. To be honest, all of the lanes are actually farming really well. Pretty even.
CS-wise,
pretty good. He's got stick as well as a fairy fire. Ace will make some space for him. Maybe more than he wanted. They're gonna get a couple more auto attacks. Do they have the damage? They do. Tofu. Careful.
There's 4
throws that blood
here.
grenade, gets them very low.
Pushing the limits while they're low on mana. Bit scary though.
Actually, he put in power on the Crystal Maiden so she would have a little bit more auto attack damage in that little trade.
That's funny. Everyone, I mean, Snaking, right? He's like, I know I've been a right-click carry this whole time. Just need my 200 attack speed talent. I'm ready to go. It's just so funny, actually. A little off the camera of what we're seeing right now. The new hard camp, they both had sentries there, but didn't see the other person, so it lived for a while. It looks like Tofu was gonna find it first, and he's like, wait, I thought I had this camp open. What's up with that? The CS does look close, but sneak peek of the net worth, which we'll switch to in a bit, I'm sure. Dazzle's got 1,000 gold over this TA off of the kills he's gotten. He's 2-0 and 2. And that's pretty scary. Dazzle's a hero that you want to have a strong start. And it's not always easy depending on your matchups because of the way Poison Touch works. Like, can you run them down or not? So the fact that he's already at this strong of a start, curious to see what he goes for. I feel like you still go for the Aghanims, even though it got nerfed. But I wonder if there's maybe a different idea he has in mind.
Dude, I'm so excited that seeing Snapfire like max little shredder is like actually what's happening. Like I was theory crafting, like it's a lot more damage. Like maybe they do it, but yeah, picks up Ricochet and then goes for little shredder. It's a good spell.
I thought with the Centaur, the burst potential is like a classic with the full bore, but I guess they did the math, crunched the numbers, and he wants to do the little shredder. You still have Cookie, I guess, and that's the important part of the combo, so.
This ward, I mean, it sees snaking the whole way over, but Malady just comes in a little bit too far. He tries to Mel Strike, deny him again, but that time does not work. It saw him. I mean, maybe they thought they could just bait it out or something. I'm not 100%, but.
Slow's just a little too strong with the knockback from Flame Break. They might not be done bottom. I think they're still looking to play aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, Watson on the Templar Assassin, pretty strong, but with 3 heroes surrounding him, the Bat Rider's damage definitely adds up, and Amar in some trouble. Big rotation from Quinn. The Stanley's Eclipse gets dropped. The Astra will finish off the Dazzle, so he takes 2 in that rotation to try and punish this. Crit. They will scout him on the ward as they know he's going to try and make his way to that Wisdom Shrine. But yeah, Tofu's cut him off. Instead, he will TP. All right, that's kind of smart. He's going to make it.
Heads up awareness of the time, no panic, and just immediately TP home.
They got both. Monkey King grabbed the other one. So that's a big XP boost for the side of Falcons, and now Tofu might be in some trouble here. Malady is nearby at least. They could turn on to crit. I think they have the... Oh, he's off the mark with the Scatter Blast, but a 1-for-1 trade. And, I mean, unusual mistake there from Tofu.
Maybe there's like some high ground, low ground there on the ledge. Maybe the mouse just like slightly off and the angle gets funny. I don't know. But I guess a 1-for-1 kind of okay. But losing the Wisdom Shrine is a bit painful, especially because Jakiro and Snapfire both have very strong ultimates. They have been involved in some kills each, so getting some extra XP that way. It's like 4 to 9 right now. When there's a lot of kills in the game, usually the heroes all end up higher level together. Snaking, going for a deep ward or maybe a wrap around here.
Wrap around. They're gonna see him. They need to be careful. Tofu in some trouble. There's gonna be the Monkey King jumping on over to help finish the job. So we'll quote unquote tank the gank here for Quinn, but I think Malrine very happy to get a kill as he's struggling quite a bit in this mid lane.
Looks like Amar does want the Ags, getting to work, farming up some stacks. While his team is looking bottom, the smoke just passed by Jakiro. I think they're about to find him. Yeah, they're pinging it out.
I know exactly where he is. He doesn't have a trap behind him either. He has no idea this is happening. There's gonna be the frostbite into the Wukongs even, just to guarantee. No. Oh, you see the sentry queued up immediately. Boys, you can't stick around here. The team is coming back. Boundless Strike plus the Crystal Nova will at least take down. Okay, it gets Watson. It ends up being worth it.
Take some extra time.
Very awkward.
Yeah, but you can't get away, right? You don't have a blink this early, so even though she melds, like they just wait for their spell cooldowns and then finish her off eventually. And you were hoping for a clean kill, but you're definitely happy to trade snaking for Watson.
I am definitely interested to see how much Twin Terror is going to make a difference in this game, because the second proc on the Ice Blast is pretty big, or on the Ice Path. Win. Nice Astral there to maybe get Melody some space, but with that projection, he's going to have to bail out of this one right away. Cannot stick around. The numbers coming through. In comes the Stampede. The damage. Oh, great Shallow Grave. We'll keep Snaking alive. And Quinn still hobbling away, trying to survive the damage, but he has an Astral. Primal Spring in one. He gets the Astral off. Crit. Just gonna try and chase him. There's the lasso. They got him.
They got him, right?
Down the strike. They finish it off.
And that early ultimate from Crit ready because of all the fighting, and then the double shrine guaranteeing that they've got their ultimates. The Crystal Maiden freezing field earlier as well. Whereas if you look over, yeah, they had the macro pyre, but if Snapfire had her ultimate, maybe get a cleaner kill. Maybe she doesn't have to be so close, right-clicking down a Crystal Maiden who is using her ultimate.
This is like where the difference between like Ricochet and Full Bore kind of make a difference too, right? If you have more points in the Scatter Blast, and you've gone Full Bore, like maybe you just actually have the burst damage to catch them off guard, but yeah, just not quite there this game at the moment. We'll see again how those ends up making any difference. Blink Dagger getting closer on the Bat Rider.
Yeah, I really feel that Twin Terror and this little Shredder Ricochet build, also that roller coaster power spike that we were talking about earlier, I really think it's supposed to give you more early pressure in that laning stage, and we completely missed that because of the level 1 fight. And sure, in the late game you're like, oh yeah, I'm a core now, but that's 40 minutes away at this point. So at this point I feel like you wish you had the other facets.
Snaking is level 7 on this Crystal Maiden. He is really strong.
I told you, he wants to be a core. He's like, I'm on my way to level 20, guys. I'm taking this attack speed talent. He's looking at the facets, man. He's like, that guy took Twin Terror, and this guy's got a Ricochet. Like, I want to right-click this game too.
Only a matter of time, I'm sure. So a slight gold advantage here for Falcons. 12 and a half minutes in the game. It's honestly based off of that first team fight. I thought it might have been worse, but Gaimin Gladiators kind of doing a decent job at weathering the storm in a way.
My question though is, when this Aghanims is done, Can you weather that storm? Because a lot of this has been fighting with the other heroes while Amar is just quietly farming away top net worth. And when you do have this Ags, it has been extremely powerful. It did just get nerfed, so I guess we'll see how big those nerfs were, but I feel like it's still gonna be a lot of power to play around.
Big Mortimer kisses. They have a lot of damage coming through. That will be enough to secure it. There's the Stampede. Scare with a nice RP. Holds them inside the Wukong's command as it expires, but there's some big spells down from both teams. Stampede used to try and get them in range, but the Sanities would not have been enough to secure those kills. So they get the tower. They get the Crystal Maiden. Not bad from Gaimin Gladiators.
We're hoping for at least one more kill, though, because to bring that many heroes and use that many ults, and it was 3 heroes up here for Falcons, and you only get the Crystal Maiden, that means Bat Rider was farming, and that means Dazzle was farming. So at least you got the Crystal Maiden, you know, get on the board with the ultimates being used for kills, but man, look at this projection bullying out a Centaur War Runner.
It might be enough to get the Monkey King in place. He's gonna pop the Blade Mail. Stomp comes out, does connect, but he just hasn't moved. It took him like 40 seconds to get from the tower to there. Like, that's so sad. So they get the tower bottom lane. They get the kill onto Ace's Centaur as the smoke comes down here from Gaimin Gladiators. They want to try and punish this aggression, but you need to find the Dazzle. That is your #1 job. And instead, you might just walk into a Crystal Maiden.
They're
going for the far wraparound. They see him on, well, they see him on the TA trap, right? They're gonna find the Monkey King sliding around on the ground as a banana. Ice Path comes through. Amplify damage actually on Malady. He's gonna do some serious work. There's the Macropyre as well. Quinn will grab the Courier, trying to get in range for the Astral. Has the Force Staff and will do it. But here comes the Blink reveal from the Bat Rider. The lasso is there. Quinn needs some help. Stampede. It's not gonna be enough to get him away. And now the chase goes back the other way. They will isolate the Jakiro. And now Tormentor will be theirs for the taking.
What a blink timing from Crit. That goes back to that 5-man movement that kills the Crystal Maiden top. But Crit, he's like, yeah, don't worry, space. Quietly farming my Blink Dagger just in time for this Tormentor fight. A great catch on the OD, who's supposed to be the save against the lasso. So pull him into the rest of your teammates, and that is an easy fight from there for Falcons.
Yeah, and now you have the best shard you could have gotten. Crystal Maidens, right? Will help amplify Snake King's farming speed tremendously, right? Getting it on Bat Rider would feel a little bit sad, but this is a nice one. Very good pickup, and with that Aghanim Scepter done on the Dazzle, he is going to be skyrocketing in net worth.
We are willing this carry Crystal Maiden into existence. Give her the clone, get her the farm speed, get her to level 20. Complete meme, but now I'm fully on board.
All right, Shard will be picked up from Watson here. So the silence on the TA traps. Skitter is also just free farming on the Magnus here.
Yeah, second in net worth, making his way to his blink. I like this. We haven't seen every carry Magnus player do this. In fact, it's more popular to not get the blink, but I really like him grabbing it because you have a Monkey King mid. It kind of plays like a carry as well. And then this core Dazzle does a lot of damage, right? I really like having a playmaker from the Magnus, even though he's technically the carry.
Oh, they actually get him away for now. The Mortimer Kiss is trying to find the Dazzle, and they do. There's going to be the Astral Macropyre on top of him, but another Blink Lasso into the Wukong's command. It's going to get Quinn out with a Force Staff for now. It's just the Crystal Maiden dying in this fight.
This feels very reminiscent to that top movement as well, where you get the Crystal Maiden, but Magnus has finished his blink in the meantime. And maybe they look for a return fight now that you just used a lot of your ultimates on Gaimin Gladiators.
I definitely agree with you about the blink. I think that's something we've definitely criticized on some of the Magnus builds in this tournament so far, is just greeting out and trying not to buy it. Like they get everything that they can justify before getting a Blink Dagger, and I agree with you. I think it's nice to just be able to choose the hero you want to kill and actually be able to get there.
You can greed out when you have enough initiators in the rest of your team. This game, you do have the Blink Lasso, so that's one form of initiation, but I really think Monkey King is not enough of an initiator to warrant skipping it. So I really like that he's buying this Blink Dagger. And we haven't seen it quite do anything yet. He's hiding it, I feel like, on the...
Yeah, it's in the courier right now. He's got
courier for now. He has it now, so let's see what he can find.
I will say the build from the Monkey King is probably the most interesting one to me, right? Like we've seen a lot of he's out, stomp in, all right. That's a very nice find. The kill actually goes to Watson's damage from the TA trap, funny enough. As Snake King now might be in some trouble here, pops his Crystal Clone. As Watson's gonna try and chase, here comes the Stampede. They are gonna try and get anything they can at the moment. The stomp comes through. They get themselves both supports.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I like that Watson got
closing
this
in on the
really
Deso.
shard. This silence from the trap is going to be really useful. One, the Crystal Maiden ult. Two, if you happen to catch Magnus, Dazzle, or Batrider, you could potentially silence them at a key moment when they're trying to Grave or RP, blink in, and then suddenly you can't lasso. I'm glad he bought this.
I am noticing that the net worth is starting to kind of even out a little bit. Templar Assassin's Desolator is delivered now, and I think that is one of the timings you would definitely like to play around.
5 damage
Did
stronger
they scout
than
him?
last
They
patch.
did. Oh, that was so close.
Tower is under attack.
Ace revealing on a ward there for just a split second. They do see the Batrider. But again, walking back into another ward here, Ace. Well, Batrider might be trying to set up on him, looking for the lasso. It's gonna do it. There's gonna be the blade mill. He doesn't have Firefly. The RP comes out, but a really nice macro pyre does come through. A big skewer puts Ace on the wrong side of this wall, and they will take him down, but your Dazzle might be in some trouble. There's the Sanities as well as the Astral, and Amar, well, he gets a kill on his dying breath, but they've managed to pick up some important kills at the moment. Scatterblade. Oh, he gets caught from the Ice Path, and now the Templar Assassin's damage is too much. Quinn with a really nice Astral as well. Grabs the Monkey King. Metal Strike's gonna come through. The silence him from the shard. Hold your phones. Gaimin Gladiators on the aggression. There's a blink from Watson. He's going for this. Doesn't get the silence in time, though.
Good Crystal Clone. Keeping Watson at bay. But that is still an amazing fight for Gaimin Gladiators. I think they were down like 3,000 gold to start, and now they've pretty much equalized the gold lead. Some key spells there, buying extra time, especially that Ice Path at the very end, catching Skitter blinking.
They still found
There you go. Finish it up.
That Deso timing is huge. He just got it delivered, already up to 8 stacks. That is massive. Now, if you guys are watching this event and you've been enjoying it, make sure to follow Fissure. You guys can type !F in chat to support them, follow their socials, see what they're up to.
I think this amplified damage is going to lead to this Roshan, potentially.
Yeah,
it is a little scary as Falcon starts to respawn, but I don't know, with 8 Deso charges?
Amplified? And an OD.
Yeah.
They just need one pick, really, right? I think you just get one pick off and you can do it with ease, but yeah, you have a much better window with the amplified damage. Mortimer Kiss is coming through, not connecting after the Stampede Stomp is off the mark there from Crit. We like to call this Space Mate. There's going to be a lot of damage being reflected back the other way with that Blade Mail, but with the Dazzle there on the backside, very easily secures that kill, and they will walk away with their Aegis, but it's going to cost you. Wukong Command now out onto Tofu, tries to jump away, will not be able to.
Yeah, maybe a
very good response from Falcons.
Distraction campaign there as the Roshan gets finished. Losing 2 heroes, though, is a little bit painful. But I think you just, get past this, have everyone respawn, and then you've got the Aegis to fight with. As long as you can find a good fight with that, I think it'll be worth it.
The BKBs in this game are going to be massive. Quinn's working on his. TA's is like the one that I think I'm most worried about for Falcons because she's already off to a great start now. Has that Aegis for 4 more minutes. She could greed out for another damage item and then play for, you know, a BKB after that. But even the Jakiro is going BKB. I feel like they're actually just going all right-click damage on this team.
Does he need this BKB though? That's so interesting. Right? Oh wait, okay, he's changed it to the Ags. Maybe he's misclicked. He's like, oh, I wanted to be a core, but I wasn't sure BKB or Ags. Okay. What am I thinking? Ags, full damage, Lotus? No safety.
Yeah, Lotus is super value this game, and they have one coming out on the Centaur right now. So that is going to be a pretty big win for them. He can protect himself on these initiations.
One really nice thing about the Ags on Jakiro is that when you see Crystal Maiden ulting, you can just drop it on her, and yeah, she can keep going, but she is going to die to the pure damage. And something similar can be said about the Dazzle. You can actually, even though nozzle projection is so long range, so is Macro Pyre. And so you might be able to get to the main body and get him really low, where he has to cancel his projection and, you know, get out of there.
I feel like we've seen that multiple times in these fights, actually, too, right? Where he's getting a Macro Pyre onto the actual Dazzle, and he's having to, you know, pay attention to that as well.
Anyways, he's changed his mind and he's going back for a 4-step.
Okay, well, do whatever you want, Malady. The world is your oyster. There's the Astral. Quinn reading this really well, with the Monkey King now in a lot of trouble. That is a very good read. No vision either. He just has known this guy's up here. He's been doing this for a while, being a nuisance. That trap actually preventing the blink. So he just want to go for it. He will not. I really thought he might Stampede blink there, but I guess without vision, it's a little bit hard.
Yeah, it's also pretty deep. That tier 1 tower is actually still up in that lane, so big commitment.
Stampede out. Nice Ghost Scepter, but yeah, there's a Centaur to cancel this one. He is not alone. Kill will go to Tofu. Good read there, pinging the zone out, setting it up with the TA trap. This will also be the tier 1 bottom, as she does not ever care about towers. Gaimin Gladiators flipped this game around, up 2,000, just about 3,000 gold from where they were. Crit praying that he does not walk into that sentry right now. Does get the obs from Tofu. Very nice D ward there.
He wanted to